from the spicy brownie. I wish I can use image, but I'm so brain dead with tech that I look at source codes and regular scripts or whatever, and I'm just lost. There are 2 ways to answer this question. The first, docker compose pull, docker compose up -d. That isn't very helpful, is it? It's kind of like there's a club, and everybody else is having fun, but you're not allowed in it. And every single time somebody says to RTFM, you want to read the manual, but it doesn't make any sense. Or it tells you to do this, and when you do this, you get this. It's not fun. It feels like a club, and you're not in it. Here at FUTO Software, we believe that for any piece of software where we give you a client, like Google Drive, or iCloud, or Google Photos, that we would have to give you access to the server software as well, so you could self-host or self-manage your own instance. What good is it for me to say, here, this piece of software is AGPL, go read the manual, when, realistically speaking, 99% of the people who read it are not going to understand it. I'm going to share with you the results of a 22-year journey that started when I bought SUSE Linux 8.1 in Best Buy for $80 for my 13th birthday, to 2011 when I decided to self-host and self-manage my own business phone system after realizing that if I wanted visual voicemail with my voice over IP provider, that would cost extra. If I want call recording, that costs extra. If I want this many extensions, that costs extra. And realizing that it really does matter when I pay for a product or a service that I have access to the ability to host my own server. This is something that I've been building for myself over a very long period of time. And it's something that I've never really seen documented all in one place, packaged and put together in a manner in which normal people can understand it. And I've tried to do that here. I've tried to remember what it was like to be a beginner when these concepts were very confusing to me. When I would read a manual and I would do exactly what it said, and nothing would work, which totally never happens with Linux documentation, and create something that was actually usable for all of you. I'm talking about a system where if somebody walks by a camera near my house, I am alerted within seconds on my phone that they were there with a picture of them. I'm talking about a system where when somebody calls my business phone system, that business phone system will have my caller ID with the status of that customer's case or ticket, so I know exactly what's going on with it before opening my web browser or picking up the phone. A system where if a drive dies in my system, I am emailed within 1 minute or less so that I can resolve the problem and have an immediate backup just like that. A system where my emails on a self-managed, self-hosted email system show up in every Gmail, Microsoft 365, and iCloud email inbox in the world, even though that server is running in my closet and I receive mail without receiving the spam because I have working spam controls. A system where I never see an advertisement on any of my devices, even when I am using a device or a program where I don't have Adblock installed. A system where I can watch 4K Blu-ray content that I ripped off of my own Blu-rays in spite of the fact that most modern drives only let you rip up to 1080p. A system where I can search through all of my photos from 15 years to find the one video of a orange and white cat with black spots sitting on a chair, and find it immediately amongst a 100 terabyte array of things within less than 2 seconds. The ability to synchronize my calendar and my contacts without using a Google server, and the ability to have something that is as fast as Google Docs or Google Sheets or Google's PowerPoint lookalike that loads fast and just works. A complete backup solution that is constantly backing up everything that is on my phone to my computer, and anytime I put something in any one of the directories on my computer that I specifically want to go to my phone, instantly goes to my phone, but only if I want it to, and is backed up on a regular basis to the point where I literally have to run 2 commands if I screw anything up by user error or by drives dying, and everything is back to the way it was before I broke it. There are many ways to set this up. There are many different ways that you may want to set it up. What I would like to do is just show you one way to set it up that works, that I know works, because unlike many instruction manuals, I didn't just write my manual. I did every step in my manual from scratch to build a second server that does everything that my server does. And then I wrote down exactly what I did as I did it. I don't want you to watch this and think that this is the only way to do it, or that it's the best way to do it, or you have to do it this way. That's hardly the case. The fun of this entire thing is building your own thing from scratch. It's like restoring a vintage car. I'm not here to tell you exactly what parts to use, what color, what material you to use in the inside. I'm just here to show you something really cool, and hope that you'll be inspired to create something really cool as well. Because there's not much point to me telling you, well, here's the code, host your own solution, if none of you know how to do it. I want to show you how to do it. With that said, let's answer your question on how to install image. Answer A, docker compose pull, docker compose up -d. Answer number 2, Well, that's what the next 12.5 hours are for. Make sure that you take a look at the written guide, which will be included in the description down below, to follow along with many of the commands, the shell scripts, and all the images that show you exactly what it is that I was doing as I went. Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Here at FUTO, we are trying to fund solutions to big tech abuses. And one of those big tech abuses has to do with your photo library. How many people here remember when smartphones came with micro SD card slots so that you could store all of your photos and videos and take it with you wherever you go? How many people here remember that around the same time that Apple and Google started pushing their cloud hosting solutions that cost money every month, that almost every phone on the market lost their micro SD card slot? And how many people here remember when I was talking about on my channel how Apple doesn't have a delete button and how Google has reported people to the police for being pedophiles because they had photos in their Google Drive and Google Photos of their wife breastfeeding their infant son? These are the problems that come up when you don't own your software. If you cannot review the source code of the software that you are using, it's not yours. If you don't have the ability to run your own server, what you're paying for is not yours. We would like to create software like this that does not abuse you, that's easy to install, that has cloud solutions just like Apple and Google. However, anything we create with a cloud solution must also be something that you can run on your server, so you never have to worry about this. Image is one of those pieces of software that we believe is a solution to a big tech abuse. It's a piece of photo gallery software that works amazingly well. And we'd like to create a cloud solution so that people can just pay us $5 or $20 a month and never have to worry about it. We're not quite there quite yet. We are still at the stage where if you want to install this amazing piece of software, you have to set up your own Linux server and use Docker and everything else. And well, that's going to be a little bit difficult. So a lot of people have been asking me if I could show you how to do that. And if you are not quite aware of why this software is awesome, this is be using a local AI. So this never has to connect to the internet if I don't want it to, and it will still work. Look at how fast this is. I'm going to hit enter. My phone's battery is almost dead, and it immediately finds every picture of a cat on a chair. These are not photos on my phone. These are photos that are on a server in the other room. And I'm going to show you exactly how to set this up, because that's been a very common question that I've been getting in the comments. How do I set this up? Well, first I have to show you how to set up image. But to set up image, I got to show you the way that I usually get my files from my phone to my server. And if I'm doing that, well, I'm connecting to my server from outside, which means that I have to show you how to set up a VPN tunnel, because I'm not going to forward ports for all these random services, am I? And if I'm going to do that, then I have to show you how to set up a Linux server and also how to set up a router with OpenVPN. But garbage like this, the stuff that you're going to get at Walmart for $30, it has OpenVPN and it gets updates until you don't. And you want your system to be secure, right? So if OpenVPN comes out with an update 3 years from now because there's some sort of zero-day security risk, you don't want to be dealing with a router where they stopped updating the firmware 6 months in, right? So I have to show you how to make your own router. And I'm going to show you how to make your own router. I might as well show you how to block all ads, even when you're connected to it from your phone. And while I'm at it, well, I mean, if we're doing all this stuff anyway, I might as well show you how to set up something similar to Google Docs and how to have your calendar, your contacts, and all this other stuff. This becomes a rabbit hole very quickly because there are so many items to cover. And I'm not going to breadcrumb you. I want to provide you with everything, which means we have to start from the beginning. This is not going to be a 10-minute video. This will probably be a 3 or a 6 or a 9-hour video. And you'll get to figure out how much I hate you based on whether or not I provide you with timestamps. So let's start at the very beginning with the router. We are going to be building our own router. Now, why are we building a router? We are going to have all these different services like Image, Home Assistant, Nextcloud, Mailcow, Frigate, tons of different things that we are going to be running. But I don't want to have the ports to each one of these services open to the internet. I don't want people to just be able to see that these services are all running on my server, because that means that there's 4 or 6 or 8 or 15 different points of failure. I'd rather have one point of failure that's managed properly. And that's what a VPN is for. A VPN is a way for me to create a secure encrypted tunnel between my phone and my home server so that I can connect into my home server and into my home network using one system. Image is great software. Frigate is great software. Home Assistant is great software. But these pieces of software are used by 0.00001% of the population. OpenVPN is something that is used by companies in the S&P 500. It is used by governments. OpenVPN is used by everybody. The reason this is important is that if there is any security breaches in OpenVPN whatsoever, somebody somewhere has found it and solved it, because OpenVPN has tens of millions of eyes on it at any given moment. which means that it is as hardened as it can be from a security standpoint, in contrast to more obscure software. So rather than open every single port on my router for all these different services so everybody can see them, the only thing I want to open is for OpenVPN, because this allows me to have an encrypted connection, and it's also going to be incredibly secure. And I want to be certain that I will always be able to update my router. If I'm still using this thing 58 years from now, I want to be able to get the newest version of OpenVPN. I don't want to deal with this dollar store bullshit where a year and a half from now I stop getting firmware updates, it's insecure. You can technically, you can find routers out there where you can run your own software, and there are people that make homebrew stuff. But I wanted something that runs on my own hardware so that even if the homebrew project stopped making it, I can install somebody else's project on it because it's based on an x86 architecture, just like my computer. So what I've chosen here is I am going to be using pfSense, which is an open source firewall, and I am going to be using an Intel NUC as the hardware. I chose pfSense because many years ago it was very functional, it was fast, it was open source, it got updates pretty quickly, it worked, it has pfBlockerNG, which is great for blocking ads. They've been dicks in recent years with regards to this other project called OPNsense. I don't really like that very much, but I'm kind of grandfathered into using pfSense because I've set up my entire system in it. I don't feel like migrating. So it's pretty good though. It's just good software. The devs are kind of, and what I've chosen over here is an Intel NUC computer for the hardware. And the reason that I'm using this is because this computer over here has 2 Ethernet ports, and I cannot have a computer with 1 Ethernet port if I want to have a router. So I need to have this thing because this has both a WAN port and a LAN port that I'm going to be connecting my computers to. So first things first is let's download the installation disk and get started by creating an installation disk and then booting up our computer and configuring it so that I can start this as a router. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to go over to pfSense's website and we are going to download the image so that I can install it. So you can just go over here to pfSense.org. If you forget the name of the website, just Google pfSense and you'll find it right here. We're going to go to, here we go, products. Let's see. Buy now. This is a free version somewhere. Here we go. Download. Download. Okay, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is... Okay, something stupid is going on here. One more. pfSense ISO requires an account and bill. Are you fucking kidding me? Psst, go here. Okay, here we go. See my sticky... This is a bunch of copy pasta bull. Yeah, okay, what the fucking... What I said about the developers of this software. Again, it's great software. Great software. Yeah, the software is great. The shit that they've... Yeah, I don't get... Anyway, back here. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, I'm going to download this link. So what I did over here is I found this over here, pfSense CE memstick 2.7.2 release AMD 64.image.gz. Gz. I prefer gz. Here we go. We're going to download it. Look at that. My internet's actually not shit today. Nice. Spectrum knows people are watching. All right. So we're going to type gzip-d. This is going to unzip. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Look at that. We have our image file. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to attach a flash drive. I actually don't have a flash drive available, but I have an NVMe SSD, which is the total way there. Any USB stick will do for this job. If you don't, an empty external hard drive is fine. Whatever drive you use, just make sure you're okay with erasing it. Here I have a drive that I'm going to be plugging in via USB. Now here's something that I often do because I have a habit because I used to do data recovery from my primary computer back at the old store before we had PC 3000 and everything like that. And I used to use Linux and be copying stuff around with DDRESC, do all sorts of stuff like that. So I always make sure that I'm not erasing the wrong drive because I've almost done that many times. So I just like to type fdisk-L. I can see all my drives. And then when I plug in a new drive, it will show up over there so I can confirm that this is it. And I'm not erasing one of my own drives in my computer because, again, I've done this many times. So this over here is a 2 terabyte drive that I'm using to install a router operating system, which is, hysterical, but sudo dd. This makes me super user in Linux, and dd copies shit. If that's our source, which is going to be our image, of that's what we're copying it to, which is dev/sdc. And again, if you're using Linux and doing this like I do, I just recommend you unplug your USB drive, type fdisk-L again, and make sure that whatever drive you're about to move stuff to disappears. If it doesn't disappear, that means that you are about to overwrite your system drive or something else plugged into it, and that will make you very sad. Guess how I know. So over here, we do this, and I'm going to type block size equals 4 megabytes, and status equals progress, so I can see it as it goes. So I can see it as it goes.
Zip, zip. It's zip.
This is an NVMe drive. Come on. $40 megabytes per. Okay. Oh, I'm using the USB 1 port on this piece of. Okay. It's a router operating system. Like I give a shit. Okay, so. Now we have this. So now I'm going to configure my Intel NUC to work here. So this is an Intel NUC that I got Openbox on eBay for about $150. And again, you're going to want to have a computer with 2 Ethernet ports. Now, the reason I got this instead of any one of these other router PCs that you probably are wondering or asking about on Amazon. So if I search pfSense router over here, one of the things that you'll notice is that you'll have some that are made by companies that you're aware of. Like again, Netgate, I would trust this. They're a little bit on the expensive side, but again, I would trust it. And then you have Hunsen, and no. Just no. You have a lot of these no name, no idea who the hell makes this shit. And the problem I have with all of this random stuff on Amazon is that you will see Suwuk and Hunsen and all this other random garbage show up alongside Microtech. Like this should be what's ranking at the top. Microtech is one of the best brands of devices that you can buy when it comes to routers. They're very, very high quality materials, and it's showing up next to all this random no-name crap. And I have no way of knowing if any of these reviews are trustworthy for several reasons. The first is that Amazon has allowed vendors to have reviews for digital picture frames and shower materials apply to air conditioners, and they were not changed even after it was reported by many people. They have vendors that will bribe their customers to leave good reviews, and those vendors never get in trouble. They have sold fuses that are 10 amp fuses that were branded as 2 amp fuses. They sell electrical crimps that don't crimp, and recently they sold a litter box that killed a cat that was still showing up on their platform even after it made the news. These may be great PCs, but all I'm saying is that you're probably rolling the dice with buying them. And with the amount of time and effort that we are going to be putting into doing this, in my opinion, it's not worth it to roll the dice with stuff like this. Most of the people watching this video probably have some old desktop PCs sitting around their house collecting dust that they don't use anymore. And a 10 or 12-year-old desktop PC, in my opinion, is going to be infinitely better than any of these. The only problem is that your old desktop PC only has 1 Ethernet port, which is fine because even an older device is going to have PCI Express card slots. And in my opinion, you're much better off taking your old desktop computer and putting one of these inside of it or one of these inside of it than you are buying any of that random no-name crap. And the best part is expandability. You put a fan in your computer and you put 2 of these and you've got 10 gigabit per second Ethernet that's going to work very well inside of these routers. If you look on pfSense's forum, they have great support where you can learn which network interface cards and which chipsets work with their devices. These are 2 that I find to be pretty cool. That's a dual port one. They make quad port ones. This is a 10 gigabit per second one, so it only has 1 port for $70. You want to make sure that you buy from a reputable vendor because there are people out there selling counterfeit crap, and you probably know which vendor I'm going to tell you not to buy from there. The one thing that you got to be really, really careful about here is look at the pictures and really be sure that you know what you're getting, because This Reddit thread fucks me up every time. I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh every time I see this. I bought this Intel i350 thinking it was PCI Express. What the fuck is this connector? And when you scroll down, it says it's not PCI, it's DiGiorno. This deserves so many more than 14 upvotes. This is my favorite comment that I've ever read on Reddit. Standards are more what you call guidelines than actual rules. Server world, where standardization is a suggestion. Buying high-end network interface cards for a router and putting them in an old desktop PC, in my opinion, is infinitely better than buying one of those random no-name Chinese mini PC shit. Just make sure that you buy something that fits your computer and not DiGiorno. And if I'm going to be doing all this work, I trust the Intel NUC more than I trust the Hunsin or the Zytec or the Ziyao or whatever. Well, I have enough videos on Amazon on my channel if you'd like to find them. So we're going to boot this thing up, and I'm going to set it up so that we can get started. Before we can install pfSense on this computer, we're going to have to disable something called Secure Boot. Many modern computers come pre-installed with Windows 10 or Windows 11, which are cancer. And if you try to boot up into an operating system that's not cancer, it'll give you an error because Secure Boot is enabled, which does not allow you to boot into an operating system that doesn't suck. So we are going to disable that so that we can actually install pfSense in this computer. If you don't disable Secure Boot, you will not be able to install another operating system on here properly. So let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in my USB-C drive over here. All right, we plug it in, turn it on. I've got my flash drive, and I'm going to spam F2 like mad so that I get into the BIOS. So remember, this was plugged into the computer before I turned it on. Just going to try and make life easy on ourselves here by setting two options at once. So I'm going to go to boot up there. I'm going to go to, first thing I'm going to do is secure boot. We're just going to turn this off. And then after that's done, this may be in a different place in your BIOS depending on the computer you're using. Boot priority, I want to boot off of my USB drive first. So the USB drive that I made is this little ROG, Republic of Gamers Asus thing, which I bought before I learned that they're a crap company. And the next thing I'm going to boot off of after that is whatever the drive that was first before. So it's automatically going to boot up into my drive that I have over here first. So it's going to reboot once I hit F10 and hit enter, which is going to save my settings. It should boot into the pfSense installation disk automatically. If you didn't do that, you could hit F12 or what, F something or whatever the hell it is that, yeah, F10, I think. Yeah, F10 to enter boot menu. You could hit F10 to enter the boot menu and then choose the USB drive device by itself, but I like having it set to boot up into a USB device by default, which is why I wanted to have the USB drive plugged in as I did that. It's just a preference, just a preference. I'm also the type of person that would wonder why it wasn't booting into the USB 50 times until I realized I forgot to plug it in. I try to work around my own idiocy. Okay. Okay, we're going to hit accept. Any forced arbitration in there? Any forced arbitration? I hope. All right. We're going to install. So we're going to choose auto, guided route on ZFS, pfSense. Okay, we're just going to name this pfSense actually. I'm just going to overwrite what I already have on this drive. I'm not going to encrypt, not going to be using encryption for this. We will encrypt our server though. And so the defaults is fine here. Default is okay. Now over here, it's going to ask us which drive do we install on. So a generic mass storage class is going to be the USB drive that you just plugged in. The other one is going to be the internal drive. You may have some sort of funky setup where you're installing onto a device with a USB as your drive or something like that. And if you do have some sort of funky setup, you're on your own. If you're installing this on a computer that has its own internal drive and you have plugged in a USB drive the way I have, for this particular instance, I am going to choose Micron because that's the internal solid-state drive in this computer that I know the model of. And again, if you're using a USB external drive, you're going to just uncheck the first one because I don't want to use the USB external drive here as part of this. So, okay. The last chance, do you want to erase? Yes, I do. Okay. Zip, zip. We're zipping the modern way. It kind of reminds me of, remember that episode of The Honeymooners? Where they got that little carving thing they spent all their money on? You have to reboot into the installed system now. I miss Art Carney, Jackie Gleason, Joyce Randolph, Audrey Meadows. What a good show. What a good show. All right, so you're going to want to pay attention to the screen. And the moment you have nothing on the screen anymore, that's when you're going to unplug your drive, because we don't want to boot back up into this again, but I also don't want to corrupt anything by unplugging it too soon. So you don't want to unplug it too soon, but you don't want to keep it plugged in too long. Rule of life right there. It's going to boot. It's going to have a lot of stuff that you probably don't get. But I totally understand it all, of course. Let's do a basic review of what your home network looks like and how we're going to be changing it before I go into configuring pfSense. Before I'm going to set everything up inside the router, we have to plug everything in. Your home network probably looks something like this. 99% of the home networks in America have a cable modem where you have a coaxial cable coming in from outside that plugs into your cable modem, and then that's going to plug into a router over here. The reason that we have a modem and a router is because the cable modem has one port on it. You may have a cable modem for this. You may have a DSL modem where you plug in your phone jack into your modem. You may have a fiber optic connection where there's a fiber connection going to your modem. You have a modem. The modem is going to take the internet from out there and turn it into something that you could use with your computer by plugging your computer in over here. However, this allows you to use one computer. That sucks. You're not creating a local network, you're having one computer attached to it. So if you want to have multiple devices attached to it, this is what a router is for over here. So you used to actually have to buy a router separately back in the day, but now they give you one with your internet service provider, which is pretty cool. So this is a router. This is your standard Walmart piece of shit. It has the blue port, which is the wide area network port. That's the outside world. It's got the orange ports. That's the local area network. That's all your computers, your PlayStation, your TV, your desktop, your file server, everything else. So you would plug this into your home device. This device over here is not simply a router. It's actually three devices in one. A router is simply a device that takes your outside network and allows it to talk to your inside network. A router pretty much manages traffic between two separate networks. That's it. You don't actually have to have all this stuff over here for it to be a router. You could just have literally just one port for outside, one port for inside, and you also don't have to have the antennas. A router doesn't necessarily need to be wireless. So the device that we have over here that we're going to be using as a router is only one of these three devices, because a router is a router, a switch, which gives us multiple ports, and a wireless access point, which is a switch, but a switch that allows us to connect wirelessly. So this over here has two Ethernet ports, which means this is just a router. One port is going to go to our cable modem, like so, and the other port is going to have to go to a switch unless you want to only have one computer attached to this. So you can buy switches that are 52 ports that allow you to power cameras, and then you can also buy cheap little pieces of shit like this at a yard sale for $5. This is honestly going to be totally fine for our purposes over here. So this is what I would be plugging all my computers into. So you get one WAN port, wide area network. That's the outside that goes into your modem. And then you have the local area network, which is going to be plugging into your switch, which you can plug all of your computers into. Again, this is the type of cheap piece of shit that you can probably find on eBay for $5 or $10. But I'm not going to go into all the different types of switches here. You can do your own research. This is probably fine for most people over here, and dirt cheap. Now, you may wonder, there's two ports on here. How do I tell which port I plug the modem into and which port I plug the local area network into? And for that, you're going to make that decision probably the same way that I make most of my business, life, and relationship decisions. Not really. It's like a 50-50 chance. Like, well, YOLO. It's not, this is not labeled, so yeah, 50-50. You'll probably be fine. All right, let's plug everything in and move on to the next step, which is setting up pfSense. So the way I'm going to do this, and the way you can do this if you don't have a switch yet, is I'm going to plug one of these ports into my computer that I'm using to set everything up, because at this point in time, I don't need more than one port, and I'm going to plug the other port into my modem. so that we can get started with this. We're gonna boot this firewall back up. Now, just because I didn't feel like sitting on the floor in my bedroom, I plugged the cable modem with a long Ethernet cord into the left Ethernet port, and I plugged my desktop computer that I'm recording this video on into the right Ethernet port. So it's booting up right now. Here we go. Now I want you to pay attention while everything's scrolling over here, because you're going to see a hint, and this is a hint that's very important. So the first thing you see is here where it says, should VLANs be set up now? And it's asking yes or no. It's asking yes or no, should VLANs be set up now? And before you have a chance to actually hit yes or no, you see all this other stuff show up in front of it. Now, if you're new to this, you may believe, well, oh my God, I missed something up. I missed my chance. No, you didn't. You can still easily hit end to this right now. It just put all this other stuff in front of it because, like, how about this? None of this open source stuff was meant for normal humans to be able to understand it. This was never taken into consideration while developing it. It's not you. It's not you. You're not an idiot. So you can hit N over here. What is a VLAN? A VLAN is if you have one switch with 52 ports and you have a router and you want to have one cable between your router and your switch, but you want to have 5 different networks on it that are all segmented. That's way too advanced and outside of what we're doing here. So you're going to click no. Now, what I was saying about paying attention, it says on the bottom over here, it says right over here, we have an IP address 70. Whatever the hell over here on interface EMO. This is, you have 3/3 of the screen. This is in the third of the screen over here. Valid interfaces are IGB0 and EM0. Those are our interfaces. Those are our Ethernet ports on the computer. This way, you don't have to roll the dice anymore and guess. So this says that we've gotten an IP address on EMO, and I am using Spectrum Internet, which does make me depressed, therefore EMO, so this actually does make complete sense. So the reason I'm saying to pay attention to that is because later on, instead of rolling dice, we now know which interface is which is awesome. So I'm gonna hit N because I don't want to do VLANs, enter the WAN interface, and we are going to input EMO because I am sad, because I use Spectrum. Enter the LAN interface, that's going to be our internal network, that's going to be IGB0. And these names are going to be different on your device. Every device is different versions of pfSense, different hardware is going to have different names. Don't worry if it's not exactly what you see over here. The interfaces will be assigned as follows. Yes. There we go. It is going to configure everything here. And remember, the LAN port is plugged into my desktop computer, and the WAN port is plugged into my modem. Okay, now here at this point, you're done. You never have to look at this again. You can put your keyboard and mouse away, unplug the monitor from your pfSense computer, and you can log into the pfSense computer using a desktop. You never have to see this again. I'm gonna be changing one thing. You don't need to change this. I'm only doing this because I have a custom setup. So feel free to skip to the next section. I'll include a timestamp down below. Over here it says you can connect on 192.168.1.1, where it says LAN in the bottom third of the screen, and it has your IPs. The WAN address, that's your IP address that your internet service provider gave you. In LAN, that is going to be the IP address that you connect to. That's your gateway address. That's the router itself. So if you have 192.168.1.1, that means that every single device that you attach to this thing is going to be 192.168.1.2, 192.168.1.3, and so on and so forth. I actually have multiple networks at home, so this will not work for me. This will conflict with it, so I'm going to change this. But you don't need to change this. This is just extra something that I have to do for my own network to work. I'm going to change that from 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.5.1. So set interface IP address. I'm choosing LAN. Configure via DHCP. No. Enter the new LAN address, 192.168.5.1. Enter new LAN subnet count. We're going to do this, 24. For a LAN, press enter for none. Configure IPv6 address via DHCP. I don't even use DHCP, so I don't really care. Let's see. Wait, no. Correct that. I don't use IPv6, so I don't actually care. I do use DH. So DHCP, we want. what is the start address? Well, if the gateway is 192.168.5.1, that means we have everything from 2 onwards. So this is the start. And we're going to have the end right over there. I don't need to revert to HTTP. No point for that. Please wait while the changes are saved. Beautiful. Again, this is not a part that you need to do. I'm only doing that because of my own weird-ass setup. And here, you will never be logging into this again unless something breaks. So you can unplug the HDMI port. You can get rid of your keyboard and mouse that you have plugged into it and get that off your desk. And we are now going to go over to the desktop computer that's plugged into the LAN port. You might want to just reset the internet connection on that particular device with whatever operating system you have, however you do. And it's also a good idea to reset the cable modem when you do this. Turning your modem on and off again fixes 99% of your problems in life, especially if it was plugged into another router previously. So I'm going to go over here to my screen, and when I go to 192.168.5.1, it says, "Warning, potential security risk ahead." That's because I don't have a certificate here, because I just got this thing. I just set it up, so it's not going to have a certificate. Nobody is trying to steal my stuff. Nobody's taking your password, your email, or your credit card. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Maybe I should have a EULA clause or forced arbitration before I say that. Anyway, here you go. So usually the username is going to be admin, and the password by default is going to be pfSense. Now, obviously, it's going to warn you over here that your password is still set to an insecure value. We are going to fix that. So hit next. This is another thing. So if you are using this in an enterprise environment, one of the nice things about pfSense is if you want to pay them money to get answers to your questions, you can pay them to get answers to your questions. I've never used it before, and I hope the support is better than the download page on their website, and I definitely hope that they're more polite to the paying customers than they are to the OPNsense people. But again, that's for another video. So host name, it's going to be this. You really don't have to. Now this stuff, we're going to change this later. Right now I'm going to put Google DNS. But we're not going to use Google DNS later. I'm just using this to demonstrate a point. We're going to change that back later. And override DNS means that you can have the DNS overridden by, I don't know, whatever the ones that your ISP provides. And again, we're going to turn that off later as well. So my time zone, I am going to put that I am in Texas. What do we have? US. Here we go, US Central. This over here, like you don't have to edit this stuff. This next. This is again what we set up already. Next. Admin password. I am going to set it to something very secure here. Yes. Most secure password on earth. Reload. We're just finishing everything up here. Again, if you want to pay them, you can pay them. Okay. Like where? Ah, beautiful. All right. Accept. And here we are. We're on the latest version. So this is going to be a page that just gives you the stats. You could see everything that you have over here. It's nice. So you could see the interfaces that are up. All right, at this point, before moving on, we're just going to make sure that we can get online and that everything actually works. So let's see. Beautiful. All right, we're on the internet. Next up, we're going to set up Dynamic DNS. Dynamic DNS allows us to know what the IP address is of our home server anywhere. So if I'm creating a professional website, I'm going to get a server that has a static IP. A static IP means that that IP is going to stay the same. So if I set up rossmangroup.com on 1.1.1.1, I can set it up so that rossmangroup.com links to 1.1.1.1, and I'm good. However, if I'm setting up a home server, sorry, I got this really nice wax candle thing here, wax scented thing. These things are amazing. Anyway, if I have a home server, I'm using Spectrum Internet or AT&T or Verizon, and on the residential plans, you don't get a static IP. You get an IP address that changes every single day. So what are you going to do there? You're going to check your IP address every single day, and if it changes while you're out, you're going to have to call your girlfriend at home and say, honey, can you go to whatismyip.com and tell me the number so that I can connect to my calendar server? Like, that doesn't work. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up something called Dynamic DNS. Dynamic DNS is where the router is going to connect to a DNS server and tell it constantly, if the IP address changes, Lewis's home server is no longer 1.1.1.1, lewis'shomeserver.com is now 1.1.2.1, so that you in your phone can set it up to connect to Lewis's home server rather than have to worry about the IP address changing all the time. Now, there are many services that allow you to do this, and one of my favorite is FreeDNS. You can go to freedns.afraid.org, and you can add a subdomain like I'm going to do over here. So I could click Add, and after I click Add, I can fill in whatever I want over here. It's actually a pretty funny website. I genuinely enjoy this website. I like this website. It's filled with lots of silly little funny memes. You have to pay extra if you want to get the cool domain names. If you don't, you get these ones. So let's say I do Lewis home server. It's going to be lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com. And I'm going to set this up as an A record. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do on purpose is I'm going to give it a wrong IP address. And the reason I'm going to give it the wrong IP address is because I want to see if my system is actually working. If I set that to what my IP is right now, then how do I know if anything that I'm doing has actually worked? Once you're done, you will see this on the screen. You'll have your subdomain over there. And what you're going to want to do now is you're going to go over to Dynamic DNS on the side. And after you go to Dynamic DNS, you can scroll all the way and you'll see your domain name right here. And once you see your domain name, which is going to be lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com, you are going to go over here and right-click Direct URL. And this is going to be what we are going to use to tell pfSense to update this on a regular basis. So after you do that, you're going to go over to pfSense. Where are we here? Here's my pfSense. We're going to go over to Services, Dynamic DNS, where you're going to add one. Now, this is going to be a little counterintuitive the way I do it, so just pay attention. We're not going to use FreeDNS here as the service, even though that's technically what we use. We're actually going to set that to custom. Force IPv4 DNS resolution, check that. We're not using the username and password everything. We're going to use an update URL. So everything that you see here after this question mark, that's kind of like your password, your username, and pretty much everything. This over here is like an API key. It's just going to tell FreeDNS everything that they need to know. So once you do that, you can save it over here. We're just going to put a description, FreeDNS IP update. We click Save. Over here, once you're done, it's going to give you your IP address over here. And if this is working the way it's supposed to, when we go back to FreeDNS, you should see when you go to your subdomains, it should have that IP over here. So again, I'm deleting most of this because I don't. But since this updated, lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com is now this IP, I know that Dynamic DNS is working because I purposely put the wrong IP in to begin with, and now I know that this is set up the way it's supposed to be. So anytime I'm going to connect to my home server, I can now go to lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com rather than having to save the IP. Now I have something that is easy to remember. So rather than having to remember a number or check that number every single day, I have something that is stable. This is going to update very often, so if your IP changes, this is going to change before you've noticed it, which is great. Welcome. I'm Lewis from the future. I was editing this video and didn't realize that Mr. Clinton walked over my keyboard because I wasn't paying attention to him the night I was talking about OpenVPN. As a result, that video never recorded and I was talking into the void. Let's re-explain what OpenVPN is. OpenVPN is a service that allows me to tunnel into my home network with an encrypted connection. There are many benefits to this. Anytime that you are opening ports on your router, you are exposing services behind your router, which is a security risk. You cannot guarantee 100% security, but what we're trying to do here is we are trying to increase security at each point that we can, and we are trying to mitigate risks. I'm going to show you how to use a bunch of different programs, mail servers, contact servers, note server, the ability to log into your thermostats and change the temperature in your house if you want to an hour before you get home, image servers, file servers, and each one of these has their own individual point of failure. Further, since these are small open source projects, they don't have a lot of eyes on them, and that means that you have a higher risk of there being some sort of security breach if you open these ports to the public. Further, when you open these ports to the public, that means that anybody that gets your IP address or is scanning random IPs can now know here are all the services you're running because they are exposed to the public. OpenVPN stops that because we only have one service that's open to the public, and they need to be able to breach that before they can see everything else. The best way that I can describe it is like this. Running Image and Frigate and Nextcloud and everything else on your home server is like having all of these different doors to your house. If you open the ports for all of these different services, it's a door, but somebody can kick through that door pretty easily. And further, they can see exactly which services you're running, and they can see anything that's going on in your home because this is your window. And if they do manage to kick through the door, well, this is the person watching it on the other end. With small open source projects, you only have a small number of people that are going to be looking and trying to figure out the security flaws in them, because the projects I'm showing you, while they're amazing projects, they have user bases that are measured in the thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands if they're lucky. Whereas OpenVPN is a door like this. Good luck kicking through that door, and you can't see inside. So here, even if you haven't kicked through the door, well, you can see what anybody's doing inside the house. Here, you can't see shit. The only thing you could see is that there's OpenVPN running, but that's it. And if they do kick through that door, well, here's what's waiting for them on the other side. The people combing through the code, they're this, not this. With that said, let's configure and set up OpenVPN. There are certain small settings that if you get these things wrong, you'll wind up with crap where like it connects for 5 or 10 minute increments and disconnects, or stuff just doesn't work right, or you won't be able to get the benefits of the ad blocking I'm showing you later. So if you are advanced as a network administrator or engineer, you probably shouldn't be watching this video anyway. But if you're a newbie, watch very closely to ensure that you set things up exactly as I am here, so that your setup doesn't wind up with any of those aggravating things. So you'll read on forums all the time, like my VPN works for 5 or 10 minutes after I configured it or set it up, and then it dies and stuff like that. And, or you know, I set up pfBlockerNG on my router, but it's not blocking ads on my phone. So just pay attention each step of the way. Now I will return to Lewis of the past, who, yeah. For anybody wondering why I'm wearing sunglasses, I have 3 powerful 25-watt LED bulbs in my ceiling fan that illuminate the room amazingly well. In spite of that, if I don't have studio lighting on, I look like this. These are very bright studio lights, and if I stare at these studio lights while also staring into a screen after 10 p.m., my circadian rhythms will be destroyed and I will never fall asleep. So I get to choose between wearing sunglasses or, well, being invisible. I kind of like my sunglasses. They're pretty nice. So what we need to do is we need to install OpenVPN so that we can have a nice, secure, encrypted remote tunnel into our network where our server is going to be. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to install a package that makes it much easier to do everything that we're looking to do over here. And that package is going to be called OpenVPN Client Export. So go over to System. We're going to go over to Package Manager, Available Packages, and scroll down to, neck is killing me. Scroll down to OpenVPN Client Export. This is going to make it a lot easier for us to create the files we need to make so that we can get everything working on our Android phone, iPhone, or a laptop later, regardless of the operating system we're using. It just makes the process of getting the files you need for OpenVPN's client to work just massively easier, and it takes a few seconds to click. Next up, we go to System, and we are going to create a certificate authority. To be clear here, we're not creating a certificate, we're in authorities. So just think of it, remind yourself of it's a Frank's Sad Cat Diaries. The authorities have left me here to die. My food bowl is empty. Also, watch the Frank Sad Cat Diaries. Anything where the Frank is teaching you about animals, it's exceptional. So descriptive name, we're going to call this OpenVPN Certificate Authority. Next, we're going to change key type over here. Let's make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. We're going to change the key type, type to 4096. Digest algorithm, change this to SHA-512. Common name, OpenVPN, internal CA. Country code, you don't really have to fill this stuff out. There's no point in that. Like, you know where you live and where your server is, so I don't really care about that much. Next, we're going to make a certificate for our server. So this is the certificate that is already there for our for the web GUI that I logged in. We're not using that here. We're not touching that. Descriptive name, OpenVPN Server Cert. Name it something that you are going to remember later. Certificate Authority, OpenVPN Certificate Authority. Make sure it's what we just chose. RSA, again, we're going to match this. 4096. Digest algorithm, SHA-512. Common name, use whatever you put into your Dynamic DNS earlier. That's what I like to put here. So Lewis Home Server chicken killer. Really? Chicken killer? I guess. If the shoe fits, man. If the shoe fits, unfortunately. Chickenkiller.com. Oh, chickenkiller.com. Going to use this later. Again, for all this stuff over here, I don't really care. I know where I live. Certificate type. Remember, this is an important one because it's very easy to miss this. Change certificate type to server certificate, not user certificate, server certificate. And for alternative names, usually I'll just put in my the domain name that I chose for my Dynamic DNS again. Make sure everything I chose is correct because it's late and I'm delirious. Hit save. Great. Next up, we're going to create a user and a user certificate. So go to User Manager. We are going to go to Groups first, and we're going to add a user group for VPN users. So VPN users. There's nothing really crazy to configure here. Just put that in group name and description. Next, go over to users. We're going to create a user over here. VPN user. Password, I'm going to make it the most secure password on earth, which is 5 numbers in a row. Please use a secure password for yourself. When you're doing this, for the love of God, use a secure password. And you want to, if you're going to be somebody who doesn't remember what this is on your phone, you can use a secure password manager like Bitwarden to remember it. And this is going to be a member of VPN users. Very important. Click here to create a user certificate. OpenVPN, VPN user cert for OpenVPN. Certificate authority has to be the same one that we used for creating the OpenVPN server certificate, OpenVPN certificate authority. Over here, again, we're going to set our key type, RSA, 4096 length, digest algorithm, SHA-512. That's got to be the same throughout everything here. And hit save. Once you're done with this, now we're ready to go and create our VPN. All right, so let's set up the VPN. Mr. Clinton started clawing on the door and let me know that it was enough filming for the day. Also, it is daytime again, but I don't want to look at studio lights. I don't know what to say. I kind of got spoiled, so deal with the sunglasses. I really can't stand looking at studio lights anymore. So when we go to VPN up here, go OpenVPN, OpenVPN, go to Wizards. Type of server, local user access. Next. Certificate authority. OpenVPN certificate authority. That's the one we made. Next. Certificate, GUI default. Very bad. Do not use this. That is the certificate that we were using when that was the default one that's made when you make pfSense for the first time. This is for logging into the web interface. We don't want to use the one we use for logging into the web interface. We want to use the server certificate we made. So remember when we made a certificate, named it server certificate? That. Now we're going to set up the settings over here. So separate OpenVPN server. That works for me as my name. Now for local port, I don't want to use 1194. I'm going to use 1195 because I already have an OpenVPN server running on my network because I already have a network. So you can keep it at 1194. There's no problem with 1194. I'm changing it because I have something else on my network already. So DH parameter length over here, ensure that is 4096. That is now over here. When we scroll down to data encryption algorithms, I'm going to choose AES 256 and cha-cha-cha poly 1305. And this is the and the AES 128. But I like to have the 256 GCM over 128 GCM. Have a fallback data encryption one. Use the CBC one just in case. Auto digest. Have that SHA-512. Hardware crypto since I'm using a NUC. Intel RD Rand engine. Now IPv4 tunnel network. This is important. This is going to be the range of IPs that we're using for the VPN clients. So if here I'm going to switch over to DHCP server for a moment. So when you log into my router, remember I'm logging into 192.168.5.1. That's the gateway. But then everybody else who is connecting to my router on the LAN is getting an IP somewhere in here. So this is the range of IPs for people who are connecting to my LAN. And this is the same thing they're asking over here. They're asking for what is going to be the addresses for people who connect to the VPN. So I'm just going to make this 192.168.6.0/24. So this means people who connect to the VPN are going to be 192.168.6.2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth. Continue on. Allow communication between clients connected to the server. I don't really have a need to check or uncheck this because usually I'm going to be the only client connected to the server. And the clients connecting to the server are going to want to connect to the server. They're not going to want to connect to each other. So I leave that unchecked. Now for DNS server, this is very important. You're going to use our pfSense router IP. The entire point of this is to have the benefit of pfBlockerNG, of AdGuard DNS, and all of that. So we want that to be there. Also, it is a good idea to have a fallback just in case something goes wrong. So the AdGuard DNS that you had, it's a good idea to put those over here just in case something goes wrong. I still want to use pfSense as my DNS server because pfSense as my DNS server is going to have both AdGuard DNS and all the benefits of pfBlockerNG. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those two AdGuard DNS servers from before, and I'm going to put that as DNS server number 2 and DNS server number 3. But it's still going to prioritize DNS server number 1, which is my pfSense router. Now we're going to add a rule to permit connections to this VPN server instance from clients anywhere on the internet. Remember, the point of having OpenVPN is that I could connect into my system from outside my home network, so that not having a firewall rule that allows this to happen, it really just it defeats the purpose. And a rule to allow all traffic from connected clients to pass through the tunnel. Yes. Finish. Now there's a few options that I'm going to be changing. Just a few little things over here. So let's scroll through. This is all right. This is all correct. Correct. Now make sure this is checked. Force all client-generated traffic through the tunnel for IPv4. I don't want the traffic to be going to the normal network for any area. I don't want there to be any leaks. I want to be going through here. I want everything to be encrypted through my tunnel, and I want to avoid seeing ads anywhere. So make sure everything goes to the tunnel. Excuse me. Sorry. Now for custom options, there's a few things I'm going to put in here that just, if you're using a smartphone with a spotty connection, this stuff makes it a little bit easier for me to not have to worry about crappy service or random disconnects and stuff like that. And this over here is going to make sure that we are using the DNS that I want. Let's see the data. I've had experiences in the past where clients were kind of not wanting to use my DNS. You must use my DNS. Now for gateway creation, change this from both to IPv4. Just trust me on this one. This will save aggravation later. Okay, well, I'm just going to review my connections and make sure that I did not miss anything that's important here. And also for server mode, SSL TLS plus user auth means in addition to having a certificate to connect to the server, you're also going to have a username and a password. And later on, we may even do some two-factor authentication just to go crazy with it. For fun. Now hit save. We'll take a moment to save. Now after it saves, go to Client Export. This is what's going to make it easier. This is what we installed before. So this is our VPN server. Now for host name over here, you're going to put in your Dynamic DNS URL that you got, or the name, essentially the name of your website over here. So this is what is going to point to my home IP address. I want to put that here so that every time I connect to my VPN, instead of having to type in the IP address manually, I have the IP address automatically attached to lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com. I actually have my fishy in the upper right corner of the screen. And I was looking at my fishy because they're cute. They are really cute. I love my fishy. Okay. After this, scroll down. Now you should hit save as default on the host name. After you change the host name. And then now OpenVPN clients. This is the user that you created. Remember that? So you're going to click Android, and it's going to download a file. Now once you have that file, you're going to put it on your phone. So let's take that file. Should I have just download it again? There we go. Okay, I'm going to take that file, and I'm going to put it on my phone. Now the real fun begins. So I'm going to grab that file that I just sent myself. I'm going to open it with OpenVPN. I'm going to import the profile. My username, VPN user. I'm going to save my password for now, my ultra secure password of 12345. For the love of God, use a real secure password. Don't do this. Don't use my password. Use a real password. Okay, disconnect VPN. I also forgot that I'm connected to my home Wi-Fi, so let's disconnect from that because that defeats the purpose here.
Okay. Yeah, so I just disconnected from my home Wi-Fi, so I'm only on 5G. Okay, profiles. Go settings. Down here. Advanced settings. Go and change this from legacy to preferred. And DNS fallback. Use Google DNS as a fallback. No. No, no, no. No, no. Okay.
Next up, we are going to come up with a comprehensive solution for blocking advertisements at the router level. Why do we want to block at the router level? Number of different reasons. First of which is obviously simplicity. Rather than having to have ad blocking on every single device of ours, we can have it on one device. But more importantly, it's so that advertisements cannot get through to areas that we can't ad block by traditional means. When I install Firefox or Brave or any other browser, you bet your ass it's going to be loaded up with uBlock Origin, Brave Shields, Canvas Blocker, NoScript. I'm never seeing an advertisement in my web browser. But what about devices we attach to our network where we cannot install an ad blocker? What if I install an application on my Android phone that has advertisements inside of the application? I don't have a way to ad block that. What if I have a smart TV and it's trying to serve me advertisements? I can't install ad block on my television. But what I can control is the internet connectivity that that device has, and I can control the device that allows it to connect to the internet. And as long as I can control my router, I can control the advertisements that show up on my device. If I have an Android application on my phone and it's trying to contact googleadservices.com, what if my router just says no? What if it just says we're not going to load that? We are not, like, my router is not going to be a common carrier with net neutrality. My router is not neutral. My router says FU advertisements because it is biased. That's what I want. I want a nice biased router that says FU to advertisements. And there are two different ways that we're going to do this. The first is through IP address blocking, and the second is through domain name blocking. What is a domain name? A domain name is simply the name of a website. RossmanGroup.com, Google.com. GoogleAdServices.com. Your computer has no idea what RossmanGroup.com is. It has no clue what Google.com is. What it does is it asks a server, what is Google.com? And then the server will say, Google.com is 3.3.3.3. Similar to a phone book. You can't go to your phone back in the day and type in Louis Rossman. You're not going to be able to call me. You had to go to the white pages, and then you would find the name Louis Rossman, and then next to it, you see the phone number, 347-552-2258. Now, what we're doing here is we are going to block based on both. We are going to block the names of websites that are known to be filled with ads, but we're also going to block the IP addresses of them as well. The reason we need to block both is because domain names and IP addresses can change. So let's say that there's an ad server that's filled with garbage at 1.1.1.1, and that is GoogleAdServices.com. GoogleAdServices.com points to 1.1.1.1. Now, what if Google changes that to GoogleMarketingServices.com, links to 1.1.1.1? If I'm only listing names of websites that are known to be advertisements, I'm going to miss that, and I'm going to start seeing ads again. So I want to block the IP addresses as well. But what if I block 1.1.1.1, and now Google has a change because there was a storm somewhere and they had to move data centers? What if GoogleAdServices.com now goes to 1.1.1.2? If I'm only blocking IP addresses and not domain names, I'm going to start seeing ads again. So you want to block both. So we are going to use a program called pfBlockerNG that helps us block both. It is going to use a list of feeds that you subscribe to. You can control the feeds you subscribe to. You can control the frequency that you update these feeds, and these feeds will be blocked. So any device that's connecting to your router that is using your router's DNS will no longer be able to see any of these ad feeds. And if you are connecting to this router at all, the IP addresses that it blocks, you're not going to see. First thing I want to do before I get to anything else is I want to see what my baseline is before I actually install any of this stuff or set it up. I don't want to use a web browser that, like my normal one, that has all this ad blocking stuff built into it, because then I'm not going to be able to tell if what I did actually did anything. So we are going to start out with stock Google Chrome with no extensions installed at all and go from there. So I'm going to do a couple of quick tests. God knows that Google is not going to give me a web browser by default that blocks ads. Something tells me that's not how this works. The first thing I'm going to do is use D3 Ward's Adblock tester, and then there's a DNS leak website that is going to show me what DNS server I'm using so we get an idea of where we started out. So on adblock-tester.com, 38 points out of 100. When I go to D3 Ward for Adblock testing, it says I've blocked 6 out of 135, which is pathetic, and I am using my home device for DNS, so the DNS resolver within pfSense is what's working. So that's our baseline. Now that we know what our baseline is, let's install something from scratch. So what we're going to do is we're going to install a package called pfBlockerNG. pfBlockerNG is going to be a package that sits on the router. This is going to do a lovely job of getting rid of a lot of junky ads. So let's get started with this. We're going to configure it, and I'll be honest, the interface of this is not exactly the best, but it is free and it works. So you kind of get what you pay for. So we go to pfBlock, we go to firewall, pfBlockerNG, once it's done installing, and this is what it looks like. It's enabled over there by default. So I'm going to open up all the different tabs that you get over here, and we're going to look through them together. So first, IP blocking, this is enabled. Now, you want to make sure for the outbound rules that it's blocking both LAN and OpenVPN. Remember, we want everybody that connects to this to be able to get the benefits of the IP blocking of blocking the service. Like when I attach my phone to this, I don't want to see ads either. So make sure that you're blocking the OpenVPN interface as well. That should be set up by default. These are the lists that you start with. For DNS block, here it's going to be unbound mode, so it's going to be using my DNS resolver. DNS groups, these are the ones that are already working. This is going to be what everything resolves to. So when you go to googleadservices.com, instead of it going to Google Ad Server, instead of it going on 1.2.2.2, where that's the IP address of Google's ad server, it's going to serve it this, which is going to be bunk. And again, over here, permit firewall rules. Make sure that you choose both your LAN and your OpenVPN interface over there. When you get to feeds, this is a little bit intimidating. So you have this, which is telling you what it is we're blocking. So this is the IP address feeds. And then on the bottom, those are the website name feeds for DNS blocking. So this would be like blocking googleadservices.com, and up here would be blocking 2.1.1.1 and stuff like that. And when you have feed website over here, you can click to see who it is if you want to know who's, get an idea of what that community is like. And then this is the list itself. So if you want to see stop forum spam, you can look at their forum, get an idea of how they operate, who they are, figure out if you trust them or not. And then over here, it's going to give you the actual list. So all we really need to do here in the beginning is click like crazy and add a bunch of new feeds, because that's going to be fun. Now, these ones with the checkbox over there, it means that you've already got them. This, when you see a checkbox on the left, this is going to be for a group. So for instance, when you have this blue checkbox up here, it means that all the stuff in this group, PR1, PRI1, PRI1, blah, 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 that's already blue checked. So these are going to be the individual feeds, and then this is going to be the entire group. So I'm going to go and add a bunch more. As you can see, there's already a lot of stuff here. I don't want to add Tor. I don't hate Tor. There's no reason for me to block Tor. I'm not going to block torrent IPs because, why would you block torrent trackers? That's like the people that DDoSed Pornhub.com. They provide you with free porn and you DDoS them. And you're like, why? Right, so this is AWS. I don't want to block that. This is public DNS servers. No need to block any of that. We're already blocking a good amount of stuff. See, email. I do not want to block email servers. I have nothing against email servers, but I would like to block malicious. So I'm going to open that in a new tab with my middle mouse button. Phishing. I have no love for phishing. Malware, no love for malware. Malicious, I'll take a little bit of that. It's like shopping at HEB. All these suspicious stuff over here, that's already added. Trackers and a bunch of other stuff. So now we're going to go to each of them. Hit enable all. And then make sure for the DNS block lists, it is set to action unbound. And for the IP lists, make sure it's set to deny both. So this one requires an API key. You have to pay for that, which is why that one is off. Over here, click enable all, save. Oh, API key. Yeah. I'm not saying it's not worth paying for these lists, but I'm not going to go down all of them and figure out which ones are worth paying for right now. So this one, enable all, action, unbound. If you enable all the lists, but you have action still set to disabled, you're not getting any benefit. Line 16, API key is not defined. I'll delete that one. There we go. And we can go back to feeds, and I'm just going to double check through and see that I've got a bunch of stuff selected. So, let's see what these things are for. Scanners, stop forum spam, binary defense. What is this? Yeah, I'm not going to do, I don't want to block Tor. Okay, these are spam ones, domains. So I am happy to block a bunch of email spam. No love for email spam. Now, once I'm done with all that, I want to go to update, select force option, update, run, reload option is going to be all. And we're going to download as much of these as humanly possible. It's going to take a few minutes, no big deal. I will see you in the future. Our update to our feeds has finished and been reloaded. So I'm going to go back to Google Chrome, and I'm going to remove all the cache, cookies, anything like that. And we are going to see the score that we get now. So let's go back and Adblock test and see how they do. So you remember how bad our score was before, right? Either 32 or a 38 on this thing. We get a 78 now. And on D3 Ward, we blocked, I think, 6 or 8. And oh my God. Wow. 119 blocked. Nice. Very nice. Now, the third thing we can do, and just in case we want some insurance here, is we can stop using the standard DNS servers that get used here, and we can force it to use AdGuard DNS. AdGuard DNS is like a phone book that just rejects assholes. So you can't get, which is beautiful. So I'm going to go and change our DNS over to AdGuard DNS and see, I'm going to show you how to do that. So we're going to find our AdGuard DNS servers at AdGuard-DNS.io. We're going to go to routers, configure our DNS manually, and it's going to give us IP addresses of router servers, which is nice. So you just click and you copy them. Now you have two. You have non-filtering and this. We want the AdGuard ones that block ads and trackers. So you're going to copy those. Go back to pfBlocker. Go System. General Setup. Allow DNS server list to be overridden by DHCP, PPP, or WAN remote server. No. I don't want to use my ISP's DNS. I want to use mine. So we are going to add those DNS servers over here. Let's add each one. Bye-bye Google DNS. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Is that NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? Why? Something, something, something. Bye, bye, bye. I'll go over to Services. DNS Resolver. In DNS Resolver, when I click Enable Forwarding Mode, I'm going to click Save, and then I'm going to reload the service once that's done. It's going to zip the modern way. All right, the DNS Resolver configuration has been changed. The changes must be applied for them to take effect. Apply changes. You have DNS forwarding mode on. Then we're going to reload our service. And we're going to make sure that it is running. So status, services. Beautiful. It is running. Now we're going to open up Chrome. DNSLeakTest.com. We're going to check the standard test. And as you can see, it shows that we are using AdGuard DNS. So we successfully changed our DNS server over. The reason I checked this at the beginning and also at the end is to make sure that we didn't mess anything up in the process. Next up, we're going to check out some ad blockers again and see how we perform. 131 blocked. So our test result is better. And over here we get 78 points out of 100. This is beautiful. Now I'm going to log into the VPN from a smartphone. And we are going to see if it's possible to have all the same ad blocking benefits on the phone. We're going to do the same little before and after test. And I'm also going to make sure that the router is accessible so that I know that the VPN is working. So the first thing I have to do is I have to hold my phone far away from my microphone because the 5G in my phone is giving my microphone COVID. It was making a lot of noises before. That's a joke, by the way, for people watching on Rumble. So let's search over here for D3 Ward. D3 Ward ad blocker. This is me just connected to standard smartphone internet. There's a lot of red over here, so as you can see, yeah, 17 blocked, 118 not blocked. New tab. Adblock tester. .38 points out of 100. And now let's see whose DNS I'm using here. So DNS leak test. Extended test. This is T-Mobile's DNS. Next up, I'm going to attach to my VPN. After attaching to my VPN, let's clear everything here. Browsing data, cookies, cache, all that stuff. DNS, I'm going to go there from scratch. Make sure that I'm not using T-Mobile's anymore. This also makes sure that my VPN is properly passing over DNS and all the good stuff. So it shows my other home IP address, so I am logged into the VPN. That's a good thing. Notice how the servers found is stuck at 1 right now. So that means that most likely I am getting different results, which is great. Beautiful. AdGuard DNS. Next up, let's go over to our ad blocking tabs over here. Retest. Look at all that green. Oh, that's gorgeous. 131 blocked. This is stock Google Chrome, no extensions. 78 out of 100. So all of the ad blocking benefit from the router is now achievable through any device that I attach to my network, which means any application on this phone that is running, that wants to access those advertising servers can't if it's on those lists. Now, let's make sure I can access my router. Before we move forward, it is critical, crucial, essential. By the way, an aside, I want to make a written version of this guide. There's the right way to do it, where I write it, and the lazy way to do it, where I take my transcript of this video and feed it to ChatGPT. You'll know whether I did it the former way or the latter way based on how many times you see crucial and essential in it. Just keep that in mind. So it is crucial and essential, ChatGPT's favorite words over there, to make sure that I can attach to my home router over here, even when I'm not attached to my home network, because this means that my VPN is working and it's allowing me to access local services. And as you can see, it is. So this means that we can move on to the next step. We can start, now that we have a proper base, which is a functioning router, functioning VPN server that does everything it's supposed to, and functioning Adblock, and we also don't have any issues where it's randomly disconnecting every 5 minutes or any of that nonsense. Here's the fun part. Next up, we're going to be installing an operating system onto our server hardware that we're going to be using as a server. When I say server, you don't have to buy anything fancy. A server can be anything. At one point, I was using a 10-year-old laptop as a server. And here, I'm going to be using almost 10-year-old desktop that I just put into this case that got left at the store as a server. It is an older computer, and it's going to have 2 solid-state drives in it that we are going to use in RAID 1. So I put 2 drives in here that I'm going to be putting in RAID 1. I'd suggest that just as a base setup. It's not, these drives are dirt cheap nowadays. The point of RAID is not to have a backup. RAID 1 is where each drive is going to be a mirror of the other. So if one drive dies, it's still going to continue running off of the other. That in and of itself is not a backup solution. However, it is just one tool that we are going to use as part of an overall backup solution that I'll be going over later. The reason RAID is not a backup is because, one, when one of the drives dies, if you got two drives of the same brand at the same time, when one dies, the other one's probably going to go with it. The second is that a lot of the times people don't check. Because RAID 1 works so well, where when one drive dies, the other one just keeps chugging along and working perfectly, you are not going to know that the first drive died until the second drive also dies and the whole thing is dead. But there's going to be a plan that we have to mitigate that, and we're going to go over that at the end of the video. For now, all you need to know, find yourself an old computer, put two drives in it, preferably SSDs, so that this will work fast, and let's get started. So I'm going to be using Ubuntu Linux for this. The reason I'm going to be using Ubuntu instead of other distributions is because I imagine if you're watching this video, you are probably closer to the newbie part of the spectrum than the advanced expert part of the spectrum. If you boot into a Gentoo Linux terminal or an Arch Linux terminal using their install disk, and you just see a command prompt and like you're supposed to bootstrap your own operating system on your own, have fun. That's a lot of extra work, in my opinion, for very little benefit if you're a newbie. I use Arch Linux, and I used to use Gentoo for 12 years because I enjoy pain. I want my life to be more difficult than it has to be, whether it's my personal relationships, my work life, my career, or my home operating systems and server. I like pain, but I am not going to impart that preference onto you because that should not be your preference. We're going to be using Ubuntu for a number of different reasons. It's insanely easy. It's got a lot of great documentation. There's a giant community out there of people that'll help you with all this stuff. It's being used as a server by many other people. And if you use the LTS release, you're getting a bunch of software that's pretty much made to work together. If I'm using Arch Linux, I love Arch. I get bleeding edge software packages all the time. Bleeding edge is not exactly what I'm looking for when I want a server. I want something that's dependable, that works, where somebody else kind of curated the packages that are going into it. So with that being said, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to their website. And let's go over to products. We're going to go to ubuntu.com, go products, Ubuntu Server, download Ubuntu Server, and we click download over here. You want to make sure that you're downloading the LTS version. You want to download this is going to be the stable one. You don't want to download the one with the latest, newest, and greatest software. You want to download the proven works LTS one. So after that, take your drive and we're going to plug it in. So this is where I'm a little bit crazy just because I've had problems before where I've done something very careless and stupid. So what I'm going to do, fdisk-L, it shows me the drives in my machine. Now, after I do that, I'm going to plug in my flash drive. I do it again. I see the new one, SDC, dev SDC. That's how, so this is the drive I just plugged in. Now, just because, not saying I speak from personal experience or anything, I've never accidentally deleted somebody else's data or mine. I unplug the drive again. SDC is gone. I plug it back in. SDC is there. That's another great thing about RAID 1 for your operating system, by the way. If you accidentally DD over your operating system drive, you have two. Yeah, back to this. So now what I'm going to do is we are going to use DD to take that image file I just downloaded. So DD if equals downloads folder, Ubuntu Server ISO, there we go, of equals dev SDC. Block size equals 4 megabytes. Status equals progress. I think I got the mask command wrong, but we'll see. Now that says it's copying at 1 gigabyte a second, which is there's no way in hell with what I paid for that drive. I also think I made a mistake, and I may have my front USB ports on my computer might still be USB 2. If that's the case, I will edit out the amount of time it's taking to copy this because it'll be insanely slow, and that would suck to sit through. I have a feeling that it's working at USB 2 speed. That would kind of suck. Let's see. Just going to wait for it to finish. Have the Jeopardy music playing in my head right now. Anybody remember that Honeymooners episode? Can it core an apple?
It's zip! It's zipping the modern way! Amazing! It's zip, and it's up. Fast it is! Ha ha! There, I am through!
Jackie Gleason, Art Carney. True talent. Anyways, you could see over here, it copied at 24 megabytes per second, so it was indeed zipping the modern way with USB 2 because I fucked up when I built this computer. So now that that's done, we're gonna take our Ubuntu Linux server drive, plug it in here, and boot. Come on, turn on. You can do it. You can do it. All right, so what we're going to do here is we go to boot menu. You're going to spam F12. The key is going to be different on whatever computer you're using because they all have, you're going to have to hit whatever key is necessary for you to boot into a different drive than this default. Now let's take a look at what I have on this computer. So I have fish grub. That is likely this SSD from my fish computer that I stole for this video. That's an SSD that I plugged in, 250 gig, not it. Windows Boot Manager, definitely ain't it. UEFI Samsung flash drive, that's what I plugged in, that's it. It's 250 gigabyte Samsung Evo, not it, that's my SSD, that's also my SSD. Enter setup, that's not boot. So the two options that make sense are Samsung flash drive and non-UEFI Samsung flash drive. I want to use UEFI Samsung flash drive if it's a modern computer, and we're gonna click this or hit enter on that, and we're gonna boot up into Ubuntu Server. So try or install Ubuntu Server. We're almost there. So I'm going to choose English. I'm going to hit done. Okay, now for Ubuntu Server, I'm not going to install the minimalized one. I'll install, let's see. I'll install a normal one. Search for third-party drivers. I am not Richard Stallman, so I just want my computer to work. I will take some proprietary stuff if it means my computer works. I don't want to code my own kernel drivers here. Okay, now for network, this is going to be very important. So I have two interfaces here that you can see. I don't need both interfaces. That's completely unnecessary. But let's just focus on the one that's plugged in. Most likely your computer that you'll use as a server only has one Ethernet port, so you won't have to even think about which one to choose. The one that I'm going to configure is the one that is trying to get an address. So this one, auto-config failed. This one, DHCP v4, it already has tried to grab an IP address, so that's the one that my cable is plugged into. Now, what is DHCP? DHCP means that this is going to grab an IP address from my router automatically when it connects to it. Now, you want this if you're just setting up any just random computer in your house. If you have a laptop connecting to Wi-Fi, you don't want to have to manually specify an IP every time you log in. That's lame. But in a server environment, I want this IP to stay the way it is. I do not want it to be dynamic. That's the D in DHCP. I want it to be static, meaning the IP stays the same. So what we're going to do here is we are going to set it up so that it stays the same. But before we set it up so it stays the same, let's just go back to our router setup so I can give you a bit of an idea of how you would set this up. So when you are in your pfSense router, go Services, DHCP Server. This here is a subnet. What 192.168.5.0/24 means, this means everything within 192.168.5.1 to 192.168.5.254. That's what this is. So this is an abbreviation for this. So really just pay attention to this. So when we set this up, 192.168.5.1 is my router's gateway. So that IP address is taken up by my router because when I'm logging into my router, I'm going to 192.168.5.1. Now over here, you'll notice that my address pool range is from .15 to .245. Which means that 246 through 254 are available. And it also means that from .2 to 14 are available. The reason that is set up this way is because I want there to be a buffer of IPs that I have for servers and everything else that I connect. So I don't want there to be any sort of conflict where somebody plugs their computer in while my computer is rebooting and they've stolen my IP or any of that kind of horseshit. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to choose an IP address between 192.168.5.2 to 192.168.5.14 for my servers. And then just to make sure that if somebody else is deciding to use a static IP and they think that they're going to be sneaky and they're going to take the IP of my server while it's rebooting, we're going to create what's called a static mapping to ensure that this is the only computer that can have that IP. So to be clear, on average everyday people, when they plug an Ethernet port into your switch, what they are doing is it's automatically going to grab an IP address from that router based on whatever the router wants to assign it based on this range. A static IP means it's going to ask for a very specific IP. And if that IP is available, it gets it. If that IP is not available, sucks to suck, you're not going online. So we're going to set a static IP, so we always know what the IP is. And then we're going to set up what's called a static mapping to ensure this is the only computer that can get that IP to ensure that it's always available. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here, go edit IPv4. I'm going to change that from DHCP to manual. Now subnet over here, remember subnet is going to be the same thing that we saw in pfSense over here. So when you scroll down, DHCP, subnet is going to be this, and then the IP is going to be whatever I choose manually. So back here, subnet 192.168.5.0/24, and address 192.168.5.2. Gateway, that's going to be my pfSense router. So you're going to type in there whatever the IP address is of your router that you're using to log in when you log into pfSense, which for me is going to be 5.1. Now name server, very important. Your name server is going to be the DNS server, and you want that to be the pfSense router. 2.168.5.1. Save. Okay, now make that full screen so I can see everything again, and hit done. I'm not going to be using a proxy to connect to the internet. It's testing the mirror. Once that's done, we are going to hit done and set up our drives. Now, don't use an entire disk. We're not using that. I want to set up RAID 1, and I want it to be encrypted on the OS drive. You would think that with how easy Ubuntu is that this would be intuitive, but Ubuntu somehow managed to come up with a way to actually make this more difficult than using Gentoo and doing this from the command line. I'm not kidding. So watch this. This is like I'm going to be eating my words on Ubuntu being easy for beginners. So if I want to set up RAID 1, even the Debian installer is easier than this. Watch this. So first thing I need to do is I'm going to go to each one of my Samsung SSDs that I plugged in, Samsung SSD over there, and Samsung SSD over here. These are going to be formatted and erased. These are just drives that I grabbed from old Linux backups that I don't need anymore, so erase. And where it says Samsung Flash Drive FIT, that's our installer disk. We're not touching that. Pretend that that doesn't exist. So the first thing we're going to do with each one, you're going to click on each drive and go Use as boot device. Click on the drive, add as another boot device. Once that's done, you'll see on the bottom that there is an EFI partition that is prepared that's going to be mounted at boot/EFI. That is 1 gigabyte. That is insane. You do not need a 1 gigabyte boot partition. So we're going to edit this over to 512 megabytes. And on the bottom over here, we are also going to edit the one that it created on the other SSD to 512 megabytes. So 512M, 512M. Next, we're going to create another partition for the boot partition. And again, this is where this is counterintuitive if you want to use RAID. You would think, I'm just going to create mount/boot. They made it easy for me. No, they didn't. No. You're going to go here and you're going to go leave unmounted. And we are also not going to format it either. So 1G. And we're going to do that for each drive. So we did that for the first SSD. We're going to do it for the second SSD. 1 gigabyte boot partition. Leave unformatted. I put a lowercase g up there. I actually don't remember if that matters in the Ubuntu installer, but okay. Now, after we do that, we are going to create a software RAID out of those partitions. So partition 2 on here and partition 2 over here. And I'm going to call that boot RAID 1. That'll be mine. So that's where I'm booting from. Remember, partition 2 on each of the Samsung drives. Boot RAID 1. Create. Now, we have free space left on each drive, 231 gigs, because these are both 250 gig drives. We're going to create a partition. That's going to be our root partition. Again, we're not going to format it yet, because that's control. We are going to leave it unformatted. And then we are going to make a partition on the other one, and also leave that unformatted. And note, since I want to use the rest of the space in the drive, I'm not filling in any space and size over here. Now we're going to create another software RAID, and we're going to call this OS drive RAID 1, because our OS is going there. Now, you can name it whatever you want. I mean, I have silly names for things, so. We are going to make, this is, again, make sure that RAID level is going to be mirrored. It defaulted to RAID 1. I should have said something, but RAID level mirrored. Just because it is defaulting to RAID 1 for me does not mean in the next version it will. All right. Great. Now, on the bottom, it was showing you the partitions you made on your drives that are used. Up here, you're going to see the RAIDs that we made over here, right? So md/boot RAID. So we have this, and this we're going to format this as our boot drive now. Now we format it. So we're going to go up there. Remember, boot RAID that I just made. We're going to enter, format, ext4, mount, boot. Done. Now the next one for root. This we're going to use to create, we're going to create a volume group on this. This is going to have a volume group created on it with LVM. Now here's the fun part. LVM, let's see, I'm going to call it Ubuntu install. Now, where are we installing it? I have no idea. Remember what I said about the LTS releases being the ones that are, oh, this is bug tested, it's all stable. Yeah, so look at this. So you literally can't see the device. So this is 231 gigs. This is 2.57 gigs. That's 27 gigs, and I have no idea which is which. This is actually a bug that's supposed to be in the beta version, and this is not the beta version anymore, but that bug is still there. I'm actually curious, why is it showing me 2.6 gigabytes? Because I know that I have the flash drive, which is 26, my EFI partitions, which are each 512, my boot RAID, which is going, the boot RAID is 1 gigabyte, because it's RAID 1, and then I have the 232 gigabytes for my, yeah, for my Linux, man. It's Linux. Like, it is what it is. It's, you get, I'm getting what I pay for here. I'm just going to double check that my, yeah, let's just make sure that this was striped. Yeah, it says RAID 1 for both. Okay, that's good. So we're going to guess here. This is what we call YOLO. Remember what I was talking about with rolling the dice before? With figuring out which Ethernet port it is? We're going to YOLO. We're going to roll the dice. So create volume group. I'm going to call it Ubuntu install. And for device, I'm using the scientific method here of clicking each and seeing what the sizes are. So the 231 gigabyte one is the one for me. Now create encrypted volume. So here I am going to create an encrypted volume. Choose a password here that you'll remember. Put it in a password manager if you have to. Don't use 1234. The whole point of encrypting is so that if your computer gets stolen out of your house, when they boot it up, even if they've stolen your computer, they're not going to get access to your data. Like people, the type of people that need to break into your house to steal your server are not the type of people that are going to break into this. Like, unless you're getting your door beat down by the CIA or the NSA or something. But for the most part, you don't have to worry about people breaking into this. Make sure that you're creating an encrypted volume. This is very, very important here. We're not encrypting boot, and we're not encrypting boot EFI, but we are encrypting this. You can create a recovery key if you want. I'm not creating a recovery key here. That's a personal preference thing. I will remember my password from now until the end of time. Okay, now that I've created my logical volume group, I am now going to create a logical volume on it. Ubuntu install. We're going to call this Ubuntu root. The size is going to be the max. I'm going to mount this as boot and format it as ext4. So if we go to the top over here, you'll see we have our root, 231 gigs, boot, 1 gig, and boot /EFI, which is the 512 megabytes. This boot EFI is on the each partition 1 of disk 1 and 2. Boot is on the software RAID that we created, and root over here is on the logical volume manager, encrypted, which is also sitting on my software RAID. That is a mouthful right there. So we can hit done. Continue. Only continue if you know that you have nothing on those drives that matters. Think about it. Think about it. Continue. Okay, my name, Lewis. My server's name, Happy Cloud. Yes. Username, Lewis. Password, the most secure password on planet Earth. Done. I'm going to skip Ubuntu Pro for now. Install OpenSSH server? Yes, because we do want to be able to SSH into this. I mean, if you want, you could use it with a monitor and a keyboard and all that. But I want to be able to remote into this so that I can set it up without having to be right in front of it all the time. Done. No applicable third-party drivers are available. Okay, so that's great. I'm Stallman compatible. Now, over here, I'm not going to install any extra stuff. It is installing. And we're going to let it install. Zip, zip. Zipping the modern way. Really need a better desk for this. I did not think through the desk environment at all. All right, now we are ready to reboot and enter our server environment. Let's see if it reboots. If it does, we're good. If it doesn't, we screwed something up horribly. So I am going to unplug the USB only once it reboots, once it's done turning off. I don't want to mess anything up here. Failed on mounting CD-ROM. It's because I don't have one. Who has a CD-ROM drive in their computer anymore? I do have a Pioneer BDR2213 in my computer upstairs. You probably know what that's for. I'll give it a minute to finish unmounting. When I see it start to boot up again, I will unplug my USB. Unless it never does. M. Actually, here we go. Let's see it boot up. Look at you. You're booting. Okay, now it's going to ask us to type in our password to unlock our disk. If we forget this password, no data from this point onwards. You forget that password, and if you didn't make a key, your data is gone. You will not get that until quantum computing becomes mainstream. Hope I live that long. Now notice that it grabbed an IP of 192.168.5.2. Since that's been done, now would be a good time to make sure while everything's booting up that we set up our static IP mapping that I talked about earlier. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go over to pfSense. And I'm going to go to status. And then I'm going to diagnostics actually. And I'm going to go to ARP table. In ARP table, I will see the MAC address of everything that is hooked up here. 192.168.5.2 is this computer. So I'm going to click on this, copy. That is the MAC address. That is the interface of this particular computer. Everything else over here is for some other stuff that I set up in order for this to work and function alongside of my other router, because I have another router since I have two setups in my home. Now, we have 192.168.5.2. We've taken our MAC address. We are going to go and create what's called a static mapping. So go services, DHCP server. Let's discuss ISC DHCP, KEA DHCP, and why this matters. What are these things? That's an excellent question. DHCP is going to be how your clients are connecting to your router. Are they getting an IP address that your router is assigning to them, or are they getting IP addresses manually? Our clients are getting them manually, and they are registering with host names. But one of the things that I like about ISC DHCP that is not in KEA DHCP, and that is something that pfSense is going to constantly spam you about, is that it has this special option when you go to the DNS resolver. So when I go go services and DNS resolver, I have these two checkboxes over here, and one of them says register DHCP leases in the DNS resolver, and the other one says register DHCP static mappings in the DNS resolver. What this does is it allows me to take those static mappings that I made when you go to services, DHCP server, and static mappings, and it allows me to use these to go in my web browser or in my terminal and find that actual machine. So when you go down here, you'll see DHCP static mappings, and I have hostname, Android stuff. Now what you do is you take that hostname, and when you go to system and general setup, you combine it with the domain name. So if our host name is Android stuff, and the domain name that you see over here is home.arpa, I could type androidstuff.home.arpa in my browser, and it will take me to 192.168.5.5. This is a really, really cool feature, and I like that feature. It means that instead of having to remember IP addresses, I can simply remember the names of the machines. And this is a great thing. And this is something that is missing from the KEA DHCP version that you are going to constantly be spammed about when you are trying to use this particular router or firewall. Now, when you go to networking, you're going to notice it says this: ISE DHCP has reached end of life and will be removed from all future version of pfSense. That's fine. I understand it. KEA DHCP is the newer modern DHCP distribution from ISE. Again, I understand that. That includes the most requested features, and this is where the Linuxism comes in. Because here's the thing. When you switch over to KEA DHCP, I want you to tell me if you notice anything different over here. Most requested features, my balls. You go to services in DNS resolver, and what happened to register DHCP static mappings and leases in the DNS resolver? It's gone. So guess what is going to happen if I try to use my host names there? And you can probably guess where I'm going with this. It's going to constantly ask you to switch. Now, I have been using pfSense for so long that my own setup, I started with ISE DHCP before there was even a warning about it. But KEA DHCP, ISE DHCP, DNS resolver, register, static. If you just do a very, very quick search over here, you'll find this on the Netgate forum. And this is what I have to say again when it comes to the... I love the software, but the thing I said about the developers early in the video is that this is an interesting one. So this person is looking for this very, very important feature that apparently is not among the features they consider to be important features. And when you scroll down over here, you will get one of these responses from, again, in my opinion, your standard Linux forum bag of dicks. KEA is stable and functionality well documented. Merely lacking subjectively expected features doesn't make it unstable. And no, registering DHCP leases into a local zone file is not a critical function of a DHCP server. In fact, it's not even a thing outside the context of pfSense. AKA, I know you had this feature in older versions of your router where you could use your host name like androidstuff.home.arpa, and that would allow you to visit that computer. But now in this new version of this DHCP server, that is no longer going to be there, and we didn't even think that it was necessary for us to alert you of that before constantly spamming you to change over to this new service that is going to fuck up your entire home network. This is why people who write Linux documentation are the bane of my existence. They are evil, they are not good people, and they will fuck with your mind and gaslight the shit out of you if you let them.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up. We made this one up. It's a made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer. Not this time. It never happened. It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened. No way. We got you. Not a chance. Not this time. It never happened. It never happened. We made this one up. It's fiction. We made up this one. We made it up. Not this time. Wrong. Not this time. Not this time. You're wrong. Not this time. It never happened.
Never let them. It is not you that is crazy because every single day your router asked you, please, please, for the love of God, switch to this new thing. And then when you switch to the new thing, the stuff that worked before just doesn't work now. Is that a necessary feature of a DHCP server? No. No, it is not. You are correct, Internet man. Is it a feature that I care about if my network has been using this for almost 10 years and now you're just taking it away from me? Yes, it is. There is absolutely nothing wrong with saying that this is deprecated. We didn't make this thing. This is the new thing that's available. You got to use this, and here's what's missing. But that's not the way it was written. The way this was written is it says most requested features are there. There is not even a footnote saying that that is missing. That is going to be very, very annoying if you are somebody who has been using this software for 10 years, is setting up a new installation, and can't figure out for the life of them why this thing that always worked before, that was pretty damn cool and useful, doesn't work now. It's just like it worked. You took it away from people. It's something that's really, really important, and it's not in the documents. Just be careful those Linux people on those forums, because again, it ain't you that's crazy. It's them. So I would suggest that you stick with ISC DHCP until this stuff is configured, because I like my DHCP static mappings showing up so that if I set up a static mapping, I can just go androidstuff.home.arpa and it just works. I don't like the fact that I have to reconfigure my entire network to use IP addresses or manually register every single one of those in the DNS resolver myself because somebody else thought it was not imperative that they tell me this about my router when they're taking away that feature from me. Something to keep in mind if you decide to use KEA DHCP instead of ISC DHCP. But I'm not salty. Now we're going to scroll to the bottom, add static mapping. Now we're going to paste the MAC address. That is a unique address that represents the network interface card that I plugged the Ethernet plug into on my server. And the IP address is going to be what we set the static IP to, 192.168.5.2. I could set it to, we're going to have happy cloud server static IP. This is already going in, to use the gateway. This gateway is default, so we hit save. The changes must be applied. Now what this means is that if somebody plugs in their device into my network, Wi-Fi, or with a plug, and they try to take the IP address of 192.168.5.2, my router is going to check, and it's going to say, is this your MAC address? And if that's not its MAC address, then it's going to say, screw you. That IP address is reserved. Now, yeah, you could spoof a MAC address and stuff like that, but when I'm doing this, I'm not doing this because this is not something that's being done for security. This is something that's being done from my own carelessness. If I accidentally tried to boot up another device that just so happened to have a static IP that I forgot I set to the same static IP as this, so that that doesn't happen. This is not being done so that if somebody breaks into my house, they can't log in and MAC address spoof or anything like that. You can spoof a MAC address. This is not a security thing. This is really just a carelessness thing, so that to kind of get around my own natural inclination towards being careless. So now that that's done, let's get started with setting up Ubuntu Server the way that we need it to be so that we can use it for all of our fun purposes. Next up, we're going to configure networking. You may wonder, what are we talking about? Why are we configuring networking again if we have already done that during the installation? We created a static IP, we created a static mapping so something else can't take it. I thought we were done. We're done for this server. But we're not running one server. We're actually going to run multiple servers within this server. The reason that we're going to be using virtual machines to run multiple servers within a server is because it makes things easy when something screws up. Let's say that I have FreePBX and Home Assistant and Mailcow and Nextcloud and Image and Frigate all installed on this device. That's a lot of stuff. Now let's say I just hose one of them. Let's say I just destroy my Nextcloud instance completely. And let's say I can't figure out how to fix it. Well, I may want to roll back to a backup that I had from yesterday or a week ago. Now, rolling back to an update from a week ago for Nextcloud, I'm probably going to curse a little bit, but whatever. If I don't have a separate virtualized instance for these things, that means that when I screw something up for Nextcloud and I roll back to my week-old backup, I'm getting a week-old backup of Frigate and Nextcloud and Home Assistant and Mailcow and Image and FreePBX and everything else. I don't want to do that. If I screw up FreePBX, I want to be able to take my backup image of FreePBX and restore it without messing with everything else. That's what virtualization is going to do. Now, you may ask, why are you not using Docker for everything? Because I'm a boomer that wears sunglasses in a room filled with light. I'm not a sysadmin. I'm just a guy that wants to get away from Google and Apple. So this is how we're going to do it. Now, that means that we have 5 or 6 different virtualized servers. However, this computer has one Ethernet port. So how does that work? How does a virtualized server that is not real, how does the Pinocchio of servers connect to my router if there's no place to plug in a Cat5 cable? That is where we get into bridge interfaces. And we're going to set up a bridge interface right now. So every one of those virtual machines thinks it has a network card and thinks it's connecting directly to my router, which is what I want. So first thing we're going to do over here is we are going to SSH into my server. This is going to be fun. All right, so in order to SSH in, we're going to go SSH, Lewis, that's my username, at the IP address of the server. Now, when you first SSH in, it's going to give you this error. The authenticity of this host can't be established. Why is it saying that? Because I'm connecting to it for the first time. This may seem annoying, but this is very important. Let's say that somebody were to steal my server, right? Let's just say somebody was to walk in and steal my server and replace it with theirs when I wasn't home. And they had the same username and the password from my user on it. They were trying to be tricky. And I go to log into it. It's saving this. That key fingerprint is going to be saved on this computer. And it's going to remember the next time I try to connect to the server, and it's going to check to see that that's the same. And if this changes, it's going to warn me that somebody screwed with me and stole my server. Now, I know that I have nothing to worry about right now because my server has been right next to me this entire time. And frankly, if somebody managed to steal that server and swap it out while I was in the process of doing this video, they deserve all my data anyway. You know, good job. But yeah, so this is that. And we're going to log in with the username and password that I had before. So let's see what the current networking configuration is before we mess with anything. So this is going to be using NetPlan. This version of Ubuntu Server uses NetPlan. So we're going to go to the ect NetPlan directory over here. And you're not going to be able to see anything in this directory if the permissions are set up right. Let's just make sure that. Okay, let's see. Can I see that file? Excellent. Permission denied. That's exactly what I wanted. So we are going to use sudo to be a super user, and we're going to take a look at the configuration of that file. So cat this. I'm going to enter my password again. Sudo allows me to be a super user. And this is the networking configuration that we have. This is now I'm going to want to save some elements of this network configuration over here because it's going to be very useful later. So we are, first things first, is it says over here that even if I edit this file, it's not going to save across installation. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to take this Nextcloud thing over here, and then we need to put we need to essentially do what it says and insert network config disabled in that file. So let's do that now. So sudo nano w for, I'm going to select network config disabled. Paste it in there. All right, now we don't have to worry about that part anymore. Cloud init is not going to overwrite my NetPlan settings upon reboot. Next up, we are going to create a new file that is going to have, I'm just going to copy and paste this information into a text editor so that I remember it. I personally hate YAML files because they are these things drive me insane. Because if there's even one space that's off, the entire thing doesn't work. And there's so many times where I've copied and pasted this, especially for Frigate, into a text editor, at least with the early versions, and change one small thing, and I counted all the spaces, and it still didn't work. It drives me insane. So I'm just going to save an exact version of that file as it is right now. And now we are going to create a new one. Hopefully Mr. Clinton doesn't bang on my door again. He's kind of an asshole, but he's a cute asshole. But he wants attention all the time. I haven't been paying attention much to Mr. Clinton since I started doing this. I kind of feel bad about it. All right. So we're going to make a new file. Now, YAML files are difficult. Like, don't mess with YAML files. They'll destroy you. So I tried to be nice over here, and I put a nice little comment for how many spaces on each line. So this is our original hardware interface, ENO1, BRO is the bridge interface. Remember, we don't want to connect automatically. We want to connect with the static IP. This is the address that we were grabbing before. That's our name server. That's the DNS, so that you know adserver.com resolves to nothing instead of adserver.com. And the route is going to be our pfSense router. And this is the hardware interface that BRO, which is our fake bridge interface, is going to be using. Control-X, save. Now, NetPlan will complain if we don't give the files in that directory nice non-permissive permissions. We don't want other people reading and writing and all that stuff. And it'll bother you if you don't do that. And also, I'm going to move. I forget the name of the other. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I'm still saying this. That's going to get moved to Home Lewis, just in case. I don't want to lose that file just in case I screwed something up. I'm gonna do that just to make sure. I could actually just type ls because I was in the home directory. It's kind of silly, but anyway. So let's continue. So we are going to apply our configuration. Net plan apply. Yay, it worked. Or did it? Okay. Actually, I don't need sudo. Well, what's wrong with me? Okay. Bridge interface. Obviously I can ping my gateway. Let's see if I can ping Google's DNS server. Let's see if I have working DNS. Oh, that's just lovely. The fun part that you cannot forget, and you have to promise you will not forget this part, is you need to add the IP tables rules. If you don't add IP tables rules, this will all be for naught, because all traffic will be blocked and nothing will work when you start your virtual machines. So you need to make some IP tables rules for your bridge interface. So forward 1 bro. Tables I forward 1. Now you have to make sure that these rules continue to exist after you reboot. Because if you just do that, it's not going to do anything. You'll wind up with it not working after reboot. Guess who forgot that when he rebooted his server 6 months ago and wasted an hour of his life trying to figure out why it didn't work? Not me. You're going to install IP tables persistent. So, do you want to save your current rules? Yes. Yes. And there we go. Now we're going to reboot our server to make sure that this worked before we start installing virtual machines. Next up, let's install everything that we need in order to install those virtual machines. Now you can set up virtual machines with something called virsh using the terminal. You do not need a GUI for this. However, the GUI makes it a little bit easier, the graphical user interface, and there are ways to install graphical user interfaces on here that are not going to really clog up your computer the way that installing KDE or GNOME would do so. So I'm going to install something called Virtual Machine Manager, which is going to make it very easy to use virsh if you're new to all this and install our virtual machines. You can always remove the GUI later. I feel kind of dirty putting GUI on a server, but it's going to make things a lot easier for people who are new to this to be able to understand everything going on, so that hopefully you'll be able to be more comfortable using the terminal for that stuff later. First thing is make sure that the system is nice and up to date. So the colon over here says after the first command is done, run the second one. If you put an end there, then it'll only do the second command if the first one doesn't give you some stupid failure. This little colon means even if the first command failed, do the second one. And I'll be able to see if the first command failed because I'm right here. Let's update. And all right, so there is some stuff that, here we go. For some reason, I thought that it did this when you installed it from the flash drive. Some Linux distros will update everything over the internet just in case your installation disk has older software. Some others don't. No big deal, no big deal. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. The -y at the end means instead of me having to click Y to everything, it just does it itself. And I don't think anything here is going to be something that causes me to object. Or I do not want to install that piece of software, so I just put the -y. You're so close. 99%. Zip, zip. It's zipping the modern way. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to install a very, very lightweight desktop manager. Now, when I have two packages like this, I have two things like this, what I'm telling it is to install two things at the same time. So it's going to install, it's going to install both of them. And also, this is gorgeous. I love the fact that there's no dependencies. I started using Linux so long ago. I used this back when you actually had to care. If you installed one package, but that package had 50 dependencies, you had to install each one of those dependencies. And then for each one of those dependencies, those would have dependencies. And man, there are kids today that don't even remember growing up when that was a thing. My God. Fuck that. Nice birthday. Nice protein shake. Next up, we're going to install Xorg, but I'm going to install it. This is for the GUI with the bare minimum stuff that I need. So I don't want to install a bunch of other packages. I really just want to install the bare minimum stuff that I need. All right, now we're going to install all the stuff that we need to run my virtual machines. So virt manager is going to be that's my GUI for managing the virtual machines. That's for running virtual machines. Excuse me. It's going to install all the dependencies. Beautiful. Lovely. Good little server. Who's a good little server? You're a good little server. You're a nice little server. Yes. Okay. Now we're going to enable my stuff that I need for the virtual machines. This means it's going to start on boot. And this is going to tell it to start it right now. So the first, start on boot. This, begin. Now, this is not going to work technically to allow me to configure everything as my user. I need to add myself to a user group that allows me to do this. So that's what this is going to do. User add would add a new user. User mod changes stuff about an existing user. We're going to add ourselves to a few groups. And my username is Lewis. Just in case you forget your username, by the way, you could always, if you want to be a real nerd here, you could do that. Instead of add Lewis, I could add user. All right. Next up, we are going to start the GUI. So if I wanted to, I could install something that allows me to remotely, like what SSH is to terminal. There's something called VNC for GUI. I just don't plan on using the GUI very long, so I'm not going to install that. I feel like if I tell you to install VNC, that you will lean on the GUI a little too much, and we can't have that. So we're not going to install VNC. All right. Go over here, and let's start X. So you log in with your username and your password. I spelled my own name wrong. I am an idiot. Let's try that again. This is fun. This is Openbox. This is the most minimalistic GUI that you will ever see in your life. Now, the way this works, you're going to click your desktop with the right mouse button, and that's your start menu. And these are your applications. So the one we're going to be working with is when you click on the desktop, applications, you're going to go System, Virtual Machine Manager. And this is a beautiful little system. I think it's pretty nice. I think it's a nice little GUI. It's not bloated, and it really does make things easy if you're a new user. And it's also useful if something's going wrong, you can see what's going on immediately in the console in a way that it's just way more annoying to set up from the terminal. So if you want to see what the screen actually looks like and all that stuff, connecting to the console from the terminal can just be a bit of it's not as fun. Especially if you're new to this. So let's move on to that. Now we are ready to install Ubuntu Server as a virtual machine. So once we start up Virtual Machine Manager, which again you went right-click on the desktop, you go to System and then Virtual Machine Manager, which you can't see because my damn face is in the way. Say that again, Virtual Machine Manager. You're going to go New Virtual Machine. Now you get several different options here. And before I choose the one we're using, which is local install media, I just wanted to explain the import existing disk image and how cool this is. So let's say, I don't know, hypothetically speaking, let's say that you're have a somewhat messy life and you have 3 or 4 10 to 15-year-old laptop computers in your closet, and each one of them is a different server. Like you have a Dell Latitude D620 running free PBX for your entire business or something like that. Not that you should do that. Not that I would ever do something like that. Let's say you have 4 servers. What you can do is you could use DD-Rescue to make a disk image of each one of those servers. And then you could import them all in here and then set them up so that they continue to run without you having to do a separate installation. So you could use that option to virtualize all of these devices you have in your closet, which is something that's very useful until you get the time to, set everything up properly. So that's a quick way to do this if you already have a server set up and you want to have everything on one machine. Back here. But we are using local install media because we are going to be using the ISO image of the Ubuntu server that we downloaded for this. So let's choose that install media, Ubuntu 24. If you couldn't find it, then you could just use browse local and just click on the image. It automatically detected it. Sometimes it doesn't. No big deal if it doesn't. You could always just choose generic Linux if it doesn't. This is going to be a mail, contacts, and calendar server. There's not like 10 million people using this. So 2 CPUs, 4 gigs of RAM is totally fine for this. Now, when we're dealing with image and we're dealing with a system where I'm going to be transcoding proxy videos of 10 or 15,000 thumbnails it has to make and images and like videos on my phone going back to 2012, that we're going to give a lot of resources to. This, calendar, contacts, we're going to balance it right. Now, we're going to enable storage for this virtual machine. I'm going to show you how to make everything so that if you want to expand the storage later, you can. So I'm going to give this 25 gigabytes, but everything we do is going to be done in a way where if you want to expand it and make this 50 gigs or 80 gigabytes later, you'll be able to, which is really cool. Okay, forward. I'm going to call this mail server. I'm using the wrong keyboard. Mail server. This is a double fail because this keyboard is far in front of me and it's this annoying ass hipster keyboard. I should have never bought this. Don't buy this. It's so annoying to type on. Okay, and network selection, we are going to use our bridge interface that we created before, which is our bro. Our bro gives us internet. Okay, try or install Ubuntu Server. Do or not do, there is no try. This will work on the first time. Just you watch. This is going to perform as well as I did on the first time. Because I can edit. Which is more than I could say for my first time. Anyway, you'll know that your bridge interface and the networking is working properly if when it goes to connect to the time server, it's instant. If it's taking 15 or 15 minutes or so to go past that and skip past the time thing, that means that you probably did not make your IP tables rules persistent, which again, it's an easy thing to forget. Okay. English. Done. Ubuntu Server. We do not need third-party drivers here because we're literally installing this on software, so there's no need. Now, the same thing holds true here. So, okay, our bridge interface is working because we do have a DHCP IP. But same thing as before, I don't want a dynamic IP. I was about to say click. We're going to enter on it, edit IPv4, and we are going to do this manually to get a static IP. So our subnet is going to be the same as before, 192.168.5.0/24. And our IP address is going to be 192.168.5.3. So 1 is for the gateway, which is my pfSense router. Number 2 is for this hardware server itself. Number 3 is going to be for this mail server. Now, gateway 192.168.5.1. Remember, your gateway is your router address, which is the address we're putting into the web interface that we're visiting to configure pfSense. Name server, again, this is the same thing as before. We're going to put the pfSense router. Save. Done. No proxy address. Mirror address, we're going to use this. Now we are going to partition our disk. A couple of things to keep in mind. Use entire disk, yes. We're going to choose what shows up, which is the virtual disk. Set up this disk as an LVM group, yes. We want it to be set up as LVM because we want to be able to resize this later. If I decide I don't want 25 gigs, I actually need 200 gigs for my email, I can take that image file, expand it, I could expand the LVM, and then it makes it very, very easy for me to expand my volumes and add space later. So use LVM. Do not encrypt. There is no need to encrypt this because this is on an encrypted drive already. So you're running, for this virtual machine to run, it needs the computer to be turned on. The drive that this is sitting on is encrypted, so there's no need for just doubling your encryption. And when we back this image up, this disk image is going to be backed up to a server that is also encrypted. Now, if you were using this in somebody else's cloud, then okay, fine, there's a point. If I was uploading this to some other server that's not mine, I would want it to be encrypted because somebody else has access to the file. But as long as I'm the only one with access to the file, and you need to turn this computer on and enter a password to unlock my standard boot setup to begin with, there's no need for encrypting on top of encrypting. So we're gonna hit done. Now, the setup it's gonna give you here is very silly by default. It's gonna give you a 2 gigabyte boot, which is absolutely insane. There's no need for the boot to be 2 gigabytes, that's crazy. So we're gonna change that to 512. Next up, it does not give you as much space as I would want for the logical volume, because see there's 1.5 gigs of free space because of this stupidly large boot partition that it gave you. So I'm going to delete this. We're going to take our Ubuntu volume. We're going to make it take up the entire disk, which means I actually have to delete that partition over there that it is on. This is so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're going to delete the LVM. All of this, man, because they decided that you needed a 2 gigabyte boot partition. It's so wasteful. All right, we're going to add a partition. We're not going to format it. It's going to take up the entire disk. We are going to create a logical volume manager. We're going to call this mail server. It's going to be on this partition. It's not encrypted. In the free space, we're going to create a logical volume. Mail server root ext4, and that's going to be root. Now we are using all of our space. 2 gigabyte root boot, bro. You crazy. Continue. Your name. Lewis. I misspelled my name again. Damn keyboard. Mail server. Lewis. Choose a password. I'm not going to enable Ubuntu Pro. No need for that. And we're going to install OpenSSH server. And again, while we're waiting for this to install, no need to waste too much time. We want to get as much done as possible. So I'm going to create a static mapping so that nobody steals my mail server. So same thing as before, we're going to go over to pfSense. Inside of pfSense, we are going to go to diagnostics, ARP table. And remember that we chose 192.168.5.3 as our IP. And that is its MAC address. So now we're going to go to services, DHP server. We're going to add a static mapping. Check that MAC address, 192.168.5.3. I actually have to make host names for all these. I forgot to on the other server. Should change that while I'm waiting. Clinton! I left the door open, didn't I? God damn. You want attention, don't you? You want attention. I can't give you attention right now, bro. Clinty. Jump up here. Psst, psst. Good boy. Can they see? Oh, they can only see your tail. If I move that camera right now, the stuff around it may get knocked over. You can see the CPU usage of our server over here as it installs everything. Clinty. Want to be on camera? All right, Clinty, come on. Good kitty. Please remove the installation media, then hit enter. Failed on mounting CD. Oh, go away. Okay, so we will do that manually. Details, CD-ROM. So we're going to take our CD-ROM. I'm just going to remove it because I'm never going to put a CD-ROM in here again. We're not going to delete the associated storage file because, oh, it's running. Dumb. Careless of me. All right, press enter. There we go. It boots nice and quick because it is a virtual machine. It grabbed an IP. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. We're dangerously close to setting up our first service. Exciting, isn't it? All right, so now we're going to move on to installing our first service, which is going to be Mailcow. We're going to be using that for calendar and contacts. And depending on my schedule, I may go down the rabbit hole of self-hosted email because it's a lot of fun. There are certain companies like Nexus that really used to provide top-class hosting, and they were good for as both a web host and for email. And at some point, I believe in April of 2023, they got the owner of Nexus got sold to some venture capital firm. And you notice around that time that all of the amazing talented customer service staff they had that were knowledgeable on scripting, they knew Magento inside and out. These people were great. Got replaced with people that don't know anything, and they don't actually know anymore how to properly set up any sort of spam filter, spam assassin, ARM spamd. It's all horrible. So I wound up getting so frustrated with it that I just set up my own self-hosted email. And I thought it was going to be horrible, but it actually went way better. I have working spam filtering now. I can send email to any address and it doesn't show up as spam. It's a bit of a rabbit hole to set up, but I might just wind up showing you how to do it. But this, at the beginning, is just going to be calendar and contacts because Nextcloud is horrible at it. So let's get started with that. Now we're going to set up Mailcow. The reason that I like using Mailcow for contacts and calendar and email and all that is that it takes all of these things that used to be miserable, like having to set up Dovecot manually, having to set up Postfix manually, Spam Assassin manually, rspamd manually, and it takes all this stuff and it just does it for you. It's beautiful. It takes so many tools and just kind of wraps it up into a pretty bow. Self-hosted email is in and of itself a rabbit hole to hell by the definition of it, even if you do use Mailcow. But Mailcow takes it from a rabbit hole to hell that will cause you to be in a padded room to a rabbit hole to hell that will just kind of cause you to curse at your monitor for a few hours. So let's get started with that. So again, in the beginning, just calendar and contacts. So first things first, we're going to SSH into our mail machine, which we should just set up as 192.168.5.3. Again, it's going to say that it doesn't know the authenticity of the host because I've never connected before, which is good, because if somebody replaced my mail server virtual machine with a different one, I'd want to know. So we're going to put my password in there. And I got my password in there. Am I on the right screen? Am I recording? There's actually 3 times that I didn't know whether or not I was recording, so I'm just going to check and make sure of that before I continue here and torture myself for nothing. All right. Beautiful. So the first thing that we got to do here is make sure that we have a nice up-to-date system. So apt update sudo. The -y is going to make sure that everything is just automatically installs the stuff instead of asking me every time, which is very nice. After this, we want to make sure that we have an up-to-date version of Docker. Mailcow's documentation, as of the time of making this guide and video, is very strict about you having Docker 24 or later. Mailcow's got some pretty decent documentation. And their forum is actually very, very responsive. It's a really nice community they have over there. This TLDR, the snap version of Docker, is cancer. It's just going to give you problems because it tries to run everything inside of its own sandbox. And even if you do wind up modifying everything to be able to use its way of doing things, it's a pain in the ass. You want to use the normal version of Docker, not the snap version. So if you're clicking through your Ubuntu Server install and it says, do you want to install Docker? And you know you're going to use Docker, don't do it, because Ubuntu is no longer a user-friendly distribution. Ubuntu went from a distribution in 2004 when everybody else required I use NDIS wrapper and all this other crap to get Wi-Fi on my laptop. It was a distribution where it just worked. Now, I want to like select a partition to install my logical volume manager onto, and I get a completely black screen. It's like it gives you a 2 GB swap partition, and then it installs software that doesn't like work for my use case and most people's use cases. So it went from being a distribution where everything was just easy and the natural default just worked to the exact opposite. So yeah, I apologize for actually suggesting that you use this based on my old time understanding of Ubuntu being the distribution that was easy for newbies. It's almost gotten to the point where it's kind of like what bothers me about Apple products, where they have their own way of doing something, and it's supposed to be easier, but for some reason it just makes everything harder. Like, I'm never going to forget the first time I know this is a rant. You can fast forward. I'll include a timestamp to fast forward. The first time I remember plugging an iPod into a computer, and somebody wanted me to take a file off of it to use it to record over. And I plug it in, I'm like, why is it not showing up as a hard drive? And that was one of the moments where, you know, my intern sitting in the room said, oh, my sweet summer child, let me tell you how Apple works. That was back in 2007. Okay, back to this. So I'm going to install Docker properly. I'm going to install the real version of Docker. Will the real Docker please stand up? And we'll get started in here. So I'm going to close my old thing over here, because that was actually my other server. Curl SSL get docker.com sh. It's going to install the real Docker, the pretty Docker, the pretty and witty and wise. I can't sing. Should have paid more attention to Craig Derry's vocal coaching classes when I worked at 630 9th Avenue back in the day. Okay, enable now Docker. Going to enable it and start it. Now we need to be using a newer version for this to work with Mailcow. It wants 24 or newer. Beautiful, beautiful. Need Docker install. All right, I think I may have already installed that manually. Now we are going to get to work. So we're going to go to the up directory. We're going to use git to grab Mailcow from the repository. A little semicolon just allows me to move into the new directory without actually having to type it again. If you want to run a script in Linux, or like an executable, you're not going to click because it's a terminal and there's no GUI, obviously. So you put a period, a slash, and then whatever it is. And remember, if you use sudo, anytime you use sudo, you're running it as an admin, which means you could destroy your computer. So be very careful. So I'm going to use mail dot my ridiculous one from before. So I had lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com, because to get a domain that's not, so we're going to do mail dot. Which branch of Mailcow do you want to use? Master branch, not nightly. Doing this is already miserable enough without using something that is not supported, not tested. Okay, Docker compose pull is how we're going to grab our program. Notice how pretty it is. Look at it just grab everything. Isn't it beautiful? This is what I was talking about with Docker. Instead of having, well, this version of Dovcat wants this version of MySQL, or this version of Dovcat wants this version of PHP, and this version of Postfix wants this version of RSpamD, and blah, blah, blah. Like, nobody cares. You just get, like, the package maintainers say, these are all the packages that work together for this particular thing. They know better than me, let's be real. And when you download a new version of it, it'll just download the appropriate versions for everything. Have you ever used Magento where you want to update from Magento 2.4 whatever to a new version, and when you go to update, you can't update to the new version because you need to have like a different version of a plugin, and to update that plugin you need this version of Composer, and to update Composer you need a different version of PHP, but then when you change PHP none of the other stuff works. It's just hair pulling. Like this is the kind of stuff that Docker just does for you, and it's gorgeous. So Docker compose up and D, which means, so if I type it without this, I'm going to see everything on the terminal that it's doing. And if I close the terminal, it will end. Whereas with this, I can go back to using my terminal once everything is created, which is lovely. So it's creating everything right now. In a minute, once this is all done, I'll be able to go into the web interface and play with it, which will be fun. I look forward to playing with it. It's going to be fun. Okay, let's go into the web interface and have some fun. All right, let's go over https://192.168.5.3. Okay, default is admin, moohoo. Okay, so first thing we're going to do over here when we log in is we're going to change the administrative password to something that is not ridiculous. We're going to go to System, Configuration, Edit. This has got to be something that's... You can check it against haveibeenpwned.com to make sure you're not using a password that has been pwned. I'm not doing that just because this is not open to the public, and this is going to get deleted once I'm done. This is just for show. Just to show you guys. All right. Now we go email configuration. We have to add a domain. So we go add a domain. lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com. Lewis demo mail server. I should just keep it a demo mail server. Now rate limit, I'm going to limit it to 3 messages a second, because if you're sending more than that, you've probably broken something and you're going to get very banned. Now we're going to do add domain and restart SOGO. SOGO is the online web GUI thingy that they use for this. It's pretty good. I like it. I think it's pretty nice. You can do it. Come on, little Mailcow. Come on, little Mailcow. All right, it's a good little Mailcow. It's a good kitty. It's a good Mr. Clinton. Okay, we go to mailboxes. We're going to add one for us. Add mailbox. Username, Lewis. Full name, Lewis. Password, again. It'll generate a secure one for you, which is cool. And it'll also make sure that the password it generates has not been used by other people. Quota, if you're the only one using it, you can set it to 0, especially if we have this type of environment where this is segmented away from the rest of everything on our computer. So even if you absolutely blew up and destroyed your mailbox, you're not going to destroy your host computer, which is hosting all the other stuff you're doing. All this encryption policy and everything else, all that stuff we can mess with later, because I'm not doing email right now. Add. Okay, so we now have a mailbox, which means that we can log into the web interface. So we're going to go apps, webmail, And I'm going to log in using the password. You don't have to use your domain name here. Actually, maybe you do. Huh? Do I? I think I do. Okay, never mind. Lewis. Okay, you do have to use the domain name. My bad. Now, this is your email interface. And up here you have calendar and address book. And I am going to show you how you are going to access these from your phone. It's going to be pretty fun. And I'm going to show you how you can do this from anywhere, even if you wanted to keep this from having a port open so that this part went online. So let's do that. I'm going to install the necessary application on my Android phone, and I'm going to show you how I take the contacts from this and export it over to here, and then conversely, how I can take contacts over here and put them in there. All right, let's get going. When you start up your Android phone for the first time, they usually ask you for a Google account, and they really do push you to put in your Google account. As the moment you do that, all of your contacts in your calendar, when you add stuff, is going to be sent up to your Google account. Now, even if you're not worried about being spied on or them mining the information on exactly who you talk to and exactly what you do at every second of the day, which you should, but even if you're not afraid about that or anything at all, what if they just decide to delete you? I mean, this is a thing. They have done this before. There are people who send photos of their son to a doctor who requested them, and he got his Google account removed, and they also reported him to the police. And after a manual review, somebody looked through his account and saw all these emails back and forth with a professional licensed doctor, and they thought, they've reported him to the police, and his account was removed. You don't want your contacts, your calendar, and your life stored on somebody else's computer, particularly when they can delete you without reason whenever they want because somebody at their company is dysfunctional and hates people who have children. So what you want to do is you're going to store it on your own server, and I'm going to show you how to do that here. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to install something onto your Android phone called DAVx, DAVx. And once we do that, we're going to give this the permissions. I don't mind giving it all the permissions. You're welcome to decline it if you don't want. After that, it will ask you for a donation, which, by the way, these people genuinely do deserve a donation. They make good stuff. I'm going to add an account. So I'm going to log in with a URL, and actually I'm going to do advanced login just because I actually forget how I originally set this up. So I'm actually going to use the local IP address of my server, because remember, I can do that since I'm connected via VPN. It's 5.3. My username is Lewis at password. By the time you see this video and you know my password, this entire server will be gone. Now, there is a certificate, and this is a self-signed certificate over here, so it's probably going to not be very happy about the details. You can always change that later if you'd like to. Use your email address as your account name. That's fine. I'm going to call this, because this is ridiculous, I'm going to call this Lewis Cloud Contacts Calendar. Add account. Now for CalDAV, I can sync my calendar and tasks. I don't use tasks very much. I use Nextcloud Notes personally, but if you want, you can do that. And for CardNav, you can sync your address book. Now let's go over that. I'm going to switch over to my contacts and pray that you didn't see anything stupid. So what you see over here, so this is a long story. So back in the day, 16 years ago, this is a long time ago, my CRM system for my business was a BlackBerry 8703E, and I would just add stuff. And sometimes I had people's names, but sometimes somebody would call me who's annoying, and I would add them to my phone that way. So like, this is a lowballer, I used to have a policy where if you, my prices were so dirt cheap in 2008. I mean, like any store, I was literally half the price of them. If you lowballed me, I just hung up on you. So I have lowballer friend's second number. Because once that person found out that I was literally the cheapest for doing this, it's like, oh my God, I have to get this guy to do it. Like, no, fuck that. I literally just hung up on people. And it said on my website, if you've lowballed me, you could look this up at archive.org. If you lowball me, you're done. So over here, you can see my contacts, and these are on my phone. Now we're going to go to settings and accounts. Add account. We're going to go DAVx address book. Lewis Cloud contacts calendar. All that's there. Synchronize. Let's make sure all this stuff is added. I'm not going to tell it to sync over Wi-Fi only. Back to my contacts. Accounts for Lewis Rossman. So I have my chicken killer over there. I can't think this is such a silly ass name. Okay. Now when I go back here, I can see this is this contacts. So personal address book for me. Now when I look there, this personal address book has nothing, right? So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to my normal contacts. I'm going to click here, settings. I can export them. But before I export them, I'm just going to show you adding one in Mailcow. So over here in Mailcow, I'm going to add myself a contact, personal address book, add person. Gotcha. And okay. Now you can set the interval that it checks your contacts. So over here it says immediately on changes. So if I change something locally, it'll check immediately. And if I change it on my server over here, it'll check every 15 minutes. See? It just showed up. Nice. Very nice. Now I can add all my contacts that I had on my phone over here as well. So settings, contacts to display, here we go. So you can set it to show different types of contacts. All right. I'm going to export my contacts to a VCF file. That's a flat earth meme that I have to make fun of a flat earther. You saw in my download section there. Now I can go over here and I can import them. Import contacts. Save imported contacts to DAVx personal address book. And now it's going to import them all. Remember, this is only working because I have my VPN turned on. See? Since this is turned on, even though I'm not connected to Wi-Fi, it is going to transfer everything over to my server. And if I refresh on my server, I just need to make sure that you're not seeing shit that you're not supposed to see, because there's a very good chance that I am going to make one of my contacts' personal information show up, and that would be horrible.
So here I'm going to go back. Since I already exported my contacts, I'm going to tell it to only show me contacts from my personal address book. That's it. I don't want to see these. I don't want to see any of this. I don't want to see any of this. All I want to see are the contacts from my Lewis personal address book. I don't want to see nothing else. So now it's only going to show me contacts on that list. My customized view of my personal address book. So it imported everything into this personal address book. Now it says on local changes it's going to sync automatically. It's I added a ridiculous amount of stuff there. So yeah. Okay. I want to show you a list of contacts, but I don't at the same time because privacy is cool. So let's see. How can I do this without screwing over somebody that I know? Here's my strategy. I'm going to zoom in enough that you can see that it's synced, but you will not be able to see real names of anybody or information. Just trust me here that it worked. So as you can see, it says 357 contacts. It's still syncing all of the contacts that I had, and they all now show up over here in my address book. So now when I add contacts in my phone, if I add a contact, it is going to immediately sync that contact over to my server. And if I add a contact on my server, my phone will check for it once every 15 minutes. Now I'm going to open up my calendar application. This calendar application is going to be way better than what I deal with Nextcloud. I'll just show you why at the end. So first thing I do over here is I'm going to go over to settings in my calendar app, and I'm going to make CalDevSync. I'm going to make sure that it's syncing with my other calendars. I'm going to choose the personal calendar that I have, and then I'm going to make sure there's no other options here that are going to trick me later. See, is there any place else that I have to add this? Manage synced calendars. Okay, that's the only one. All right, beautiful. This is made by the people that took over Simple Mobile Tools after it became spyware. So this is made by Fossify. You can get this on F-Droid. It's a nice little application. All right, so let's say October 15th. We're going to add an event to my personal calendar. Okay. Be done with this fucking video. Which if I'm not done with this in 2 weeks, I will. That's gonna suck. Okay, let's just for the hell of it, make it weekly. Now remember, I'm adding it to my personal calendar on Lewis Cloud Contacts calendar, not store locally only. Okay. Fresh count of calendars. Now when you add something locally, it should update immediately here. And as you can see, it's added. And because this software doesn't suck, when I say 2 o'clock over here, it actually means 2 o'clock over there. Now, why would I be possibly not expected to do that? That's an excellent question. The reason that I'm using this instead of Nextcloud when it comes to calendar and contacts are 2 reasons. The first, when you take a look over here, this is what drove me insane with Nextcloud. I would have 2 different times. So it would say 3 p.m. over here, but when I click the event, it would say 2 p.m. Now, with the actually people would say is, actually, your web browser probably has some anti-fingerprinting thing since you're so crazy pro-privacy that it doesn't know what your time zone. No, that's not what it is. No. That would make sense if it was trying to guess my time zone to change the time on both. The fact that this piece of software thinks that it's 3 p.m. in the calendar and 2 p.m. when I click the event on the same screen. No. When it comes to contacts, let's go over contacts. I updated Nextcloud at one point from an older version to a newer version. And when it did this, it changed my settings. Not kidding. It went from read-write on my contacts to read-only. I had to go back and edit that and change it myself. Somehow it changed the settings on my server. Now this is the best part. If I had saved my contact locally when this woman said, I'd like to give you my phone number so that you have a chance to call me, I hand her my phone, she puts her number in my phone, she hits save. I wasn't connected to my VPN at that point in time. The moment I connected to my VPN, that contact was not saved to my phone, it was saved to a list of things to sync to Nextcloud. And because Nextcloud was read-only, the moment I turned my VPN on, that contact went to Nextcloud and just disappeared. It wasn't on my phone and it wasn't on Nextcloud. Now, luckily, I have an autistic memory for numbers. 820.25.30 uses an LP8543 LED driver. 820.28.79 uses an LP8545 LED driver, which are QFN. 820.29.36 uses an LP8550. Luckily, I remembered her number because I'm crazy, which is also why I decided to take her number to begin with. It's almost like Nextcloud was doing me a favor, but that's a topic for another video. Point being, Nextcloud does this type of shit, and it drives me crazy. Whether it has 2 different times in the same page, or an update randomly causes my phone to not allow me to sync contacts without informing me that that's what it did. I don't have patience for that. Mailcow stuff just works. Nextcloud has its uses, but I try to minimize them as often as possible. The value that I believe I have to offer with this video is that I've already tortured myself with all this stuff, so that you don't have to. When you set up your server, when you sync your contacts, you're not going to lose random people's numbers because some software dev decided to make read-write, read-only without telling you. You're not going to not show up to your meeting because it's at the wrong time because your server trolled you. I want you to, I've worked out these kinks over the past several years, and I essentially, the TLDR of this video is I suffered so you wouldn't have to. So there's a reason that we're using this in addition to using Nextcloud. Does it take more time to set up? Absolutely. Is it worth it? I think so. So that is it for this. You have your contacts and your calendar, how to sync it from your phone to your server, how to have it go from your phone to your server from your phone. So should just show you that to see that that works. On the calendar, I'm going to add an event, which is say hi to world, hello world, on October 17th. Now we're going to save. Now I'm going to go over to my phone. I'm going to go to month view. One of the minor aggravations with this is that it does do its syncing every 15 minutes. For some reason, every time you want to refresh, if you want to do it immediately, you have to hit refresh list inside of DAVx, and it'll do it instantly. If you pull this down over here, it winds up just taking forever. That's that. You now have working calendar and contacts, and perhaps the ability later on for self-hosted email. Next, we're going to be going over self-hosted email. Self-hosted email is like most of my relationship decisions. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. They're high maintenance, they're complicated, and you're going to regret it. If you would like to go ahead with this anyway, as I often do, you're welcome to follow this guide. In all seriousness, self-hosted email is, for many reasons, a bad idea. If you're watching this guide, you're most likely a beginner. Doing the other stuff as a beginner, sure, you want to sync your contacts, you want to transfer your photos. Self-hosted email it's not fun. There's a lot of things that may go wrong in the process, and you will spend a lot of time troubleshooting shit that you probably don't understand, and it will drive you insane. But it is something that you have the capability to do. And for me to tell you to install Mailcow for task, calendar, contacts, other stuff like that, and not show you how to use it for mail, it's no fun. So let's go over this from the very beginning of how to set up self-hosted email. One of the benefits of this is that at the end of the day, you're going to be the one running your mail server, which means that if you're using a host like Nexus, that just recently got sold to a venture capital firm and replaced all their tech support staff that were geniuses at scripting and Magento and everything else with outsourced people that don't know shit, so their spam controls don't work anymore. You don't have to deal with that anymore because you're going to have working spam controls because you control your spam controls, not somebody else. So you're not at the mercy of people that don't read your tickets, that don't understand basic computing. So let's go over this here. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to go over to your Mailcow interface. So you would log into that by either going mailserver.home.arpa or your IP address, which would be 192.168.5.3, based on how we set it up. This may, of course, be different for you. You're going to log in with you can log in as an administrator. You're going to log in as an administrator by remembering your password. And once you remember your password, you pet the kitty. And you also make sure that the kitty is on screen. There we go. That's the kitty. Look at how cute he is. Isn't he a good kitty? He is a good kitty, isn't he? Yes, good kitty. I got him a chair next to me so he could sit here when I do my videos, and he's been very happy to actually just sit on my chair instead. He's a good Clinton. And once you're done petting the kitty, that is when we get started. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to create an account on a website called postmark.com. No man is an island, and if you want to try to do self-hosted email, nobody's going to accept any of your emails because they're going to assume that you're a spammer. And for the most part, they should. We as a society have decided that it's more important to us that we don't receive spam than to make it easy for any Tom, Dick, or Harry to send email from their own home server. So while you can technically set up self-hosted mail just fine, you're going to run into a situation where nobody actually gets your mail. I don't mean that it's going to show up in their spam inbox. I mean that it's not going to show up at all. So there are certain tolerances that these servers have. If something falls below a certain score, it gets delivered to your junk or your spam folder rather than your inbox. But if it's just so far down, you don't even get it in your junk or your spam folder. It just gets rejected before it even hits your inbox. And that's where a lot of people that try to run mail servers out of their house with a residential IP address and a residential block, that's what's going to happen to you. Because these mail servers are going to assume, Gmail assumes that you got hacked and that you're a part of a botnet or something, rather than assuming that you are actually a legitimate person running a mail server. Because the ratio of people that run mail servers in their house that are not doing it for nefarious reasons to people that just double-click anything while using Windows XP Service Pack 2 and get hacked that wind up becoming mail servers for spam, it's so much further in that no real email provider will take you seriously. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up something called Postmark for SMTP relay. What this does is when you are sending an email, come back, Clinty. Good kid, he's a good kid. So when you are going to be sending email, you're not going to send it directly to the person you're sending it to. Your server is going to relay it through Postmark. So when you send an email, Gmail or Hotmail or iCloud, or nobody watching this is old enough to use Hotmail, but if you are, or use Yahoo or Alta Vista email addresses, they will not see it as spam because they trust Postmark. So you're going to make an account on this website, and when you first register an account with them, they're not going to turn you on immediately. They're probably going to ask you for some sort of, they're going to ask for some sort of authentic. They're going to want to figure out if you're a scammer. Like, they may take 1 or 2 days to look into your account. They're not going to bang you on the first date. They want to be taken out to dinner first before they're just going to let you use their services to send email. So once you're done with that, and once they've let you in, you're going to see a screen that looks like this when you click on servers. Let's make sure the kitty is in the screenshot. There we go. That's the kitty. Good kitty. And what you're going to do is you would click Create Server. Name of your server. Let's call it send mail demo. You're going to choose live because, as Bill O'Reilly said, fuck it, we're going to do it live. You click default transactional stream. Send emails with SMTP and username and password. So we're going to keep this in mind over here. And this, let's just leave this window open for a moment and go back to Mailcow. Now in Mailcow, we are going to go System, Configuration, Routing, and now over here, Add Sender Dependent Transport. This is where we're going to copy and paste our credentials for SMTP Relay. So copy and paste smtp.postmark.com over to host. Then we're going to use port 587. So you're not going to put that in a port box. You just put a colon and then 587. You're going to take this username and this password over here that are the same. That's your API key, and you just put that as username and as password. You click Add, and there you go. You have your SMTP relay. Next up, we're going to set up our domain. So if you're going to have to go to a place to buy a domain name, like, GoDaddy, Namecheap. There's tons of different websites where you can buy a domain name. You do you. Go choose the website to buy your domain name that you like. And I'm just going to show you how it works over here for a throwaway domain name that I have. This was a play on drivesavers.com. We registered a domain name called stevesavers.com because Steve was the main data recovery technician. And then, he wasn't charging you $2,000 because you had a little bit of lint in your charge port of your iPhone. So I registered stevesavers.com a while ago as a troll. So I'm just going to show you the DNS page here. So whatever your provider is, they're going to have a page where you set up DNS for your domain name. And you are going to have a little basic knowledge here of how to buy a website. Buy the domain name for a website here. So this is what it looks like in Namecheap. So these are my two records for stevesavers.com. Each of these redirects to my website's data recovery page. We're going to add mail records next so that this stuff works. And that's going to be the next thing we got to do. So over here in Mailcow, let's go back to Mailcow. We're going to go System, Email, Configuration, and we're going to add a domain. So I'm going to add a domain equal to what the domain was that I bought, which is going to be stevesavers.com. So stevesavers.com. Steve saves the day with data recovery. Template, default, all this stuff like how many aliases do you want, how many mailboxes do you want, default mailbox quota, that's all up to you. I'm not going to decide that. Rate limit, messages per second. I would say if you're sending if it's more than a few, any messages per second. I think if you're sending message per second, you've probably broken something on your mail server. So I'm going to set it to messages per minute, and I would say if there are more than 10 messages per minute being sent, then something has probably gone wrong. Here for selector, you're going to choose DKIM 2048, 2048, add admin, and then restart SOGO. SOGO is the online mail container, and you're going to have to restart that when you add new domains, mailboxes, stuff like that. So you don't want to do that manually. It's a pain in the ass. So just click add domain and restart container. And next up, we're going to go and add a mailbox now. So up here, again, you're still going to be in email, but if you're not, email configuration is where you go. Email, top, configuration, go mailboxes. Now we can add a mailbox. Now I'm going to go, let's say, up here, when you add a mailbox, you're not going to put over here like steve@stevesavers.com. You're going to just type the left part before the @ so Steve. And then for domain, I could choose stevesavers.com. I could type Steve. Now the password, this will not only generate a password for you, but it will also check if your password is on haveibeenpwned.com, which is a great website that has a list of every password that's ever been publicly released along with the username. So if you're reusing a password that you've used in the past, and that's a password that has been leaked before, you'll know. Over here for encryption policy, check enforce TLS incoming and enforce TLS outgoing. And you could set a rate limit for that as well, but I set it for the domain, so I'm good. Grant direct access to log into SOGO. That is the online interface they have. To be clear, you'll be able to use whatever application you want with this. I'm not here to tell you what to use, but I'm just going to grant direct access to log into SOGO because sometimes it's convenient if you don't have a mail client set up or if you're just setting one up. So there you go. Now you have set this up to where the accounts are set up properly inside of Mailcow, and you've also set up Postmark for sending mail. And the next thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to set up the DNS records, and this is the part that is the part that most people are probably going to get wrecked on. So let's go through this very, very carefully and very, very slowly. The first thing we need to do is go back here to domains, click on domains, click on edit for the domain we just made, scroll down, and you will see this domain over here, domain stevesavers.com. We need to keep this because we're going to put this in our website's DNS. Also, remember when we added Postmark for SMTP relay so that our emails would go through Postmark? You need to put that over here. Sender-dependent transports. This is not going to show up when you're creating your domain, but it will show up when you edit your domain. So when you go to system, when you go to email, configuration, domains, you go to your domain. When you click edit it, sender-dependent transports, choose the Postmark SMTP relay. Save changes. Now this over here is going to be important, so we need to keep that in mind. Put that, don't put this on your monitor with a Post-it, but just treat this like your bank password, but just keep it in this window for a moment while we set up our DNS. So let's go over here and we're going to add DNS records. So what this does, again, it's going to tell when somebody goes to stevesavers.com, mailstevesavers.com, it's going to tell it where to go. This is going to be used to make sure that we don't have scammers pretending to be us using our domain name. We're going to be adding a bunch of records that make this stuff easier. So, and also make it work and more better. Let's go through each record. So the first one we're going to add is called a CNAME record. So for host, I'm also going to have this in the written guide, so do not assume that you have to squint on screen and type this manually. If you type this stuff manually, it'll drive you insane. So you're going to have to copy and paste a lot of this from your own personal setup. I'll tell you which ones. If you're using Postmark, then this is going to be the value, pm.mtasv.net. Now, because it is so easy to screw up anything with self-hosted mail, I am going to explicitly copy and paste these records because I don't want to get wrecked. Next up, we're going to set up what's called a DMARC record. We go over here to type of record, go text, and we are going to put this. This record is here. So host is going to be _ DMARC. So your DMARC 1 is going to stay the same in your configuration. You're just going to change the mail to your own domain and add an email where you want to receive something called a DMARC report. So it helps protect you from email spoofing. Next up, we're going to add Postmark's DKIM record. So when you go over to Postmark's web interface, you're going to see something at the top called Sender Signatures. And after you click Sender Signatures, there's going to be a button for you to add your domain. So let's click that. Add domain or signature. So you're going to Sender Signatures, add domain or signature, and then we're going to add our domain. Just don't say single email address on a domain. Send from any email address on a domain. This is more technical, but you know that's the whole point of having this set up here. That's what you got me for. It's lovely. Put in stevesavers.com. Click Verify Domain. Now, it's going to give you these two records. And this is over here. This is the record that I just told you. This is the same for pretty much everybody who's using Postmark. The PM record over there, the PM.mtasv. This record is going to be very unique to your specific person, right? So we copy and paste. They make this very, very easy for you to just copy. I'm going to go over here. Oh, see, the one thing I didn't copy and paste, DMARC, I almost messed up. Add new record. We're going to add a text record. Host. We copy and paste. Type, text, add this value, this thing over here, this long ass shit, and keep this on automatic. Check. Save changes. Now the records are there. Now you're going to have to wait a little bit for this to update. So we have some other things that we have to add. I'm not going to try and verify this immediately, even though I'm impatient and kind of want to, because I know it's going to take a little while for this to get updated. Like if you change your number, the phone book doesn't immediately represent that you change your number. It'll reflect it in the next edition. Now it doesn't take a year to have your phone number updated over here, but it's often going to, it's not going to be instant usually. Next up, let's add the record. So this is the record for us sending email from our domain using Postmark. Now we have to set up the records for our email within Mailcow itself. So if we go back to over here, we go email, configuration, our domain, stevesavers.com, go edit. Now here's your domain, and here's the key part. So dickum._domain key, dickum. I'm such a fucking child sometimes. Okay, add new record, go text for host, dickum_domain key, and the rest of it, this long ass shit over here, is going to be what goes in value. And automatic still. Hit the little checkbox over there. There we go. Wait for my video program to stop freezing. Come on, OBS. Don't let me down. There's a David Bowie song on the album Black Tie, White Noise. Don't Let Me Down and Out, something like that. That's a really good album. It doesn't sound like all the other David Bowie albums or anything else at the time, really. Next up, we're going to add something called an SPF record. This is going to be a text record. The host is going to be an @ symbol. So of this record, the parts that are going to say the same for you versus be different, the SPF part with MX and A, that has to stay exactly the same. This is going to tell the other servers to check your MX and A record. The include part is that's something you're going to have to change if you're not using Postmark or if Postmark ever changes this at some point in time. And the all part, I would keep the same. If you want stricter enforcement, you could change this, but that's something I would change once you realize that the shit that you put together actually worked. Next up, we're going to add a record for what mail.stevesavers.com actually resolves to. Now, we're not going to set an A record because you don't have a static IP address. You probably have some residential shit-ass internet like I do. So what you would do, you take the host, you make that mail. That's going to stay the same. The one that's going to be different for you is going to be the target. What is the dynamic DNS that you set up? Did you set up your dynamic DNS? You probably didn't set up lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com. Whatever you set up when you were setting up your dynamic DNS is what is going to go over here. That's going to be what points to your IP. So what this is saying is that mail.stevesavers.com should reach my IP address. Next, add new record. Okay, Okay, we're going to set up email client auto configuration. I personally don't give a shit about this. Like, I know my ports, what my ports are, but if you give a shit, I guess it's a good idea. Yeah, fine. So we're going to do this for this auto config and auto discover. I'm including this because like maybe somebody that knows what they're actually doing, unlike me, may watch this and go, why didn't you put this here? Well, if you want mail clients to be able to figure out what your ports are, because they're going to try to figure out what exactly is your port. Like if you don't, if you ever used Outlook and just you add your username and password in your mail server and you don't have to enter the port and the encryption type and all that rubbish manually. I don't use that, but like I already know my IMAP receiving port is 993, my SMTP sending port with TLS is 587, so like I don't care. But you should care. You should care. Okay, now we're going to go to mail settings. No email service. We're going to set up what's called an MX record. MX, not MXE, a custom MX. So here it's going to be called something like mail MX record, custom MX, whatever. Mail settings over here, you're going to find that with your domain. Your host, that's always going to be the same. The value is going to be whatever your mail server is. So in my case, it's mail.stevesavers.com. Priority, 10, because I'm a 10. That's right, 10, because I'm a 10. I was about to put something in here and I forgot what it was. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I'll remember what that is later, I'm sure. When something doesn't work, I'll remember that I forgot something there. Okay. Now, we've waited a little bit. Let's see if our DNS is propagated. I'm going to go back to our Postmark window where we added this stuff for Steve Savers. I'm going to verify. Yay. Awesome. What Postmark is doing is it's checking stevesavers.com, and it wants to see if we have these records. So now what I've done is I've told Postmark that this is my domain name. The only person that's going to be, there's two people that are going to be able to update this. A, me. B, whoever hacks me 5 seconds after I release this fucking video. But in all seriousness, the purpose of this being here is so that Postmark knows that I own stevesavers.com. As I said, Postmark is not going to let me send email through their servers immediately. Like, they want to take you out a few dates. They want to get to know you a little bit. They want to feel comfortable with you. And that's what we're doing with this process over here. Once this part is done, you're going to be dealing with pfSense firewall rules if you want to actually fucking receive email here. So you would do something like this. Now, there's only one port that you need to open to the public, just so I can be clear here. There's only one port that you technically need to make open to the public, which is port 25. And this is another reason why I think that just doing self-hosted mail for all of you is just going to be a horrible, bad fucking idea, because you don't, yeah, there's I don't think that you guys opening ports to the public at this particular point in your journey is a great idea. And obviously, self-hosted email is a fucking dumpster fire in general. The one port that you got open to the public is port 25, because port 25 is the port on which you are going to be receiving email from everybody else. You have to open that. Retrieving mail from your mail server so that you can open it in Thunderbird or Outlook or K9 on your phone or whatever the hell else that you use, that you can use the VPN. You could connect through VPN. So when it asks you for your server, you could just type in, after connecting to your VPN, mailserver.home.arpa or 192.168.5.3 when configuring email in your client, because we used 192.168.5.3 for our mail server. You don't have to open everything else. If you want your clients to be able to connect without a VPN, then you got to open ports. But there's no getting around opening port 25. You got to do that because you need people to be able to send you mail. How are they going to send you mail if you block the port? So we're going to make a firewall rule for that over here. Welcome, I'm Lewis from the future, and I didn't realize that while I was recording that segment of the video that I never hit the shortcut on my keyboard that switches the view back over to the screen so that you could see what I'm doing. So let's go over that part again. You have to create rules in pfSense firewall so that you can actually have traffic allowed in on port 25 so you can receive mail. It is important that port 25 be open. You need this to be open so that other servers can send you mail. If you don't open port 25, you will never receive email. It's important that port 25 be open. Now, there are two different types of rules that we can set up in pfSense. The first is NAT, and the second are rules. NAT is what says what computer gets what traffic. So you have one IP address. When I go to whatismyip.com, you're going to have one IP address regardless of the computer that I'm using on my network. Any computer that's on my network, when they go to whatismyip.com, gets this. This is what the world sees. However, I can have over 200 computers on my network. So when somebody sends me an email, how does it know which computer on my network to direct it to? That's what NAT does. NAT says traffic on port 25, go here. Traffic on port 5060, go to the phone system. Traffic on port 80, go to the web server, and so on and so forth. And these can all be different computers in the network. What firewall rules do is once that traffic has been directed to that computer, is it actually allowed to go through? So think of NAT like the person at the restaurant that figures out which person gets which table, and then think of the firewall rule like the bouncer that decides whether or not they're allowed to go through. So we're going to set up both here. And the great thing about pfSense is that when you set up a NAT rule, it sets up a firewall rule for you as well. So we're going to need to forward port 25 over to our mail server computer. So what you would do is you would go to firewall and then NAT. Once you go to firewall and NAT, you'll be on port forward. And this is where we want to be. We're going to click the add button over here to add a rule. Now the interface is WAN because that's where the traffic is coming in. The protocol is going to be TCP. The destination is going to be a WAN address, and the source is going to stay at any. Remember, I don't know the IP addresses of the mail servers that are going to try to email me. I can't predict that, so it needs to be any and all. Destination is going to be the WAN address. Port range is going to be set over here to port 25, and redirect target IP. This is going to be our mail server, which is located at 192.168.5.3. And the redirect target port is going to be port 25. I don't want to change it, so we keep it there. This is going to be receive emails. And add associated filter rule needs to be there so that we create a rule in our firewall as well. You would save, and then you hit apply changes. And then when you go to firewall and rules, it should show up here. Now let's also go over aliases, because this is something that's going to be important if you want people to actually be able to contact your mail server that are not on your VPN. Right now, the only people that are going to be able to connect to your mail server to actually log into their inbox are going to be people that are on your VPN. You're not connecting on port 25. Port 25 is where your email server is receiving emails from others, but that is not going to be the port that you would enter into Thunderbird or Outlook or any of your email programs to be able to actually access your inbox and receive mail. If you wanted to do that outside of your VPN, what you would do is you would go over to firewall, and then aliases. You would have a section that looks like this where you can add an alias. So I could say trusted mail server IPs. And then I could put over here, trusted mail server IPs. And then I could add the IP address of each client that I want to be able to connect to my mail server and receive mail. So for instance, if I had an office and I didn't want that office to have VPN access to my network for whatever reason, or I wasn't able to have them have VPN access, I could add their IP address here so that when I create my firewall rules to forward all the ports that are in the guide over to my mail server, I'm not opening it to the world, I'm only opening it to those IPs. This is a unique case that you may have if you're using something like Freshdesk. Freshdesk is a customer relationship management system, and this allows you to use their email system, but you can also use your own email system. And if you're using Freshdesk to manage your customer tickets and your emails and everything like that, and you are using your own mail server for this, this needs to be able to connect to your mail server somehow, and you add all these individual IPs to it so that they would be allowed. So if somebody else tries to connect to your mail server on the mail server ports of like 993 for receiving or 587 for sending, they would not even see a mail server running. The only people that would see a mail server running is if one of these IPs connected to it, if you put those IPs into aliases and then made a firewall rule for them. So this is how you create a firewall rule in pfSense. You're going to go to firewall and then NAT. This is going to be where we're directing traffic. Anything that's coming in on port 25, we're going to direct to our mail server and have it be port 25. So if you're trying to visit my WAN address, which is this over here, when you go to whatismyip.com and you're on port 25, go here. And then our firewall rule says we're going to allow that. I'll allow that. And that's about that. Now with that, I will go back to editing my 11-hour long video. 11-hour long video. Now that DNS is set up, we can have a little bit of fun. So first, because it's self-hosted email, I'm just going to say a little prayer. If you don't believe in God and you're an atheist, just pretend you do for a moment so that your self-hosted email can work. Okay, we're going to go to mail server. Home.arpa and apps webmail. So when you go to mailserver.home.arpa/sogo, you'll get to the webmail, so you can bookmark that. The password is going to be whatever you set when you set this up originally. I'm not going to set the... You could even set this up as an application for mail to links in Firefox. Look at that. Look at that. Just write a new message. All right, we're going to use the spam email address that I have that's throwaway, and I'll send some mail to myself. I'll send mail to 3 different places. So 1, Lewis Rossman Group, medium difficulty, steve@stevesavers.com. Like, if it doesn't send to my own email address, I've massively fucked something up. And rossmangroup@gmail.com, which if I can send to a Gmail address, I've done good. Let's see. Okay, we're going to send an email, and this is where the prayer comes in. So it's sent quickly. That is a good sign. Okay? Okay, so the email sent to myself. That's the easy one. Now, did you show up where you're supposed to? Oh, look at that! I just making sure I didn't have anything in here that I didn't need. I love my koi fish. They are pretty. It made it through the fucking Gmail, man. Okay, now we're going to reply. I love koi fish too. I am glad you agree, Steve from Steve Savers. And here's where the fun comes in, because, all right, I have a secret to tell you all. I did not want to lose my home internet during the time I'm setting up this tutorial, so this router is actually behind another router. I showed you how to plug this directly into the home internet for the first setup, but because I don't want my camera system and everything else to not work for the entire time I'm doing this, I actually put this on the LAN of my other router, so this is like a router within a router. So I have a little bit more added complexity than you are here, so let's see if this works. Okay, come on. You can fucking do it, bro. You can do it. You can do it. Receive the email. Eh? Eh? I believe in you. You can do it. It worked. It sent immediately. I love my koi fish too. I'm glad you agree. And there you have it. Self-hosted email. Now we're going to go a little bit further and go and do some spam filtering setup. This is supposed to work in a way where you take your spam and you just move it to junk, and it's automatically going to teach the system whether or not that's junk, which is kind of cool. The way that you can log in here to see the rspamd web interface is when you're logged in as an administrator, not as your user, but as an administrator to Mailcow. So let's just show you. You go to HTTPS, whatever your Mailcow address was, admin, password, system, configuration, actions, rspamd, access. You're just going to set your password there that you're going to use for rspamd. And it says, please wait. Fuck that. I'm impatient. You go to rspamd. Oh, yeah, that's what you get for being impatient. Put your password in, and you can see the stuff that you trained. Now, you have a bunch of little cool options here. You could train stuff manually. You could upload stuff for it to learn from. And also, here, if you log out as admin, you log in, spam filter, and you can set this however you please. I have a public to the 2 million people email account, so obviously I'm a little bit more towards the moving shit to the left side, so less spam gets through. You feel free to tweak these to your heart's content, and at this point, you now have self-hosted mail, which you shouldn't have. You shouldn't do this. Don't do this. Very bad idea. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. High maintenance, complicated, and you'll regret it later. With that, let's move on to the next section, and I hope you learned something. Next up, we're going to be discussing Home Assistant. Many of you hate the idea of a cloud-connected home. You don't like the idea of a smart home, and I don't blame you. The reason you probably hate the idea of a cloud-connected home is because at this point in time, they have become memes. Whether we're talking about Amazon shutting down somebody's home because they had a racist doorbell, or we're talking about LG having end-user license agreements for their washing machine that says that they sell your data. I don't want a washing machine that sells my data. I don't want my smart home to be shut down because some dickhead delivery person thinks that a doorbell has the capacity to be racist. This is not the world that I want to live in. However, you do not have to live in that world. You can have a smart home that is controlled by you, that is utilizing open source software that you have full control over. Anywhere that there is some sort of monthly subscription, proprietary nonsense, closed source garbage that is attached to a piece of smart home hardware, there is a Home Assistant programmer out there working tirelessly until 3 in the morning, reverse engineering it so that you don't have to use the manufacturer's crap. It's a beautiful piece of software, and it gives you control over your home and your life. All the smart devices in my home do not connect to the internet. They are not allowed to connect to the internet. They're only allowed to connect to a virtualized instance of Home Assistant, and that's it. And I can control them from anywhere in the world. If I'm getting home a few hours later than usual, I don't have to have my AC set to turn on and be cool at 7 o'clock. I can control it, and I say, okay, I'm going to be home at 1 in the morning. 12:45, I'll turn the AC on so it's cool by the time I get home. And it doesn't connect to the internet. There's no subscription fee, and it's all free. No spying, no bullshit. So let's get started. How do we do this? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to home-assistant.io. That is their website. And on their website, when we click on this little menu over here, we're going to go to Installation. We're going to scroll down to Home Assistant Operating System. Their recommendation is that you install Home Assistant Operating System. This is Home Assistant OS, View Tutorial, and they're going to give us an image. And we're going to right-click on the KVM image, not the VirtualBox image, but the KVM QCOW2 image. Now, I am going to download it onto my server computer. So we're going to SSH into our server. SSH into our server. wget. I'm going to paste the URL, and it's going to download. Now we are going to unzip this because this is a zipped file or compressed with something. XZ file. Why are you messaging me? I'm busy. Now that we have decompressed our image, we are going to move that to our directory that has all of our virtual machine images. sudo mv home assistant. We're going to move this over to var libvirt images. Now I'm going to make sure that it has the proper permissions to be able to work with my virtualized environment. So we're going to have it be owned by libvirt_kimu. Libvirt_kimu group. var libvirt images. And now we're going to set the proper permissions to it. So it is read-write by the owner, but not writable or executable by other people. Beautiful. Now that that's done, I am going to turn on the GUI to this, and we are going to use the virtual machine manager there. You don't really have to use the GUI, but for new people, it's setting up the VM. It's nice to use the GUI. We go over here to, if you just forget where Virtual Machine Manager is, you right-click the desktop, Applications, System, Virtual Machine Manager. This allows you to create a new virtual machine. We're not going to use local installation media. Remember, we're not using a CD-ROM or a USB installer to install it onto something. They've provided us with a full disk image that has everything that we need to do what we're looking to do. So we're going to import an existing disk image. The path is going to be in default because we already moved it over here. So we're just going to double click. I'm going to choose generic Linux 2022. It says in the instructions over here to choose generic default for your operating system. So instead of generic, you know what? I might choose generic Linux. I just might choose generic or unknown OS. It says usage is not recommended, but you told me to. Then again, it did say generic default for the operating system. Generic default Linux, or generic default in general. I will use my dice again. We will choose generic Linux 2022. YOLO. Memory, 2048. They requested 2 CPUs. I kind of want to change that to 1. There's a part of my brain that just breaks at the idea of using, like, if you told toddler Lewis that we would be using 2 CPU cores for a thermostat, that's a world. Anyway, Home Assistant. I gotta get used to this hipster keyboard. Customize configuration before install. We're gonna be using our bridge device. Finish. Next. It's going to want us to choose Overview, Farmore, UEFI x86-64. Now it says to choose one that does not have secure boot. However, there are 2 that don't say secure boot. There's this one, and there's this one. So I'm going to YOLO and choose this one, because the instructions don't specify which one to use. It says, choose the Farmore UEFI x86-64, but then it breadcrumbs me with that ... Get my face out of the way here. I don't need to see myself. Now it says to click Add Hardware on the bottom left and select Channel. We're going to add an org QEMU guest agent. However, yes, I do want to save my changes. It looks like I already have this. So this is a strange one. It says Add Hardware bottom left and select Channel. Select Type Unix, this, and select Begin Installation. However, we already have that over here. And I remember from the last time I tried doing this for my own installation, that when I did that, it gave me an error code. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to click Begin Installation. And I'm going to watch it boot. Now, I don't know what IP address this thing is going to grab, so I'm going to... Remember, I didn't set up an IP address on installation, so I don't actually know what it's doing here. I have to look and see if it gives me a clue or a hint. A crumb. Just a crumb. Come on. Technically. Okay, here we go. homeassistant.local 8123. There we go. Never mind. I don't want that. It gives me the IP address 192.168.5.16. 192.168.5.16. We're going to put that in my browser. 192.168.5.16 semicolon, no, colon, semicolon, colon, semicolon, the 2 dots one. I should really know what that is. I went to New York City public school, man. You can't hold. Preparing Home Assistant, this may take 20 minutes or more. If you take 20 minutes or more on an i7-14700K that has not yet oxidized, I will punch this machine in the face so hard. No fucking way in hell. I would have given you all like 14 cores if I do that. Come on. Oh, gee. Anyway, it's a good system. It's a good system. We're going to be nice to Home Assistant. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of time. While that's taking time, since it seems like it's going to take quite a bit of time, I will get started prepping my thermostat. And I'm going to show you how we make a thermostat that I can connect to Home Assistant, but that does not connect to the internet. Oh, here we go. Actually, it's already done. Might as well. Okay, create my smart home. Let's make a user account. Stop with the autocomplete bullshit. Stop with the autocomplete bullshit. So obnoxious. Covers everything. Search for my home address. No thank you. My country. I'll be in the United States. We're going to use freedom units. United States. No, 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 no. See how it's off by default? Very nice of them. Settings. The first thing I'm going to do, take a look at devices and services. Now, usually, it searches through your network, and it actually finds everything that's there. It's not doing that here because this is its own isolated network that's separate from my other network. But if you had devices on your network, it would actually look something like this. I'm going to log into my home assistant that I have so you could see. So this is mine. Like my AC is right there. I don't have my lights on it yet because I haven't added them. But I can go to settings, and I can go to devices and services, and it literally shows you everything on my network. So it actually looks for everything that is on your LAN, and then it will offer this to you. This is very, very much so plug and play. It really does try to make your life as easy as possible, which I really do appreciate. So let's go back to this installation that I'm working on right now. So you can go create your smart home. Yeah, I already did that actually. So there. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to show you how I would add my thermostat. This here is a Venstar thermostat. This is the biggest piece of shit on earth. I bought this because it was one of the few thermostats that I saw at the time that I bought it that nobody had a problem with. There were a lot of thermostats that were, yeah, I got this to work. Other people said they couldn't get it to work. They were unconfirmed, but this one was a confirmed working one. For Home Assistant, not for actual use. See how it's a touchscreen thermostat and it has buttons? It's a piece of shit. Whoever designed this thermostat, there's a picture, I imagine what their face looks like, and I want to put it on a dartboard and just throw darts at it every single day. The one redeeming quality of whoever designed this thermostat is that they designed it in a way that allows me to use it with Home Assistant, because this, fucking piece of shit. You literally need to use this with Home Assistant in order to use it. So let's go over. The first thing you have to do is when you get this piece of shit, is you're going to connect it to a Wi-Fi network. Now, I've already connected it to a Wi-Fi network. Then I'm going to be keeping it connected to my old network because getting this attached to a new one will drive me insane. Now, it has something called local API options here. And you turn on local API. You're going to turn on the user. I have the username as second floor. I actually just deleted that. Fuck. Uh-oh. Did it save? Okay, thank God it didn't save. Basic auth password. And that's my air conditioner password over there. For Wi-Fi setup, it'll show you a list of Wi-Fi networks in your area, and then you connect to the Wi-Fi network of your choice. And then once that's done, you can go over to your computer and add it. Also, you can give it a static IP, which I did here. So when you go to Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi setup, one of the things that I did was I gave it a static IP. So I'm going to look away while I type this in. I'm actually not able to edit the static IP, I believe, without reconnecting to my network. I have to retype in my password for my Wi-Fi network in order to log into it. So you go manual setup, network settings, and then I can give it a static IP. So the way I've made this work is this is the address of my other pfSense router, my normal one. Now the touchscreen is sensitive. That's the IP address that I want this to have. That's the gateway, and the DNS is going to be my pfSense router, and subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. And that's that. So you do the manual setup. That over there is a kitty. Hello, BlackBerry. And this is a thermostat. That's a kitty. That's a thermostat. That's a kitty. And this is a piece of shit thermostat. But it's my thermostat. I think my phone battery is going to run out before this finishes connecting. Oh my God. One of the fun things is you can add wallpapers to it via an SD card, but it can only be an SD card that's something, I forget, it has to be something like less than 2 gigs or some ridiculous shit. I forget what it is, but it's the only ones that'll work with this. It's such a piece of shit, but it works with Home Assistant. Let's try this again. No, that works. Okay, that's there. So we hit next. Let me try this again.
It's zip. It's zipping the modern way. Amazing.
You only have to do this once. Twice if you want to show other people how to do it. Okay, fuck this. Can I go back? Can I hit cancel? Okay, what did I do? What the fuck did I... Okay. So even though I chose a different network, it's actually connecting to guest when I didn't click guest. So I was clicking SSD, but because this touchscreen was designed in 1987, it still keeps registering that I clicked a different one. See how many times I had to do that? Whoever chose the touchscreen for this. So those are our network settings. Next. What? I didn't even hit next yet! The fuck? No. No way. No way. Zip, zip. Finally! Okay. It's done. Now we go back over to our computer. Before I show you how to add that to Home Assistant, because we're on the topic of connecting Internet of Things devices to our network, it's important to talk about how we treat devices that we truly do not trust. I don't trust that thermostat, but my threat level or trust level in that is far different than it is for something like a Hikvision Chinese camera. If there was something I truly didn't trust, that thing could still go online, even if I blocked its IP from connecting to the internet. I told it, this is your static IP. So it's going to grab that IP. Now, I blocked that IP from connecting to the internet. But what if that device was truly malicious? What if that thing was put in there by an Apple spy that wanted to collect blackmail on me through the microphone in the thermostat so that they could stop me from lobbying for right to repair, some sort of crazy shit like that. Like I'm just trying to come up with a ridiculous example out of my head. What that device could do if it was truly malicious is it could say, I'm going to ignore the static IP that Lewis asked me to have, and I'm going to try to grab a bunch of different IPs. I'm going to keep going through this subnet until I find some IP address that I can grab that allows me to connect to the internet. And then it could. If I didn't allow that IP address to connect, what if there's another IP address on that subnet that it's allowed to grab and connect to the internet? It could technically do that. Now, I could do something where I limit it by the MAC address, but that device could then also spoof its MAC address. That's doable. I mean, Graphene OS does that when you connect to Wi-Fi networks. It does it for security so that you don't get fingerprinted as easily. Now, you could create VLANs, but that requires that you buy a switch that has VLANs, and I'm a cheapskate. I didn't get a switch with VLANs. The router that I have is literally like almost a 10-year-old desktop computer that has another network interface card put into it that I found at my store. So what I have is I don't have 2 ports on my router. The way I would deal with this is I have 3 ports on my router. On the pfSense router I'm making to show you everything, when you go to interfaces, I have WAN, and I have LAN. And then I have the OpenVPN. But on the router that I use at home, I have WAN, LAN, and cameras, this is a separate network altogether. Let's show you how this works. The LAN network gives out IPs from 192.168.1.2 to 255, and the cameras interface gives out addresses from 192.168.3.2 to, or 3 in this case technically, to 255. These networks are not allowed to talk to one another. They're separate networks. So it would be physically impossible for that camera to grab an address on the network that is trusted. It's only able to grab ones from the network that is not trusted. And every device on that switch is not allowed to connect to the internet. So when I go to my firewall rules and I click on cameras, you'll see over here that all of these cameras, everything on here is blocked from going to the internet, and everything else is blocked from going to it. It's all universally blocked. They cannot connect, and nothing on this network can connect to anything else, and nothing else can connect to it. The only things that can connect are the specific exceptions I have created. I allow my VPN client to attach to the cameras so that I can view my little koi fish when I am away. I allow my underwater camera to connect to my underwater camera clients, which are the computers that I allow to view the koi fish, and vice versa. And I allow my security cameras, which are all these Hikvision cameras over here, to attach to my network video recorder computer. And my network video recorder computer can attach to the security cameras. To make life easy, pfSense has a feature called aliases. So instead of having to add a new firewall rule every single time I add a camera to that network, I can simply say in the firewall rule, just instead of it being an IP address, I can say security cameras. And then I can list all of them over here. So nothing on that network is technically allowed to connect to the internet. If I truly fundamentally did not trust that thermostat would not be on my LAN, that thermostat would be over here. But do I trust Ventstar to make a touchscreen? No. Do I trust them to make an interface worth of shit? No. Do I think that they're actively, maliciously going through every IP on my home network behind my back just to connect to the internet so that something in there can spy on me? Not really. I don't think so. It's possible, since I've talked shit about the guy that made it, that maybe he adds that, but it can't connect to the internet right now. Wait, I just thought I would throw that in there so you can have an idea. Obviously, if you wanted to go completely into this, what you could do is you could learn about VLANs and you could learn about all that other stuff. I'm not getting into that in this video because, admittedly, for my own purposes, for my home network, I don't even need to get into that for this video, because what I would do is I would simply attach a Wi-Fi access point, which is separate. I would have a separate Wi-Fi access point that connects to the switch, that I connect all the devices that I don't trust to, and I would treat them in that particular manner. I just wanted to walk you through how I would do that, because I'm not going to be connecting a bunch of IoT devices on camera one by one, because that would require that I disconnect everything I have and start from scratch, and that would just make me miserable. 2, 3, I believe it was. Here we go. So let's add an integration. I'm going to go Settings, Devices and Services, Add Integration. Now we're going to type in Ventstar. Host 168.1.18. Username. Second floor. Password. You see? Pin code. We don't have that. Uses an SSL certificate. Yes. Submit. It's zipping the modern way. As fast as you can expect a Ventstar thermostat. Here we go. Now I can make an area for it. I'll call it living room. Now this is the fun part. You go to overview. This is like, I don't want this. This is aggravating. So I'm gonna get rid of that thing because that makes me mad just looking at it. Edit dashboard. Okay, I want to hide this thing. I need to figure out how to get rid of that thing because that is fucking ugly. Let's see. First things first, let's make sure my browser window is in view. Lovely. So we're going to edit this area. Okay, wait. Yeah, I forgot how I did this the last time I removed this annoying shit. So this has 3 dots in the top, which makes it easy. Edit dashboard. Ah. Hide energy. Is it this one? Huh. No. All areas. Yes. Submit. It's actually, Oh, this is, oh, fuck me. This is actually quite annoying. Show code editor. Show visual editor. This is even worse. Living room. Submit. Come on. How did I do this last time? Oh, jeez. Huh? Right click? No. Assist? Help me remove. Yeah, you're as useful as Tesla. Okay, I'll figure it out. It will drive me insane. It has to be here. Okay, what if I'm, like, I don't understand what this has to do with anything. It says edit dashboard, but this doesn't do anything. Hide entities without area, hide energy. What does that do? Okay, we have that, but why? How do I get rid of you? Oh my god, this is so annoying. How the fuck do I make you go away? Do I do it from here? I want the thermostat to be there. I don't want this bullshit there. Oh, geez. I think I have to go to each one and undo visible. Oh, dear God. Actually, never mind. That doesn't even do it. That doesn't even... Okay, what if it's just disabled? Wait, so now it's not even... Oh, my God. It just gives you an error now. This is worse and worse. Holy. Okay, there has to be a way around this. This can't be this bad. There's no way this is this bad. Dashboards. Okay, here we go. Is it this? Can we have the overview? Oh, no. No, no. Give me a way to configure you. Cannot be edited from the UI. You can hide it by setting another dashboard as a default. Okay, can I make a new dashboard? What if I make a new fucking dashboard? Where's the button to make a dashboard? Edit dashboard. Take control. Take control of your dashboard. Are you sure you want to take control? Yes. Okay, that is the worst UI I've ever seen in my life. Fuck my life. No wonder closed source shit wins. Okay. Let's pretend that didn't happen. We'll edit that out. So, welcome to the future where Lewis edited this out. Please God, I hope I edit that out. Please pay attention while editing. Please pay attention while editing. Okay, we're going to add to home. We're going to hit add card. And we're going to go to our thermostat. I'm going to name it second floor thermostat. And that's that. I have this little thing over here. And you hit done up here. And you have your thermostat. Isn't it awesome? So once you're done, hopefully you're not as stupid as I am and you'll figure it out. So I can tell it to have the fan on all the time, even if the compressor's not on, or to turn the fan off and the compressor is off. I can say what mode it should be in, hot or cool, and I can change my temperature. The cool part is if you look over here, it'll even show you the history of what temperature it was set to at what time and what the temperature was at that time. So this is the target temperature and this is the existing temperature, and you can see that for the entire day, which is really cool. Like, you get all these awesome graphs and stuff. It's very nice. We also have to set up our IP addresses the same way that we set up our other servers, so that Home Assistant never has its IP taken by something else, just in case that we're careless or something stupid happens. I thought I had this on camera, but apparently I did not. So when you're in Home Assistant, you go to Settings, System, Network, and Configure Network Interfaces. Now usually it's set to automatic. We're not going to set it to automatic. We're going to change it to static. And then you're going to set it up with an IP. So I've already used 192.168.5.1 for my pfSense router, .2 for my server, .3 for Mailcow for calendar, contacts, and email. So this one I'm going to set up to .4. So the IP, 192.168.5.4/24, gateway address, 192.168.5.1, the pfSense router, and 192.168.5.1 as a DNS server. After I do that, I want this to be set up with a static mapping. So in my DHCP server section of pfSense, you go Services, DHCP server, and then you can add a static mapping, which I did in the video that I thought was recording. But if I didn't, I can still just go down here. You would hit Add Static Mapping. And the way that you would find the MAC address, because this is not a real piece of hardware, is I can go up here to Diagnostics, and I can click on ARP Table. And when you click on ARP Table, it will show you a list of devices that are connected to this particular interface. And you can see the MAC address of several of these devices. So once I have all these MAC addresses over here, except for the one I don't want to show up on camera, here we go. Once I have all of these, I can see Home Assistant. I just told its IP 192.168.5.4. I know that that's it. I know its host name is Home Assistant, so this is its MAC address. I can also look up the MAC address of the device by looking at the Virtual Machine Manager, but this is faster and more convenient for me since I'm already in the pfSense interface. After that's done, I can go here. I would go Add Static Mapping. I would put in that IP address. I would type in the IP over there that I want to be reserved for Home Assistant. I could type in Home Assistant over there. I would hit Save at the end. And now I know that nothing is going to take the IP address that belongs to Home Assistant, and Home Assistant is always going to be in the same place. Now I'm going to show you how you would set this up on your phone. Once you're connected to your VPN, you're set, and you're able to connect to devices on your home network. So I open up the Home Assistant application, and I'm going to be greeted with the Home Assistant companion. It's going to ask me to choose my server, and I don't expect that it's going to be able to find it immediately because I am not on the same subnet. I'm on the VPN subnet, which is no big deal. I'm going to type in the IP address that I set, which is 192.168.5.4. And it's going to ask that I connect. And then it's going to say that it cannot connect to Home Assistant. And that's when I realized that I was being an idiot, and I did not put the port in. You're going to put the port in, 8123. Duh. Sometimes we can be idiots. In this case, I still did not do what I was supposed to. I'm supposed to put HTTP. And that's why I'm doing this video in real time. Because virtually everything stupid that you probably think you're the only one who's ever done, I've done 18 times over. I've been using Home Assistant almost since its inception. And I'm still an idiot that makes this mistake every single time I use it. You can laugh. I know I'm an idiot. But at least, at this point, hopefully, you don't feel like as much of an idiot too. This is what I really used to like about doing the board repair videos and all that. Everybody thought you have to be a genius to do this. And one of the things that I like showing people is that you can have as few brain cells as I do and still get everything done. Connect. It's going to ask for my username and my password. I have a very secure password here. Enable location tracking. No. I would trust them with it, though. I'll be honest with you. If there's anybody I would trust, it's them. And you can see my thermostat. Now, if I wanted to edit this, or I wanted to remove something, the interface on the mobile interface is infinitely less shitty than the interface in the desktop. You literally go edit dashboard, and it's just immediately there. I'm not like clicking around and cursing for a long time. I actually set up my dashboard initially from my Android phone, not from the computer. So that was the first time I ever tried doing stuff from the web interface, and oh my God. Working touchscreen. Non-working touchscreen. Nice. Home Assistant has documentation for almost everything. Once you have set up the core, once you have it connected to your network, and once you have OpenVPN set up, and once you have the Home Assistant app running so that you could tunnel into your home network, the sky's the limit. Look up what devices are compatible with Home Assistant. Home Assistant has an amazing community. They're all great people, and they deserve donations. They've done an excellent job of creating this piece of software. They deserve and have earned your support, in my opinion, and I think they're great people. The people that work on this really, genuinely, truly want to live in a world where we control our devices rather than our devices controlling us. They're doing this because they are passionate. You have people that just want to give a middle finger to Mazda, to Tahir, to every other company that tries to control every single aspect of how you use their products. Next up, I'm going to show you how to set up a home surveillance system that sends you alerts on your phone anytime somebody goes by the cameras that are around your house. These are going to be security cameras that use standard protocols like RTSP and ONVIF. There's nothing wrong with having a cloud-connected system, but there's a lot wrong with having a cloud-connected system that has to connect to somebody else's server in order for it to work. Security cameras used to be cameras where everything that you bought, you could use it the way that you wanted to. But now, as this cloud subscription economy nonsense has become more popular, you'll have a lot of cameras that have to connect to somebody else's server in order for them to work. And the problem with anything that has to connect to somebody else's server in order for it to work is that the person who owns that other server owns the camera, not you. Whether we're talking about companies that advertise that you can view your camera and alerts on your phone and then take that functionality away unless you start paying them every month or buy a new camera, or we're talking about companies that just disable the cameras or disable the storage altogether so that you can't even use them anymore. This is something very common. So I'm going to be showing you how to utilize cameras that connect to your server so that you can choose how to use them and get your alerts the way you please. You can utilize these cameras any way you want. You could use it with VLC if you wanted to use VLC to be able to view them. You could use anything you want, and that's what makes it beautiful. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to set up a basic security camera, and we're going to start with a security camera made by a company called Hikvision. I'm choosing this camera the way that I choose my relationships. I'm not choosing it because it's the best. I'm choosing it because it's available and good enough. This camera is a camera that I'm suggesting to you, not because I think it's the best, but because they're so ubiquitous and they're available virtually everywhere at insanely low prices. Almost every small business that I've checked out in New York City used a Hikvision security camera. Because they're everywhere, when a business goes out of business and they do a liquidation sale, you can often find them very cheap. I have found these cameras, I found lots of 8 cameras for $150 that do 1080p or 3K video at 25, 30 frames a second in high bit rate. They're not bad. When you look on eBay, you can get Hikvision cameras that are not bad for as low as $30 or $40 a piece. And sometimes you'll find lots of them where somebody will sell 8 of them for $100 or $150 at business liquidation sales and auctions. Because these cameras are so popular and because you see them everywhere, I want to show you how to set it up using this as an example. There are other cameras if you want to buy the best of the best. If you want to buy a camera that is the best of the best, that's created by a really cool company, I would highly suggest that you buy cameras from a company called Axis. Axis makes really, really good cameras. They make high quality stuff, but you will pay for them. This is a great camera. Everything that Axis makes, in my opinion, is amazing. And you're going to pay more for one Axis camera than you will for 8 or 10 used Hikvision cameras. So the first thing we're going to do is try and set up a Hikvision camera from scratch. What good cameras do is they utilize DHCP when you first plug them into your network, so they'll grab an IP address that your router provides it. This is what good cameras do. So for instance, when you go to that section of pfSense called ARP table, and it gives you a list of all the different IPs, you'll be able to see when you connect your camera, it'll just show up in this list. One of the problems with cheaper cameras is they don't do this. They'll often have some sort of weird static IP like 192.0.0.64 that you won't even know what it is. So because you don't even know what the IP it's trying to grab is or what subnet is trying to grab it from, you have like no idea how to use it. So Hikvision cameras often do this shit, and there's a special tool that you can download from their website that fixes this, that will fix it for you. Unfortunately, this tool requires Windows, so I'm booting up a computer that is sandboxed. I don't let this connect to do anything. This is a burner computer that I use for taking college math classes. I didn't realize that if you take math in college, that this explains it. This explains why I was never very good at math, but they use something called Pearson VUE, and every time I load up Pearson VUE from my college, it tells me that I cannot learn math if I don't use Windows. If I use Linux, I can't learn math. And that explains it, because I've been using Linux since 2002, and I've also had problems with math since I started high school. So it's like, wow. I finally figured out why I was bad. Anyway, going back to this. This is going to be a program called SADP. You can download it off of Hikvision's website, and this SADP program will find all of the cameras that are on your network and allow you to change the IP of those cameras to the proper camera, to the proper IP. So that's the installation file. I'd already installed it. So I'm going to start up SADP, and when you start this up, it's going to find the Hikvision cameras on your network. So when I look at pfSense, you'll notice that it doesn't show me this 192.168.3 subnet camera. But over here, this program finds it. And after this program finds it, what I'm going to do is I am going to click the little checkbox over here, and I'm going to reset it to enable DHCP. Now, when you buy these cameras, this is the thing. Sometimes these cameras will use passwords that the manufacturer or the person doesn't even know. So you may have to reset it by hitting a button that is on the inside of the camera itself. And once you hit that button inside the camera, it will reset it to its default password, which you can usually find by Googling that particular camera. And oh shit. Okay, let's see. Do I have my... Come on, there we go. So I'm going to modify this to enable DHCP. So what that means is that when I plug it into my network, it is going to grab an IP address that it's supposed to be grabbing rather than whatever it has over here. So let's check back on my network and see if it shows up so that we can log into it and configure it as we please. Now it just showed this over here. I'm going to take a guess that that is my camera. I can also go to the status, DHCP leases, and it will show me all the devices that are connected. So .18 is my burner desktop, and I'm going to guess that .19 is my little security camera. There we go. I'm going to log in, and a lot of these passwords, you'll just have to look on the box to find the camera, or look at the manual, or Google it, depending on the camera that you got. I'm going to configure this from scratch. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reset my interface, just to show you how I would configure this from scratch. So once you log into it, you can set an IP address on your camera. So let's say that I want it to have a static IP of 192.168.5.19. I'm going to set that. It's going to have a static IP, so I know where to find it every time. And then I'm also going to set a user for the camera, or a user password for it. User management. I can modify this, and I can set the password as I'd like the password to be. Next up, when you go to video, audio, what I suggest you do is set the video encoding to H.264 rather than H.265, because the software that we're going to be using, when you're trying to view the clips in a web browser or something else, H.265 is just a little bit buggy at this point, and in my opinion, the increase in quality is not yet worth it. Some people are going to disagree with that, but just to keep things simple, I would choose video encoding at H.264. If you want to change the way the image looks, you can mess with your display settings and everything else. I'm not going to go over messing with all this stuff because it's going to be completely dependent on your environment, like day-night switch, backlight, white balance. You're going to choose this based on what makes sense for your particular use case. It's not. Next up, now that we know the username of our camera and we know the IP address of the camera, we can now go on to set up our network video recorder software that is going to be connecting to this camera. But just before we do that, I want to make sure that I can view the stream inside of a program like VLC. So I'm going to try to open my network stream And the way I'm going to do that is the way I'm going to figure out what the actual address is of this camera stream is I can use a program called nmap. So if you type, what I would like to type in is nmap -- script, and this is going to be in the guide that I provide you, the written guide. We're going to brute force it to find everything on port 554 because this is our RTSP port. And when I do this, it's going to show me every single thing, every single stream that this camera creates. So I'll know what to copy and paste in. Here we go. Now there's a bunch of different freaking streams here. Usually you're going to look for the one that's stream number 1 and stream number 2 with .sdp at the end of it. So yes, usually stream 1 is going to be your high quality stream, and stream 2 is going to be the lower quality stream. And the reason it's good to have a lower quality stream in addition to your high quality stream is because our program is going to be viewing this all the time in order to detect certain types of objects. So we don't want to tax our CPU by constantly viewing a 4K stream just to figure out if that's a cat or a dog or a human. We want to use the high quality stream for when we're recording video, but the low quality stream is going to be for figuring out whether or not that's a human or a cat or a dog so that we're not taxing our CPU unnecessarily. So when you look over here, you will see the URLs for each of these streams. And you're going to have to figure out which are which for your particular camera. Also, these URLs over here, you're going to have to modify just a little bit. So the way you're going to modify this is you're going to take RTSP, this, and you're going to put your username and then : password, like this. And then you're going to put an @ And that is going to be how you're going to modify that URL so that you can actually see your video. Now, once we've done that, we're going to test it inside of VLC to ensure that this actually works. I'm going to hit play. And it should eventually play your video stream. There we go. And now the next thing I want to do is I want to see if the low quality stream loads as well. So choose that. And there we go. Now that I know what the URLs are for both of them, I'm going to write them down inside of a notepad or a text file so that I have them for later reference. Next up, we're going to set up a program called Frigate. Frigate is a program that we are going to install using Docker. Now, I'm not going to install Frigate in a virtual machine as I have everything else. The reason I'm not going to install Frigate in a virtual machine is because Frigate allows you to connect a little piece of hardware accelerator so that it can do all that AI detection where it figures out, is that a dog, a cat, an elephant, a person, whatever else. But that doesn't work as well in a virtual machine as it does when it's just straight up running on the host system. So I'm going to be installing that on the server rather than installing it on a virtual machine on the server. This is going to be installed in a Docker container, and we're going to modify the configuration just a little bit so that it runs the way I would like it. Now, we're going to be SSHing into our server computer. This is the main server, which we set up at 192.168.5.2. Or you type in happycloud.home.arpa at. Yeah. Boom. Password. Yay, we're in. Now we're going to be installing Docker. First up, sometimes I'm so lazy with moving my hand that I'm not using my trackball to copy and paste from the written manual to this, which I really should be doing to make my life easy. I like having a track point on a ThinkPad. I'm kind of used to that. I miss I know they make a desktop keyboard, but it doesn't have a palm rest and it doesn't have the little legs on it, so it just doesn't. It's not ergonomic the way it is on a standard ThinkPad. Next up, we install Docker Compose plugin. Remember the little -y tells it to install without asking me yes. I'd rather hit my Y later than my Y now. Next up, I'm going to make sure that I don't need to run my commands as root. I'm going to add my user to the Docker user group. And because I'm a hipster, instead of typing my username Lewis, I'm going to type an environment variable. Wow, forgot to do it as super user. See? Look at how cool that is. That's me. Next up, I'm going to create a directory for my programs. So I'm going to go downloads, see, download, oh gee, I'm going delirious. Make a directory for my programs. And then I'm going to clone the Frigate repository. I'm going to download Frigate. Now, I'm going to do something that's a little controversial here. I'm going to use the old version of Frigate rather than the new version of Frigate. And I'm going to show you why once I'm done installing them. The new version of Frigate, in my opinion, is absolutely horrific, and it takes a good user interface and it completely destroys it for no good reason, and I can't use that. So I'm going to download an old version. I'll show you the differences between the old and the new version so that you can decide for yourself which one you want to use. But I'm not going to use the new version because it's horrible and it's not made for humans. It's made for people that yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad. So next up, once we're in that directory, we're going to edit our docker-compose file. This is going to be the file that sets up everything and tells us what to install. So the way I'm going to edit this, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the, actually, we're just going to use a different file altogether than this. So I hit Control-K, and I use Nano as my text editor. And I just hit Control-K and keep it down. And I'm going to paste in this file that I'm going to show you. So this image is going to be the last good version of Frigate. I'm not going to download the stable or the latest version. I'm downloading 0.13.2. Now, what I've done here is I've separated the database directory from the storage directory. I don't need my database is going to be really small, so I'm going to want to store that on my solid state drive. But my clips, I mean, this may be taking up hundreds upon hundreds of gigabytes, and it's going to be writing to it constantly. I don't want that direct. I want that on a hard drive, and I want the flexibility to choose what hard drive I want that on later. So I have a different directory for the database than I do for the storage, and I'll show you how to change this later. So this means that the storage directory inside the Frigate directory is going to map to media Frigate inside Frigate, and the database directory inside our Frigate directory is going to map to /data/db directory inside of Frigate's container. This is going to run on port 5000. And this is for the new version. The newer versions allow you to have a user authentication. So on port 5000, it's not even going to ask for a user and a password. Whereas on port 8971, it does with the newer version. So there's a way of getting around this so that you can have a username and password on the old version. And I'm going to show you that at the end. So once you're done setting up your file like this, this file should work fine for you. You're going to save it. And then after that, we're going to create a configuration file. I am going to provide you with a template configuration file. You're going to go and if you want to use their template configuration file, you can go into config. It's going to give you this configuration file. It's a config example. My video recording died on me, so let's go back to where I was. So when you go when you're in Frigate, you go to the config directory, and you're going to see a configuration file that's already there. But the problem with this configuration file is that it doesn't really have most of the settings that you're going to want a configuration file to have. And the problem with these is that a valid configuration file is going to look something like this. I'm going to just copy and paste mine in there and just remove some of the passwords and stuff like that, so that you can see what a config file looks like and just get an idea when I say that YAML files are hell, what it is that I mean. So this is called the YAML file. Yes, look at this. So the first thing that I like to have in the top of my file that's not in the standard configuration is we are going to have the URL or the domain or the IP address of our Home Assistant computer over here. The Home Assistant computer is going to be the computer that's going to be sending us alerts, so that needs to get information from Frigate every time that it detects something. So that's one of the changes from the normal file. Now I'm providing you a template because these files are hell to work with. If I have this instead of this, it won't work. I'm not kidding. It's that annoying. So you're going to have to change the username, the password, the IP address, the URL of your camera, and you're also going to have to change what it is you want to detect. You may not want to detect a giraffe, a zebra, an elephant, or a mouse. And you're probably not going to want these masks here. You may want to delete the lines that have masks in them. You're going to want to change the thresholds for detecting certain items. But I'm providing you with a file that works at its core so that you can at least, I think it's easier if you edit a file that you know works rather than have to make your own from scratch, and that'll be in the written version of the guide. So we're saving our database to a separate directory than we're saving our videos, and it's going to connect to our Home Assistant computer up there. That's going to be the URL of whatever you, that's going to be the IP address of the Home Assistant computer, and this will become obvious why this is there once we set up Home Assistant for alerts. So let me just put my real file in there now, because this is the file that doesn't have any passwords in it that are real. Not that it really matters. You'd have to hack into my home network to be able to see my cameras anyway, but at that, well, what's the worst you could see? You could see my fish. Okay. Once you're done over there with making the config file, you're going to go back into the Frigate directory, and you're going to run docker compose up, and it's going to grab all of the files for the container, which means that that's why it's going to be slower the first time around. And then after that, when you run docker compose up, it will just simply run Frigate. Now remember, you're going to want to type -d at the end so that when you close the terminal, it still runs. When I first run a program that I've composed with Docker, the reason I like to run it without the -d is because I can see on the terminal without having to type something else and see logs exactly what's going on when it first starts. I like to see that when it first starts. So it's giving me a configuration validation error, which is to be expected. I think I made a mistake by having the version specified at the end of the file. No big deal. So, all right, I edited my file to get rid of the version. I commented out version at the end of it because it's not happy since I set it to a different version than what it actually is. I'm using the old version, 0.13, not 0.14. And now it is working. It's running everything. So I'm going to show you what the web interface looks like once I've installed it. Now, just because I don't want to have a blank setup in there, I took the liberty of copying over my database and my files from my working install over here so that you can see it. We're going to visit the URL in the browser, 192.168.5.2, which is our server, and then :5000. And then over there, you can see my cameras. You can see what I've got. And I even have my little fishy camera over here. Let me show you why it is I made the choice to default this guide to installing an old version of Frigate rather than a new version. I'm not here to tell you how to run your system. I'm just here to show you a template of what's available, but this is your journey. You can run whatever you want. So in the written guide, I will show you what to write in the Docker Compose file so that you could run the new version or the old version, depending on your preferences. I'm going to show you why I think the new version is horrible by showing you how nicely the old version works, and then how horribly the new version works. And you decide for yourself if you want to use the new version and just torture yourself the way I did when I wanted to install Gentoo from a stage 1 tarball back in 2004 so I could be cool. So let's show you what the old version looks like, the web interface. In the old version, it says over here, the moment you log in, everything is laid out for you. Cameras, settings, store config, system, events. So if I want to see what happened, I can just read it over here, events, clear, plain text. I click on events, and I can scroll through and I can see all of the different events that it recorded. Now, what's great about this is that I can scroll back and see events for as long as I want. I can see stuff from a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and I can also customize it by clicking the calendar over here. The calendar will say today, yesterday, last 7 days, this month, last month, or I can hit custom range. And when I hit custom range, I can click this date, I can click that date, and I'll see everything from October 1st through October 3rd. It's very easy, intuitive, and simple to use. And also you can see what it detected. So it says person, car, person, car. So I know what it's detecting, and more importantly, I can see the confidence that it has that that's a person, the confidence that that's a car. So it says over here, it thinks that that is a car with 71% confidence. See that 71% confidence? This allows me to set up my configuration file. Let's say I set up my config file to show a car when you are 71% confident that you're a car. And that tells me it's 71% confident that's a car. That tells me that I may miss seeing cars because I'm right on the borderline. I've said 71% is my threshold. It's 71% certain that's a car. That gives me a signal that maybe I should go to my config file and lower the threshold for a car. I have all that information available to me. Now, let's say that I learn that my next door neighbor got murdered by somebody with a blue shirt. And I go through, I can easily scroll through because I'm like, oh, I remember somebody came by my house with a blue shirt to deliver food. Maybe that is the murderer. So I can scroll down and I can see that they're right here. Like, I may have not saved this clip because I didn't know that this person was going to be a murderer. I didn't save it. I didn't star it. It's just whatever. But now that I know that somebody who was a brunette woman with a baggy blue t-shirt and thin jeans killed somebody, okay, I can scroll through it and find it. I don't remember the day they were here, but it's very easy to find. Let me show you what this is like in the new web interface that they thought was actually a good idea to implement. Watch what happens when I go over to the new web interface. This is with version 14. Now, it has some cool features where it'll automatically start auto-playing things and, well, doing weird shit like this. I don't know what the fuck it thinks it's doing there. But now, if I go over here, well, which one is events? Which one is, like, what is what? So we have an eyeball with a sideways fucking eyebrow over here. We have the play button for review. We have plus. What am I adding with plus? Like, what does this even do? Like, why? Just why? I can add a camera group. Like, no, I don't want no. Like, you used to have this with a nice little drop down. So let's say I go over to review. This is funny. So I can review the clips from the past 24 hours. How do I know how confident it was that this was a car? Is it 70% confident, 80% confident, 60%? I don't know. I have to click through somewhere else to find that. So there's less information available immediate. Now you may notice that it only goes to October 10th. Where's all my other clips? I have to click on the calendar up here to find them. Now, let's say I click October 10th and then I click October 2. There's no way to set a range. I can't set a range. I can only view one fucking day at a time, which means that if I want to find that person that may have been the murderer and I don't know which day they were here, I have to click on October 10th and then scroll through everything. But I have to click away from the calendar because the calendar blocks this. So then I get to go back to the calendar and click on October 9th. And then I get to click away and then I get to scroll through everything. Somebody actually, this is what fucks me up inside. It's not that they have a bad user interface because it's open source software. They have a limited budget. I get it. I have sympathy for that. It's that they had a good interface and somebody thought, you know what? Somebody's actually thought it would be a good idea to take this amazing UI that works and fucking destroy it for literally no good reason. Wait till you see how this is on a phone, because man, if you think this sucks in a computer, oh my God. So we're gonna look at this on a smartphone and see how this works with the old version and then with the new version. So with the old version, when I go to events, oh man, this is so easy to scroll through right here. Like you can scroll through everything and all the information is right there. I can easily go to old events. If I want to change what is showing up at that particular time, I click on the calendar. I can click custom range and I can just choose my date range and it works. Now watch what happens with the new version. Believe it or not, this actually does get worse. Okay, this one has reverse proxy setup, but that's also certificate. So you have some interesting stuff where it'll show you the camera playing in real time. So first things first, where do I click for events? You have these buttons at the bottom that are almost the same color as the background. So let's say I click here for events, right? It gets even worse. So where's the calendar? Where's the calendar? Like, is this the calendar? No. It only shows me one day. Is this the calendar? No. Is this I don't even know what the shit this is. Like, I have a little yellow vertical sound wave. Now, maybe I can go in settings. Wait, so when you click on the gear, it gives you to settings, but then there's another settings menu inside of settings. And above all, you have to click on the other settings menu because there's two gears. There's two settings menus. And then when you click on this settings menu, you get calendar. So I think, oh my God, maybe they gave me it back. But no. You can only click one day at a time. You can't select multiple days. And then when you click here, well, how do I leave it? I go over here, and now you see the loading time. You see the lag on this shit. Look at this. Like, look at how. You'll see it's going to take like 5 or 10 seconds to load October 2nd. And this is what Eli, the computer guy, was talking about, is that if you have the wrong camera software, even if you have the best cameras in the world, it doesn't matter, because if it's so painful to find a video, you will let that person who stole $3,000 of stuff out of your house rob you, rather than, you're okay with it. You won't even report it to the police because it's literally not worth $3,000 to you or the potential of getting your stuff back to have to deal with this shit. This is painful. Like this. This is so bad. Anyway, like fuck this. Like fuck that. So we're going to be using the old version of Frigate. And again, if you want to use the new version, it finally loaded. There we go. It finally loaded. If you want to use the new version of Frigate, then like by all means, torture yourself. But my default is going to be using the old version of Frigate because I'm trying to be nice to myself. You know, my therapist is saying be nice to yourself, like, you know, be kind to yourself. And part of that is not using software that tortures me. Next up, we're going to set up Home Assistant so that every time somebody walks by your camera, you get an alert on your phone. This is something that's not set up by default in Frigate, and it doesn't have that capability. But Home Assistant does, and it integrates with Frigate very well. It would have been easier for us to set all this up if we installed Frigate within Home Assistant. But the problem with doing that is that means that we have to use the new version of Frigate, which in my opinion is, even though it's easier to install, it's more miserable to use. And with software, the freedom that I care about more than anything is something called free as in free time. Free as in free time means that it doesn't take me 20 minutes to find a video of a crook that stole something from me. It only takes 30 seconds because I have a nice user interface. And when you use software, when software allows you to save time, people are willing to get abused. They're willing to use Ring doorbell. They're willing to be spied on by Google. They're willing to live in a closed garden with Apple. They're willing to have a camera where the manufacturer can literally turn off their ability to use it or just double the price and not allow them to connect to it locally just to save time. So when I'm making this guide, I don't want to make a generic guide that takes 30 minutes and says, here's how to install like Nextcloud and Home Assistant and you're done. I'm giving you a guide. I want to make a guide where everything is actually better than the closed source solution so that you actually want to use this software so it feels good to use it. So let's go over to Home Assistant and get started. You can either go to 192.168.5.4 and 8123, port 8123, or you can go to Home Assistant like this, .home.arpa 8123. So remember when we were setting up static mappings for everything? When we were adding static mappings as we went? Every time you added a static mapping, IP address and host name, this gets registered in the DNS resolver in pfSense. So what that means is if you go to System, Advanced, Networking, if you're using the proper DHCP server, not the one that they keep trying to tell you to use, all of this will get, you have an option to add everything to the DNS resolver as soon as you add a static mapping. So in services and DNS resolver, these two options over here are going to save you a lot of time. Register DHCP leases in DNS resolver, register DHCP static mappings in the DNS resolver. After that, if you go to System and General Setup, this domain here is what you type. Clinty, why are you running away, boy? My cat just ran away. Once you type in Home Assistant up here, you're going to type in that, and then you type in the domain, it will bring you to where you were going. Well, at least I forgot to put the port there. It's 8123. So once we're here, we're going to install four things. We're going to install HACS, which is going to allow us to install some other stuff. We're going to install Mosquito Broker. Mosquito Broker is going to receive messages from Frigate. So every time somebody walks by a camera, we're going to tell Frigate to send a message to Home Assistant. It's going to receive that message. We're going to set it up with an MQ a Mosquito client that is going to receive those messages from the Mosquito Broker we installed on Home Assistant. And then we're going to install a Frigate integration plugin that is going to set up automations so that every time somebody walks by, it's going to automatically send an alert to our phone. Instead of having to write miserable YAML files to do this, we're going to be installing something called Blueprint and importing blueprints that allow us to just add a camera from Frigate without having to write any YAML nonsense. So I'm going to try to make this as easy as possible for you with regards to user interface stuff. So let's get started there. So first things first is we're going to install HACS. So we're going to go to the website, and I will include this website in the written guide. Once you get here, you go to OS Supervised because we installed Home Assistant OS. To add the HACS add-on repository, click this link. Now, make sure that this link, your instance URL, it must be your Home Assistant URL. Sometimes it does .local, and when it's .local, it won't load because a lot of routers, normal routers, consumer ones, .local is your local domain. pfSense is different, .home.arpa. So whatever the URL is here, make sure that that loads in your Home Assistant instance, or else it's not going to work. We click Update, open this page in Home Assistant. We open it, missing add-on repository. You click Add. Now, after that, go to the documentation page to add it, and you're going to click Add, and Get HCS Add-on, click Install. Start the add-on, navigate to the add-on logs, and we're going to restart Home Assistant, and then follow every step over here. So once this is done, start on boot. We're going to go to Settings, go there, restart Home Assistant, restart Home Assistant, restart Home Assistant. Now, once we've done this, you're going to clear your browser cache, which is going to require that you log in again. So in Firefox, I click on those 3 lines at the top. I'm going to go to History, clear recent history, everything. Actually, I don't really need to clear everything. I'm not going to clear history, site data. I'll just clear temporary cache files and pages. Now I'm going to go back to Home Assistant. Go Settings, Devices and Services. We're going to add an integration. HACS. Did you install? Refresh. Refresh. Okay, maybe I should just clear everything. Yeah, we'll just... You know what? To be safer, I'm going to go Settings. I'm going to reboot the entire system, just to be safe. Click that. Advanced Options, Reboot Entire System, and I'll just clear I'll clear cookies and everything too. Clear recent history. We're going to clear everything. There we go. And we're going to log back into Home Assistant. It's going to take a few seconds to reboot. I can actually see my virtual machine status here. It is rebooting. It's a good little Home Assistant. It's a good little Home Assistant. I talk to my Home Assistant the way I talk to my cat. I like my kitty, but I also like my Home Assistant. It looks like it's booted. So we're going to log in. Home Assistant is starting, but not everything is available yet. No big deal. Settings, Add-ons, Hacks, Start Hacks. Devices and Services. Add integration. Where are you? Here we go. So we go to Settings, Add-ons, Add-on Store, HACS, Get Hex, Start, you bastard. Okay, I'm going to restart you one more time. Start you one more time. I will clear my cache one more time. That's the open source experience right there. And how about this? I'm going to do that. I'm going to close my web browser too. Doing it live because it's fun this way. Okay, I was being impatient. So I kept restarting it, but after hitting start over there, when you go to log, you have to restart Home Assistant, but it's downloading a zip file and it's doing work. And the instructions did say to look at log, and I did not look at log. So yeah, my bad. So it never actually fully installed. So don't be impatient like me. If you're impatient, then once you're done, click log. Okay, now we go Settings. We are going to restart Home Assistant and clear my cache again. I'm going to clear recent history. I'm going to clear cache. And then I'm going to go overview, reload. Home Assistant is starting. Not everything may be available yet. There we go. Okay. Settings. Add-ons. Hacks. Start. Look at our log. Great. Now we're going to go to Settings, Devices and Services, and we are going to add an integration. You go HACS, and then it will be there. If you don't wait for it to finish, because you're impatient like me, it won't show up there. I know how to access Home Assistant logs, blah, blah, blah. Submit. Now you take the code, go over to GitHub. I'm going to log into GitHub. I think you have to have a GitHub account to do this. No big deal. It doesn't cost you any money. Continue. Authorize. Now, once this is authorized, you can close that browser tab and go back to where you are here. And once that's done, you add this to an area, like living room, and then you have hacks over here, which is nice and cool. Now, I'm going to visit the Frigate Home Assistant add-ons page. Wait a second. This is the Frigate Home Assistant integration. Now, do not click this giant blue button, because this will literally just bring you back to this page. You're going to click Download in the bottom right corner. So we are going to install the latest version of this integration. And even though we are using an older version of Frigate, this will actually work just fine. Now, we already downloaded it. Okay. And after doing that, we are going to configure it. Go back to Hacks, Pending Restart, Settings. Restart required. The issue is repaired. Like that vocabulary there. We're going to wait for it to start up again. Because I'm impatient, I'm going to hit Enter over and over again, because that is what I do. So now, go to Settings, Devices and Services, Add Integration, and we have Frigate. And over here, we can enter our URL. Now remember, we're not installing Frigate onto Home Assistant to be run inside of it. We are adding Frigate as an integration. Now we have to put in the URL for our Frigate installation, which is going to be 192.168.5.2. Or, since we set this up in pfSense with a static mapping, happycloud.home.arpa, which is going to be 192.168.5.2, which is the address of our server. And then it failed to connect because I forgot to turn it on. Okay, so we're gonna let's go back to that window and turn it back on. Docker compose up-d. Remember, we don't need to lose our terminal anymore. I only run it without the -d in the beginning because I wanted to see if any error messages popped up as I started it. And I wanted to see what they were. After you connect to your Frigate installation by entering the URL of it and the port, which is 5000, then outside house. And I am going to label it outside house. Outside house. I don't get, like, this labels, descriptions, names. There's so many different ways to, that's aliases. I haven't really gotten as familiar with that as I should. But yeah, outside house. I'm gonna add all these cameras. What the hell? Frigate can be outside house too. And I hit finish. Now, once that's done and I have that all set up, I can start adding integrations. And in order to start adding integrations from grabbing stuff from Frigate, I have to install something that's going to accept my messages from Frigate. So we are going to go for Settings, Add-ons, Add-on Store, Mosquito Broker. And Mosquito Broker is going to allow us to receive those messages from Frigate. Install. We're going to make sure this is set up to start on boot. we're going to start it. Now, this is going to receive the messages from Frigate, but after it receives it, Home Assistant has to do all the services in Home Assistant have to actually do something with those messages. So we're going to go Devices and Services, and we're now going to add MQTT or MQ2T or whatever it was. Here we go. This is going to get added because this is going to receive the messages from Mosquito Broker. We click it, submit. It's going to automatically configure it to match all the settings in Mosquito Broker, so I don't have to mess with it. Beautiful. That's lovely. See? No configuration needed, and, well, open source moment when I click configure. So we can go Settings, Devices and Services, and you'll see MQTT is right there, and again, the open source moment. But again, it auto-configured, so who really cares if the configure button doesn't work? I clicked it as an entity, and yeah. So I have several different configure buttons, and then most of them don't work except for that button. But as long as it auto-configured, I don't care if all your configure buttons didn't work. You can be as open sourcey as you want there. Next up, we want to add automations. And if we want to add automations, we would go to Settings, Automations and Scenes, and we would have to go through this, and we're going to add YAML files and other things that are very miserable. But I don't want to do those things because I want life to be simpler. So there's something called blueprints over here that makes life very easy. So we're going to go to over here. This is the Frigate Home Assistant Blueprints. Add stable. Again, that .local thing. We're going to use the URL that works. Make sure that the URL in here, when you go to a new tab and hit enter, it must log you into your Home Assistant, or else this will not work. Hit save. Open page in Home Assistant. Import a blueprint. This is a Frigate blueprint. Import blueprint. Now watch what happens when we click on this blueprint. Instead of having to add YAML files, you can just click, and then it has all your cameras imported from Frigate. So backdoor close-up. I can click backdoor close-up. Now for devices, I am going to have to add my mobile device so that I actually get notifications. So on my mobile device, I'm going to log back into Home Assistant because I have not logged back in Home Assistant. So on the mobile device, I'm going to just open Home Assistant the way that I had it opened earlier when I set it up with the thermostat. I actually wiped Home Assistant because I went back to using the version of it that I wanted to use for my own home system. I'm going to enter my address manually. My phone is actually connected to a different network altogether. Forgot about that. When you add your address, it'll be, sometimes I think it's mad at you if you don't add it with HTTP. Connect. Welcome. I'm going to type in my hyper secure password. This entire thing is going to be deleted and off the internet before, get away from me, stupid bug, before this video is published, so no big deal. Connect to Home Assistant. I'm going to call this Lewis Phone. I don't need location tracking. Get away, you piece of shit bug. Continue. Enable notifications. That's very important. Need notifications, or else this whole system is not going to work. Beautiful. Now my phone has been added as a device. So I'm going to reload this page. Leave editor. Frigate notifications. We're going to click it again. I'm going to choose a camera. I can choose backdoor close-up. Mobile device, Lewis Phone. And then there are some settings that you can configure. Notification customizations. Title of the notification. So I can label intruder. Intruder. Home alert. I can tell it to send it even if my phone is on silent by changing the notification type. Critical notification. True. Just like, anybody get that critical warning at 4 a.m. saying like, man in blue shirt in jeans beat cop in this town with like 2,000 people. Thank you. Let me get my fucking Batmobile and go. Like, fucking idiot. There's this one fucking jackass that made sure that every single person in the state of Texas, like, they got over 30 million people to turn off alerts in their phone, emergency alerts. Like, fucking, anyway. So, name. Frigate, I'm going to call this backdoor cam notification. Backdoor cam notification. Rename. And there we go. Back. Automations. Backdoor cam notification. Now we're going to have some fun. After that, we're going to go over to Frigate and make sure that it's sending messages to our home assistant device. So when you go over to Frigate, remember that's installed on happycloud.home.arpa port 5000. You go over here to the 3 dots. You're going to go over to config. And over here, the host is going to be homeassistant.home.arpa or 192.168.5.4. It's up to you. Port is going to be 1883. That's where it's going to send messages over. User is going to be Lewis. Password is going to be whatever your home assistant password was. And there you go. There you go. Now, I'm going to go over here to the three bars. We're going to go over to cameras, and that was a me when I went to feed my fishy. So let's go over there. So I'm going to go downstairs, and let's see if an alert shows up on my phone. So I have my phone recording, so you'll be able to see if there is an alert. Also, you can probably see that my phone battery is 8%. I was watching this PBS documentary, and it's talking about how if your phone is less than, it's charged less than like 38%, that means that you're less likely to pay your loans back. It's very interesting. It was even talking about how, how do I get that light on? Okay, let's see how good this is if I don't have. I walk outside. I have my light turned off just to see how good this is. And as you can see, it says intruder, home alert. Nice, ain't it? So there you have it. I got an intruder alert on my phone. So now, not only can you see when something has gone by your house, not only can you configure it so that you only see the specific objects that you want to see, but you can even get an alert on your phone, the way you would with fancy schmancy cloud systems, and it's yours. You own it. This is so much better than motion detection. Motion detection, like a leaf falls by and it alerts you. You're not going to get false alerts with this, and you can set it up exactly the way you want. You own it. Somebody else doesn't. With that, we're going to move on to the next section of the guide. I hope this was helpful for you. Last thing we have to do is make this secure, because right now this setup is ridiculously insecure. Anybody that is on your local network, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can go 192.168.5.2:5000, and they have administrative access. There's no login web interface. There's no like user password authentication. Everybody who logs into this can edit your config. They can see all of your recordings, and they can hit delete on them. That's not a great thing. Now, I know you may be thinking, I don't really care about that. They'd have to break through my VPN in order to get into this from the outside world, and people I let into my house I trust. Plus, I have a guest network, so when they connect to Wi-Fi, the guest network can't connect to the LAN. Fuck your guest network. Seriously, fuck your guest network. You're never going to use that thing. The guest network on a Wi-Fi hotspot gets used as often as a treadmill in your house for exercise. Like, treadmills are used as clothes racks, and guest networks don't get used at all. Here's why. You connect to your normal network every day, which you remember the password to. However, your guest network, you don't remember the password to because you don't use it every day. You set it up once 3 years ago. And then when your uncle or your cousin or somebody shows up, or the plumber, and they ask for the Wi-Fi password to the guest network, you forgot it. So to avoid an awkward moment where you spend 5 or 10 minutes resetting it or figuring out how to do that, you give them the password to your normal network, totally forgetting that this is completely insecure. secure, and then you have something on your LAN that doesn't require authentication. Now, that is a bad thing, because that means that anybody who is in your house who can either plug into your network, or anybody in your house that can that has Wi-Fi can get access to this system and literally delete all your recordings. So what we're going to do is a few things. Firstly, we are going to make it so that you're not going to connect on port 5000. We're going to do something called a reverse proxy. So when you're going to go to Frigate on 192.168.5.2:443 for HTTPS, or you can go on port 80. We're going to do it in your web browser. So if you type in http:/192.168.5.2 or https 192.168.5.2, it is going to bring you to a screen that requires a login. You're going to have to log in. Then what we're going to do is we are going to block access to every computer on the network to port 5000 except for the Home Assistant computer. Usually what people would do is they would tell Frigate, only listen on localhost. And then they would set up Nginx to be able to listen on all the interfaces and take traffic from port 80 or 443, and they would add an authentication. That would be a little bit less complex to do because you wouldn't need firewall rules. And that would be a great thing to do if Home Assistant was running on the same machine as Frigate. But it's not. It's running in a VM. So I'm not running Frigate inside the VM because that means that I have to use the new version of Frigate, which I don't want to do. So what we're going to do is we are going to add a couple of firewall rules, and I'm also going to set up Nginx as a reverse proxy so that when somebody wants to connect to Frigate, they're going to require a username and a password to do so. However, your Home Assistant integration, which only asks for your URL, remember, when we had that part where it asked us for a URL for our Home Assistant, it never said username and password over there. That will still work. So this will be more secure all around. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to set up a reverse proxy and ensure that the reverse proxy actually works. So let's get started with that. So we are going to install a program called Nginx. That is a nice little web server. So let's analyze what it is we want to accomplish before we get started fucking with stuff. The first thing we want to do is make sure that when we try to connect to Frigate, it does not work. So when I go to 192.168.5.2, 5000, I should not see shit. I should not be able to see events. I should not be able to see my cameras. The second thing is that Home Assistant should be able to see Frigate because we're going to allow it. Frigate needs to be able to see Home Assistant when we go to Settings, Devices and Services, Frigate. At entry, I want this to see my cameras. I should be able to type 192.168.5.2 and see everything on that should still work. And the third thing is when I go to HTTPS 192.168.5.2, I should have something running there. There should actually be a service, and it should ask me for a password. So this is going to be fun. So first things first, we are going to use IP tables here. I don't like IP tables. I use it as absolutely minimally as necessary because I'm not that smart. I'll just be honest with you. Anytime I have to use IP tables, I have to spend 10 minutes or 20 minutes on Stack Overflow trying to understand what everything is. It's not made for humans. It's made with people with double my IQ, maybe triple. Probably triple if I'm being honest with you. But the reason we have to use it is because we're running Frigate and Docker, which means our UFW rules are going to get overridden and ignored. UFW is a firewall that's made for humans and people that have my intelligence. Probably at least like maybe 40 IQ points above me, but 40 IQ points above me rather than, you know, my IQ cubed. So this is going to be good for HTTPS. It's going to allow established connections. This one is going to make sure that localhost, meaning like my computer, that computer running Frigate will be able to connect to port 5000 on itself. We cannot block Nginx, which is my web server there, from attaching to Frigate on port 5000. Next, we're going to allow Home Assistant on port 5000. So this is going to make sure that 192.168.5.4 can attach to port 5000. Next up, we are going to block everything else. Everybody else can get fucked. So nobody else. And we're going to make sure that Docker doesn't fuck with me and try to undo all my shit. So let's see if this works before we get started doing any reverse proxy fancy stuff. So the first things first is when I try to load Frigate again, it better not work. Okay, I'm clicking it and it's not opening. I'm opening it in a new tab and it doesn't open. Yes, beautiful, it doesn't load. Next up, Home Assistant should be able to load Frigate. So remember, when I go, just so you remember where I'm going, because I don't expect you to remember everything if you're not following along with the written guide. In Home Assistant, I go Settings, Devices and Services, Frigate, at entry. I should be able to put in my IP here, and it should be able to see all my cameras. Device is already configured. Fuck. Okay. So I'll just fucking delete it. I'll delete it, and I'll just reconfigure it. Add entry. 192.168.5.2. And it sees all my cameras. So this is doing its job. My Frigate plugin inside of Home Assistant is able to connect, but other devices are not able to connect. Now the third thing is going to be adding the reverse proxy so that we can re-log into Frigate, but log into Frigate as somebody who has to authenticate with a username and a password. So to do that, we are going to install Nginx. And also, let's just make these firewall rules persistent, because if you don't make the firewall rules persistent, then when you reboot, it won't work. So like a year and a half ago, I'm never going to forget this. I almost never reboot my server. I didn't make the IP rules persistent. So since I didn't make the IP rules persistent, when I rebooted, nothing worked. And I had no idea that it was because of IP table stuff, and that wasted about 2 hours of my life. So let's just make sure IP tables -persistent is installed. I believe this should be, because we set this up when we made our bridge interface. So that's going to bother me. Apt. That'll remove. Yeah, I don't know. My OCD, that'll bother me. Okay, so we're going to use this net filter persistent save. What this does is it makes sure that my rules will last across reboot. And just because I'm used to things fucking with me, I'm going to make sure that nothing that I just did stopped my rules from working. Okay. Frigate. Reload. It doesn't work. Lovely. Our rules are telling us to get fucked as they should. Next up, we're going to install everything that's needed to set up a reverse proxy. So Nginx is a lovely little web server. And we have the Apache 2 utils. That's going to be for setting up the password authentication. The first thing we're going to do after this is we're going to create a self-signed SSL certificate. Remember that this computer never connects to the internet, so I can't use Let's Encrypt or anything else to make a certificate. So, you didn't see that, did you? Okay, yeah, installing Nginx was apt install Nginx Apache 2 utils -y, and then yeah, this is to make my SSL certificate. I have to use self-signed because this doesn't connect to the internet. So you don't really have to fill this out. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to see this but you. Rossman camera group. Common name. Home. happycloud.home.arpa. Get fucked. And then we're going to create our diff Helmin group. Listen to how fucking pretentious that shit sounds. All right, let's make our password file. My name is Lois. So everybody fucking calls me on YouTube. I can't spell my damn name. So we're going to type the password that we want to use to log in. Next up, we're going to create a configuration file for our reverse proxy. Now we have sites available and sites enabled. So you're going to create it in sites available. Now, when you go to a web server, they have like 15,000 different websites running on one IP. You don't have like fucking you don't have one IP for each website. So the way this works is you have all these different files for all the different websites that are running on a server. So if you connect to a certain IP, you have to connect with the domain name in order for it to actually direct you to the right place. So this, we're going to listen on port 80. And if you go to try to get to port 80 and you try to get to port 80 connecting to this IP or this domain name, happycloud.home.arpa, it will send you to the HTTPS version, which is the more secure, more betterer at port 443. On port 443, if you've gone to happycloud.home.arpa or 192.168.5.2, these are the SSL certificates that are going to show up in your browser. These are the security protocols, just a bunch of wankery. It is going to send you to Frigate, which is on our local host running on port 5000. But for you to see it, you're going to be seeing it through this on port 443, and you need your username and password. Without your username and password, it will tell you to get fucked, which is exactly what we want. So now we're going to create a symlink from ect Nginx sites available Frigate to the sites enabled, which is sites-enabled. Now, we installed Nginx. Let's see if that configuration file works. It is saying that it doesn't work, so I probably fucked something up very basic. Available. Oh, I didn't put a fucking... Yeah, you piece of shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Fuck you too. Okay. Nginx.-t. It's good. We're going to tell Nginx to start up with the system. Wait, no. God damn it, I'm getting delirious. Sudo systemctl enable Nginx. And sudo systemctl restart Nginx. Yes, we are started. And we are good. And just in case, yeah, it makes me feel more better. I didn't need to do that, but it makes me feel better. And that's what really counts when we're doing a 6 to 10 hour long fucking video. Now, making sure everything works. When I go to Frigate port 5000, it tells me to get fucked. When I go to Frigate on port 80, it redirects me to HTTPS. Lovely. So it's not going to stick, you see, it's not sticking me with port 80. Now let's see if it works when I connect with my domain name, which is happycloud.home.arpa. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? HTTPS, SSL, and it requires username and password. So there you go. We got Frigate set up. It's going to send notifications to your Android phone. It's going to record stuff properly. You have a web interface that doesn't suck balls. And it's nice and secure. Using OpenVPN to connect in, fully encrypted. Nobody else is going to be able to get access to this outside your network. And even if your brother-in-law, your cousin, or somebody that you fucking hate, maybe it's your husband or your wife, who the fuck knows. 50% of the marriages end in divorce in America, probably because they deleted their configuration to their Frigate server. They all get told to get fucked. And with that, we move on to the next part of this video. And I get to turn these fucking lights off. Take off these damn sunglasses. Yes, why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? You try staring at a camera for 6 hours and tell me how you like it. All right, on to the next part. Next up, I'm going to be setting up a virtual machine that's going to manage all the services that I use with my Android phone that I otherwise would be using Google for. I'm not going to be using one service. I'm going to be using 3 separate services because I want to use the service that's best for the job. It's going to be a little bit of an eccentric setup based on many years of experience trying to use one tool for a job and realizing that there are many pitfalls of it. I would usually use Google Drive to back up all the files from my phone to my server. For that, I'm going to be using Syncthing. I would usually use Google Keep and Google Docs to be able to read documents and also have notes. I love the way Google Keep works. It's a nice little program, and I like being able to have all these different little post-it notes and be able to label them the way that I want and have different folders for them. I like being able to write down things insanely quickly and then be able to organize them later. Nextcloud Notes actually does a good job of that. We're going to have Nextcloud for doing notes. Syncthing is just a file syncing thing. It doesn't have a way to view photos. And Nextcloud has a way to view photos, but it's incredibly slow. It lacks machine learning capabilities. I can't do the thing where I say, I want to see every single picture of Lewis. I want to see every single picture of Jessa, every single picture of my stepmom. And I can't do the thing where I search cat on chair or red cat on chair, and it shows me a red cat on chair from 8 years ago immediately. Image also allows me to transcode video proxies, which Nextcloud doesn't. Further, Image loads the original photo faster than Nextcloud loads the pre-rendered thumbnail. I'm not kidding. So we are going to be using the best tool for each job. So the first thing we're going to get started with before we do any of this is the thing that I said I was not going to do, which is show you how to set up X11VNC. Think of X11VNC like TeamViewer if he was even slower, if you could imagine that, but it's open source, so it's allowed to be even slower. I don't want to sit in that little room downstairs anymore, and I said I was going to do the virtual machine stuff via the GUI, but I really don't want to sit in that room today. So I'm going to set up X11VNC, and then I am going to set up the virtual machine. Once we set up the virtual machine, we set up Syncthing. Once we set up Syncthing, Nextcloud. After Nextcloud, Image, and after that, we will have one more little thing set up for backup at the end, and then we will show you how all of this works on your phone. All right, I just played with the cat, and now we're going to set up VNC. Are you excited? Are you excited? I hope you're excited. So let's get started. First things first, let's install X11VLC. Yay. Now, let's create a password. Lovely. Now, let's tell it to create a server. I'm going to listen on port 5920 because I'm weird. I think I'm using display 0. You should start with 0. And okay. Now I'm going to do VNC. After installing Tiger VNC on this computer, I run VNC viewer 192.168.5.2 5920 security types VNC auth, and it's going to ask me for a password. I put in the password that I had there. Okay, so let's make ourselves a new virtual machine. All right, my friends, are you ready for your eyes to bleed? Let's go. So we are going to do a local installation again. We're going to install my Ubuntu Server image. You may be thinking to yourself, Lewis, why didn't you just make a duplicate of the similar image if you knew you were going to do the same thing again? Well, I'm not very smart. This should have been obvious by now. Up to 12 CPUs available. I'm going to choose 11 here with more RAM because this is going to be used for doing a lot of transcoding with image. So we're going to be taking larger videos and making proxies of them so that you could view them even if you're on a slow network. Also, image is going to be doing a lot of the machine learning stuff, which is going to take up some space. So I'm going to give this 150, actually I'll just give it 100 gigabytes of storage. I'm going to call this Android stuff. And the network is just going to be the bridge network, same as before. Try or install Ubuntu Server. Are your eyes bleeding yet? If your eyes are not bleeding, then that means you're not paying attention. Okay, hit enter, done. I already did this with the Mailcow installation, so I'm going to speed through this a little bit, but feel free to look in the timestamps below if you want to understand my base installation here. I'm not going to search for third-party drivers. For the network interface, I am not going to use a static IP. I'm not going to use a DHCP IP. I'm not going to use dynamic. I'm going to use a static because I'm going to want to connect to this and know what I'm connecting to each time. So subnet 192.168.5.0/24. Address 192.168.5.5.24. Oh, whoa, God, I'm out of it here. 5.5. There is no subnet there. It's 8.5.1. So the address of the server is 192.168.5.5. The gateway is the pfSense router, 192.168.5.1, and the name server is going to be our pfSense router, which is acting as the DNS server here, which is 192.168.5.1. No need to save a domain. Applying changes, and done. Proxy address not needed. I'm not going to care about testing my mirror. I trust it. Now, when it says use entire disk over here, I am going to use the entire disk. Do not encrypt because we're putting this VM on an encrypted array already, same as before. Set it up as LVM because we want to be able to expand it later. And the same thing goes here, which is I am insanely aggravated at this setup. So we are going to, I do not want a boot partition that's 2 gigabytes. That just makes me mad just looking at it. So 512M, enter. And also, I wanted to use the entire space over here, so I am going to delete the logical volume. I'm going to delete the physical volume that they made. So we're going to just delete all of this because I want to use the entire space. And it's not going to let me use the entire space. So delete this. You're going to delete that. And then there is this partition that's 97 gigabytes that they use to make the logical volume. Delete that. Now when I have a free partition, all my free space on the drive, I'm going to add a partition. We're not going to format this. No formatting just yet. Just going to create a partition that uses up all the space. Create a volume group. Android stuff. VG, volume group. Do not encrypt. No point in encrypting here. Create. And then we're going to create a logical volume there, which is Android stuff volume. I may misspell this because I can't see a damn thing. Create. That's going to be ext4 root. Done. Continue. My name. My server's name. Stuff. My username. Password. Skip Ubuntu Pro. Install OpenSSH server. Yes, we want that. We want to be able to remote in. And all these packages here, it's going to install it using Snap, which is cancer. And I don't want cancer, so don't use Snap. And now we wait. And same as before, while we're doing this, that is going to have a specific MAC address. So we might as well find it in our firewall and add it in. Okay, so when we go to over here in the top corner, diagnostics and ARP table, it's going to bring us to the screen where we could see all the things connected. I told it 192.168.5.5, so now I know the MAC address. So I copy that. Going to go over to services, DHCP server. Now that I don't have stuff on the screen you're not supposed to see, I can zoom out again. You go add static mapping, IP address 192.168.5.5, host name, Android stuff, Android stuff. Scroll down, save, apply. Now that IP address is going to be saved for my happy little server, my happy little Android stuff server. All right, I can reboot now. And once that's restarted, we can log in. All right. By the way, the fact that you could see that the sun goes up and down, I'm letting you in on a secret that very few people know. Outside of making videos, sometimes I have a life. Don't tell anybody, though. A lot of people think I just kind of sit in this chair like a ball and chain all day. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to SSH in to our new beautiful server. It's going to do the same thing it always does and say, are you sure you want to continue connecting? Which is great, because that's how we keep somebody from just taking that server, changing everything around, and me not being able to know they did that. So since this is a new server, well, before I get started with running sudo apt update and all that stuff, it would make sense if I added all the Syncthing repository. So which one was the Syncthing repository, actually? So there are some things that you're going to eventually remember by heart, and there are some things where you're not going to remember them by heart, and it would be insane for somebody to expect you to. And one of those for me are like the repository names and all that kind of stuff. So like something like this, for instance, like, you know, somebody who expects you to remember this by heart is just an asshole. Yeah, like this stuff. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you're going to remember the freaking PGP keyring stuff. Like, no, just no. So some of this stuff, yeah, you're just sometimes copy and paste is just fine. First thing we're going to do is we are going to add the repository to be able to download Syncthing. We're going to add this so that when we do apt update, it's going to tell us, it's going to give us packages from the Syncthing repository, which is great. I'm going to upgrade everything on the machine. Might as well. This is a kitty over here, and my kitty is purring. Good kitty. Who's my good kitty? You're a good kitty. You're a good girl. You're a good kitty. I know, I haven't paid attention to you much very recently. You're a good girl, Blackberry. Who's a good kitty? Imagine how much faster this would go if we were compiling this on a BlackBerry. I love my kitty. My kitty loves me. There are few things that matter in life more than these simple truths. The world is filled with trials and tribulations, forced arbitration, no right to repair. But the kitty. There's some good things in life, except for when the kitty walks in the keyboard. You cannot walk on the kitty keyboard. You cannot walk on the keyboard, kitty, because you're going to break it. Because that's what you always do. You stop the recording. You can't do that shit no more. Okay. Sudo apt install. All right. Now we have Syncthing. Okay, so let's set this up. We're going to create a file that we use to start this up. It's a service file. Anytime the computer starts up, it is going to start up our program. Now, I'm going to have this start as a normal user. There's really no reason to run Syncthing as root. This user account is literally just going to be for backing files on this virtual machine. So Syncthing at user.service. Now watch what happens at the top of the file when I type user.service. Ready? See this? It changed it to Lewis. Anytime you use a $sign in the Linux command line, whatever you type after it, like this is not going to be Word. There's a place where you could store environment variables, and there's default ones. So this is actually going to be something else. This tells it, look for a variable word. Now don't actually look at it like the word. So I'm typing that because I wanted to use your username. And also, the reason I type it for myself is it's pretty easy for me to forget my name from time to time with the amount of sleep that I get. So it makes sense. My computer will remind me. So here's our file. Description, self-explanatory. User, this is going to start as our user rather than as root. Over here, exec start, we're starting Syncthing. No browser means it's not going to automatically open the web interface when the server starts, which makes sense because we are not installing this on a computer that's going to have a GUI. GUI address. What this means over here is that it's going to listen for things on every interface. This is important because if we don't set this over here, I'm not going to be able to log into the web interface. By default for security, Syncthing is set up to not allow people to log in from other computers. So their default idea is when you install this program, I am going to be using it like SAB and ZBZ. You know, it's being set up in a way where you're going to, it's a web interface, but you're supposed to use it on your computer. But I want to be able to log into this GUI from another computer. Because this is a virtual machine. Now, this is going to be insecure by default because there's no username and password on this, which is why we are going to put a username and password on this the second that this shit opens. We cannot be left without a username and a password. When we put that username and password on there, at this point, if somebody wants to hack into this, they would have to break into my house, plug into my switch, figure out what IP address this is on, then break into my user and password, all so that they could change my configuration. Or they would have to be able to break into OpenVPN, in which case they're probably hacking a bank instead of me. After they do that, or they'd have to get my username, my password for my VPN, my certificate file, all this other stuff, and get my username. Anyway, you get the idea. Like technically, it's more secure to only run it on your host computer, but for fuck's sake, with the configuration we're doing, at this point, if they have broken through all that shit, then you can have my Syncthing configuration. Over here, protect system full, private temp true. There's no reason to allow this to potentially access the temporary files of other applications. This does not need to be run as root and have full privileges. So that's that. Control X and then Y, save modify buffer. Enable Syncthing at lewis.service. Now, enable is going to tell it to start when we boot. But we still have to start it. So I hit up. That brings me to the terminal command I had before. Start. Boom. Now we can go over to a web browser. And I can go by the IP address, 192.168.5.5. The port is going to be 8384. Allow anonymous usage reporting. No. Danger. Syncthing admin interface is configured to allow remote access without a password. We're going to change that immediately. Settings, GUI, authentication user, Lewis, password. I'm going to make my nice secure password. Use HTTPS for GUI, and then connections. I'm going to disable global discovery. Now, why am I disabling global discovery? Global discovery is a feature of Syncthing where it's automatically going to figure out what the IP address is of the devices that I'm connecting to one another. And then once it automatically figures that out, it's going to tell another server, here are Lewis's IP addresses. And then after it tells the other server, here are the IP addresses, it's automatically just going to connect for you. So I just scan a QR code and everything just works. The thing is, we're not going to be using this on the internet the way you would traditionally do it. I'm going to be connecting to my home server with a VPN. Syncthing is not online. This virtual machine is not going to be allowed to go online. It's only going to be allowed to speak to computers in my local network. Also, I've given it a static IP, 192.168.5.5. It has a host name, Android stuff, .home.arpa, which means that I'm always going to know where this is. So rather than have Syncthing try and figure out where I am or who or where to find me, I would rather just tell Syncthing where to find me. A, I'm not dependent on somebody else's server, which is the point of this to begin with. And B, in my opinion, I feel more comfortable and more reliable, particularly when it comes to something that's backing shit up all the time, with me telling it where something is rather than it trying to figure it out. As a data recovery person, the primary reason that people need data recovery is not because they don't have backup services, they don't sign up for it, or they don't back up. It's because they do set up a backup service, but then it just randomly stops working for some no good reason. People always say, I can't believe people are so stupid that they need your service for iCloud backup. And you're the exact same type of motherfucker that's going to be someday you're going to wind up paying $2,000 to $6,000 to have all your shit recovered. You're going to break something. Something is going to go wrong because you were careless or you trusted some option in some piece of open source software to work. No offense to Syncthing. I'm sure that option works great. I'd rather put the IP address and all that stuff in there myself. We have Dynamic DNS. We've set up this thing with a VPN. We have set up static mappings in pfSense. We have a static IP on the virtual machine. All of this is done so that I always know exactly where this is. I don't need something else to auto-detect and for auto-detect to potentially no. So let's open up the Syncthing application on the Android phone. Welcome to Syncthing for Android. Introduction. I'm not going to give you permissions for location. I will give you permission for notifications. Next. So it's going to generate some secure keys. Now, first things before I get started, I'm just going to delete the camera folder, and I will explain why later. I'm not deleting the folder on my device. I'm just deleting it from the list of things to sync. Click on Devices. Click on the plus. Also, remember, we should be connected to our VPN. Make sure that you are connected to your VPN while you're doing this, especially if you're not on Wi-Fi. Syncthing. Plus. Add device. So I'm going to hit the little QR code, and then it's going to ask if it can take pictures. Only this time. Don't know if I should trust you. Now you can trust it. It's fine. You can trust it. So on the PC, in the web interface, you go Identification. Click to see full identification string. I never cease to be amazed at how fast, even with really shitty picture quality, QR codes pick up. It's amazing to me. So once that's done, we're going to type in Android stuff, Syncthing server. Stop auto-capitalizing, mofo. Who told you can auto-capitalize? Who told you, huh? Now, I'm going to keep dynamic in there just because I'm curious to see if it's smart enough to be able to find me. I have my doubts, but let's see. So it says unknown, device, unknown. Okay, back to my computer over here. Here we go. If it worked, to be clear, if you're actually connected properly, new device, Pixel 7 Pro, wants to connect. Add new device. Sure, I'll add it. Android, phone. Advanced. These settings are fine with me. Now, this phone, I'm going to keep it dynamic. Sometimes I may be connected via my VPN, which is in the 192.168.6.0 subnet, because that's what we set up the VPN as. Sometimes maybe in the 192.168.5 subnet, because that is what I'm going to be hooking up the Wi-Fi to. The Wi-Fi doesn't need to be on another subnet, particularly if I'm using trusted devices. Address, dynamic. I'll save it at that. Now, something to keep in mind here, if this server is going to have a static IP, I do not plan on changing this ever again. When I was talking about putting in your IP address into that field instead of dynamic when it comes to the location of your Syncthing server, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't being crazy there, because on my personal setup, I don't use dynamic. I put my IP address in. So I decided to connect to my Syncthing server, then disconnect the network, airplane mode it a couple of times, disconnect from my VPN, just to see if it would catch it again. And one of the things that I see over here is that folders, it says idle, it has scanned all my stuff, but when you take a look over here, one of them, which is the biggest folder, says out of sync. So this is out of sync. And my Android phone shows up as disconnected. Now, in the application, even if I go over here and I go restart, it's going to show up the Android stuff Syncthing server as disconnected. Now, watch what happens when I change the address over from dynamic over to what it should be. Now, I'm just going to change this and keep it Android stuff .home.arpa. Check. And I believe we have to put the port number there, which is going to be 22000. And the protocol, it's using TCP. So you're going to put your URL, TCP, / it's going to be either your IP address or your host name plus your domain name, and then 22,000. So you could also do this. 192.168.5.5, this. We edit our device, and now we go back. We're going to restart. Actually, before we restart, see, it says devices up to date. This is why we want to hard code it. I don't want the software trying to figure out for me what's connected to what. The static IP address of my server has not changed. It is the same IP. Via the VPN, I'm connected to with the exact same IP that I had before, 192.168.6.2. So my server is at the same IP that it was before, but the local discovery didn't work. Now, even if there is no sort of discovery, like I don't have global discovery enabled, intuitively, I would think maybe it's at least going to try and knock at the same address it was last time, right? So if Lewis's server was located at 192.168.5.5 last time, since it's been maybe 20 minutes and he just disconnected or reconnected, let me knock on the same server again. It doesn't do that, which is why I would rather hard code it using my own settings. This is why anytime I see either global discovery, local discovery, anything related to a network address where it says auto, I just be very, very suspicious of that, especially if you've done all the work to hard code everything to set it up so you have a static IP for your server, you have a static mapping for your static IP so something else can't take it, you have dynamic DNS, that works, you're getting the same IP every time you get to your OpenVPN. So like if all that stuff is set up and you've already done all the work for it, don't trust an application's auto feature to do what you've already confirmed to work manually. I know I'm repeating myself there, but it's very important because something like this, that little thing over there, that little thing like that is what would cause somebody to spend $1,000 to $3,000 in data recovery at Rossmann Repair Group. Like I am doing my best to be an anti-sponsor and keep you from ever going to a data recovery company. Okay, with that, we continue. All right, so now we're going to be adding some folders. So remember the first thing I said about deleting the camera folder? The reason that I did that, I had good reasoning for that. You may think, why? You're going to sync that anyway. Is you notice when I go to Pixel 7 Pro in the directories, there is DCIM. Now, inside DCIM is camera. There was a customer that showed up that didn't realize they had a camera application installed that apparently was using a different camera folder or changed their I don't know what the fuck it was that happened, but it was sending their photos to another camera folder inside of here. Their gallery application was only set to view the camera folder, so they didn't realize that all their pictures were right there on their phone, it was just in another folder. And there was a data recovery company that wanted over $800 to recover it for them. Recover it for them, as the South Park Cable Company CEO would say. Anyway, when it comes to data recovery, most people, they do set up backup solutions. That the customers that I get for, it's not that they didn't have a backup. is that they had it backed up on 3 drives and they all failed at the same time. Is that they thought it was syncing to iCloud, but it wasn't. It's not that they don't set up backups. They do. They just don't work because of random stupid shit like this that you would never in a million years anticipate. So I don't want to be in some situation where you're taking your photos, your camera app changes the fucking name of the folder inside of DCIM to another folder, because I've seen that before, and then wind up with your photos not getting backed up when you thought they were. It takes 5 fucking seconds to just say, I'm going to back up DCIM instead of backing up camera. And because I've seen applications use another folder inside of DCIM because they're bastards, this is exactly what we're going to do. So use this folder, allow Syncthing to access folders in DCIM, yes? Now, folder type, send and receive. Send only means Android sends to the server, but what I change in the server doesn't change here. Send and receive means I'm sending to the server, but if I add shit on my server to that folder, it'll automatically sync to my phone. And receive only means I will only receive things from the server, but I will not send anything from my phone to that folder on the server. So when I want to back things up only, I hit send only. But when I want to transfer back and forth, I'll use send and receive. So for my music, I'll use send and receive. For like audiobooks, stuff like that, send and receive. Documents, send and receive. For photos, I'm never going to put photos on here that I want to view on my phone in that way, because I'm going to be using image for that separately anyway, and I'm going to have a library set up with image. But more importantly, this folder is going to be like, my phone is about almost like 1.3 terabytes of images. I don't have enough space on my phone for them to begin with. So if I even set it up to receive everything back to my phone, I would actually fill up my phone immediately. I can't do that. My documents, audiobooks folders, all these folders together, like maximum 1 or 2 gigs. Even my music folder is not going to. But my pictures and my camera, that's going to be like 1.3 terabytes. So if I set send and receive here, I would fill up my phone entirely and be fucked. So this is going to be set to send only, and all the other settings are fine. I'm not going to mess with version control right now, version control and file versioning. I'm going to be keeping regular backups here. So like once a week, I'm going to be doing a VM backup of everything here. And I'm also going to set up another backup that's going to be for recent backups in case I've like, there's a file that I added recently that wasn't in the VM backup. With the amount of space and stuff that I change on a regular basis, like having version control would just be a nightmare with this. If you want to read into that, by all means, I'm just not going to be going into it here. So I'm going to add documents next. I'm going to add the documents directory. And yeah, that's my documents directory. I'm going to set that to send and receive. Now remember to check your server, and it's not checked by default. You got to check that. Remember what I said, most customers for data recovery, they set up their data recovery and they set up their backups and they thought it was working. That's a thing. People do that. It's a regular. Everybody thinks, I'm not that idiot that it would happen to. You know who says that? The fucking idiot that it would happen to. Every time. And if you make fun of somebody else for it, I guarantee, if you make some fun of somebody else because something bad happened to them, ooh, I guarantee that shit's going to happen to you. That's the way life works. Speaking of bad things happen to you, you know what bad things will happen to you in your relationship life if you don't read Amir Levine's book called Attached? Many bad things. Read this book. It's an excellent way to avoid dismissive avoidant people. That could be its own fucking 12-hour video. That could be its own 12-hour video, but now is not the time. It's an exceptional book. I put that up there with Jim Camp's Start With No, John Maxwell's 5 Levels of Leadership, and Roger Mendelsohn has a book. He was a collections agent, I believe, and he knew all. So as a collections agent that dealt with businesses that were failing, he had all this advice for people based on his experiences. And it was a very good book. Jim Camp's Start With No, Amir Levine's Attached. Quality books. Okay. All right, I've got the folders that I want. I'm not, actually, yeah, I'll do recordings next. Yeah, sound records. That was me at the zoo. Send only. Okay, now it's going to scan everything here, which is going to take a while because I have slow Wi-Fi. I have a garbage, cheap-ass Wi-Fi access point here. Lewis, Android phone wants to share folder recordings. Add new folder. Yes. Now, before we add the folder, I don't want to add it here because it's going to end up in home/Lewis. I want this to have its own path here. So we're going to have Android backup / all these folders are going to get added to a folder called Android backup. They're going to be subfolders of that folder. Same thing here. Also remember that I can't add the downloads folder. It won't let me. I have done my best to try and figure out how to get around that. I think the only remotely close way I can get around that is if somehow I've been thinking about doing the sneaky underhanded shit where I add a folder on my Android phone and then I somehow go through and edit a config file here and I manually type in the directory I want to type. That's more work than I care to do right now, though. Just sync a folder that I don't actually use. But yeah, you'll get a message if you try to sync your downloads folder that looks like this in new versions of Android. If I go directory, if I go downloads, that's a douchey ass picture of me. Yes, it takes a very special douchebag to not only have a douchey picture of them, but fucking download a douchey picture of them. I forget what I needed that for. I also think I have a flat earth meme here somewhere that would be funny to show you, but okay, that'll have to be for another video. Yeah, you cannot use this folder. To protect your privacy, choose another folder. So it won't let you choose the download folder, which is kind of annoying. But that's not the fault of Syncthing. That's the fault of Android. If I find a way around that, I will publish it in the written version of this guide. I've never needed this, but I realize if I'm doing this as a guide for somebody else, you probably have a need for it. When you look over here, you can see the progress. They're all syncing. It is syncing as fast as it can, zipping the modern way, as they would say. So I got audiobooks, documents, movies, pictures, recordings. And it's actually still, the reason you don't see the camera folder, oh, remember what I just said there? Remember what I just said about why people need data recovery? Look at the one folder where I didn't click the freaking button. I'm telling you. There's a reason I'm doing this. I'm not just writing a guide. I'm writing a guide and I'm doing this in real time. So every single thing that anybody is likely to fuck up, you see. There you go. What did I just tell you? I just gave you that lecture on data recovery and stupid careless shit that idiots like me do. Huh? This is why I don't make fun of my customers, see? This is why I do, this is misconception that the sheep logo on my website is because I think Apple uses a sheep. I do not. The sheep is humble. The sheep is honest. The sheep is a nice, kind, loving creature. He's humble. He's not going to tell you $800 because you didn't click a damn checkbox. It's a good little sheep. Okay. There we go. So now we are syncing all of our files. Next up, now that we have file syncing done, I am going to be installing an Office suite that allows me to edit documents on the go, whether on my phone or on my laptop when I connect in via OpenVPN, so that you don't have to use Google Spreadsheets, Google Drive, and everything else. And this is going to be, that's actually a good thing to do while this is syncing, because this is going to take a while. And before I show you any of the tutorials for programs like Image, I do need to have photos that I could actually use, which means I have to sync what's on my phone. Beautiful morning. Let's get started doing a video. Ow. I don't know what happened. Like I woke up one day and I can't look at this stuff anymore. It just messes me up. I don't know how I had these lights in my face for like 8 years. In the first 3 years I did YouTube videos, I had no lights whatsoever because I just didn't like them. I got used to them, but it just went away. It's kind of like lactose intolerance. Like I had that as a kid and then it went away. And then at some point, like around 31, just drinking milk made me sick. Anyway, so today we're going to be installing Office Suite software. Office Suite software is a must-have for a lot of people because they don't want to have to plug their phone into their computer with a USB cable to transfer their document over, or email themselves a document somebody sent them on their phone, edit it on this computer. They need it on that computer, so they have to email it to themselves again. They wind up having multiple copies everywhere. It's annoying. Google makes this easy. You have Google Drive on your phone. Somebody sends you a document, it automatically syncs to Google Drive. You go to Google Drive, you click it, it opens up in Google Docs or Google Sheets. You can edit it immediately. It will sync back to your phone. It is nice, it is quick, it just works. And this is why people use Microsoft 365 or Google Apps Suite and iCloud, because this stuff works. Now, I got the first part of it done, which is transferring bidirectionally using Syncthing, which is incredibly reliable, great, amazing piece of software. But once your document is on your server, like what are you supposed to do? SSH in there and like fucking use Nano to edit your Word document? Like, no, we're not, just no. So we're going to be doing is we're going to install an Office Suite now that we already have our file transfer set up that's going to work with that folder. And one of the, this is going to be the worst of every video that I do, just based on the, like, this is, anyway, let me introduce you to the landscape of options for using cloud hosted Office Suite software in Linux. This is fun. So the first thing is many people are going to suggest is Nextcloud. Nextcloud is that all-in-one Office Suite that will change your contacts from read-write to read-only so that your contacts get deleted when you update and without telling you. You have your calendar app, which will say 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. in the same window. You have got your photos loader, which works like Image would work if you were running it on a clicking hard drive and accessing it via 56K modem. And then you got your document suite, which is one of my favorite parts of Nextcloud. It's the favorite feature in Nextcloud. So this is going to be the document that I am accompanying with this video. That's going to have all the installation commands, it's going to have a bunch of screenshots and how to set everything up. It's going to really explain everything in great detail so you could follow along. Or if you just don't want to listen to my voice, because some people may not want to listen to my voice. It's hard to believe, but there are people out there that don't want to listen to me. Imagine that. This is going to have everything. This is a standard ODT document right here, right? Watch what happens when I click it. That is the most open source shit I've seen in my life. But wait, it's better. You would think, okay, listen, you just didn't install the plugin, right? You didn't install the software, or it's misconfigured. Watch what happens when I click here. It works. I don't know what else to say other than these people hate you. They hate you. And if I told you to install this, I would hate you too. My mentor always told me, Lois, you hate nothing. You intentionally dislike it. And he was right. Do I dislike you at times? Yes. But I don't hate you, so I'm not going to tell you to install this. It actually gets better. You would think, okay, whatever. It's a small UI bug. I'm going to this is an Intel i7 14700K. The oxidation is still fresh in the CPU. I wish that was a joke. It has an NVMe SSD, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and this is the only VM running in my machine right now. I turned all the other ones off just to show you this. Look at how slow this is. Technically, it works. But if I show you how to use this, yeah, I could say I showed you how to use open source software to replace all Microsoft, Google, and Apple stuff, but you'd never use it. You'd view this video and never do it again. You'd go running back to Sundar Pichai, begging him to suck up as much of your data as possible to sell you to advertisers, because it's better to have no privacy than to have no sanity. And this is the compromise you make with a lot of open source software. This is Google Docs and Google Drive. Watch this. I didn't click on the window. Click on the window, get page down. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. This flows right through. This flows right through. It's this. Now, there are other programs available, and one of them is called CryptPad. So CryptPad is, I like the developers, and like their instance that they have on their website, their cloud instance, if you pay for it, it's nice stuff. If you want to self-host it, that's, again, to be clear, you're not paying at that point, so they have no obligation to make it easy for you, and they don't make it easy for you. So there's a Docker container. And if you download if you use their YAML file and you download their Docker container, they use the same config file for the one that you would want to build and install yourself versus their Docker container. And one of the interesting things is that the configuration file is set up by default to listen on localhost rather than 0000. Now, if you're going to use something like Nginx as a reverse proxy, that actually makes sense. You make Nginx what is listening on 0000, and you would have the Docker. You would have that listening on localhost. The problem is that you're inside a Docker container listening on localhost, which means that your reverse proxy, which you didn't install inside the Docker container, because the documentation never made it sound like you had to do that, will never be able to access it. So again, after you spend 10 or 20 minutes messing with it and going through all that, you'll finally install it and you'll get something like this, right? So this is great. See, I got my apps, I got Google, I have my Excel, I have my Word documents, everything's installed, right? I got a checkbox. Now watch what happens when you go to open it. What do you see over here that you don't see over here? Documents. Documents. It's a mirage. It's a mirage. Mr. Clinton wanted to play, so I moved the desk a little bit and raised it so that I could pet him. He's cute, so he gets to get away with interrupting my video. we're going to be installing OnlyOffice. OnlyOffice is what CryptPad uses as a backend, and it's pretty good. There's a couple of issues with it. The first is that it's a minefield to install, and the second, I'm going to wait till the end of the video because that one, I can't spoil it just yet. You can't fast forward the video. You got to wait. This is a good one. So the first issue with it is the minefield of installation. There are a bunch of different ways to install this, and many of them are don't work. Like some of them just functionally don't work, and they don't tell you which one doesn't work. And when somebody says read the effing manual in Linux, what they're actually saying is eat shit and die, because you'll find manuals with stuff like this. I know that what you mean is download the proper YML Docker Compose file, edit it to my heart's content, and then go to the directory that has it and run the file and run Docker Compose. But over here, if you're a newbie, like cd link to your modified Docker Compose. Docker Compose is a file. CD is how you move to a directory. It's like just little stuff like this that if you're a new user, you're going to read this and just, what? And then this is why people go back to Google and Apple. The site has a bunch of different pages on it. You do not want to install OnlyOffice Docs. OnlyOffice Docs, if you go for this one, you're not actually going to be able to edit any documents, even though it's called only, that's the server. You need the client that connects to it. And a lot of the stuff is really not named in a manner that is understandable by people. If you install if you go here and you install OnlyOffice Docs server, you'll wind up with something that allows you to edit documents if you set up your own client to connect to the Docs server. What you need to install is the entire thing. It's called Workspace, and that's what also you're going to want the Community Edition. The problem here is that there's a bunch of different ways to install it, and a lot of them don't actually work. We're going to be using the Workspace install file. So there's one method here, the Workspace install method. I'm going to include a link to that just in case this site changes and becomes more confusing than it already is. Like there's this, when you click and you got so many different options here. This one I don't recommend. And again, if you use the wrong one, this is the consequence. You'll wind up getting this. The document cannot be saved. Please check connection settings or contact your administrator. And it's going to show up no matter where you go. And you're going to go crazy wondering what you did wrong. But what you did wrong is you chose the wrong version. Installing the open source software is kind of like opening a ticking bomb where you have to choose which wire is it. Is it the red one, the yellow one, the green one? And if you choose the wrong page on their website to install the software, you're going to end up with this, and that's no fun. So we're going to start with the workspace script. It's going to be workspace install, and I forget what damn tab that's in. Damn it. Is it here? Is it here? Here we go. So we're going to wget this particular script over here. Let's go. Okay. I just started my virtual machine, so let's see how long it takes to boot. You are on a nice SSD. Damn it. There we go. That's actually pretty fast. So first thing I like to do is I like to make a programs directory to keep all this stuff. I'm going to wget this script. Actually, wait, I don't have to type wget because they did it for me. Very nice of them. Look at that. Look at that. Next up, we're going to install Docker and all the things that I need in order to install Docker. Now, Docker is very nice. On their website, they really just give you the commands that you need to run for everything to work, which is very nice of them. So we're going to remove all the old versions of Docker first. Anything, just in case I have anything there that I shouldn't have. It's all gone. Install Docker using their installation script. And the Docker installation instructions on their website are actually quite nice. They give you everything that you need. Once that's done, we're going to install Docker Compose plugin. All right, I probably installed that earlier. Next up, we're going to add a group. I'm going to add a group. I'm going to add myself to a group. So if I add myself to this group, I don't have to run this as root every time. And doing that means I don't have to log out and log back in again. But I'm so used to logging out and logging back in again that I actually just did it anyway. It's a habit. Okay. Now we're going to install the version that we want. So let me just programs. I don't know if I already have something in here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna download my installation script. Lindy, stop disturbing me. I gotta keep starting the video. God damn it. All right, I know. Okay, once we have the script. Good boy, he was a good kitty. And then we run it. Oh, I forgot the little workspace command. Bash workspace install. Actually, let's see if it doesn't need it. -md. We're gonna put a mail domain here, so I'm gonna put lewishomeserver.chickenkiller.com. It's got some interesting mail features in it. Oh, yeah, sudo. And run it as sudo. Install with Docker. Yes. Do not use the apt method. You will regret it later. Just trust me. Just trust me. It doesn't really work. Again, by the way, one of the consequences to installing the wrong version is this. There's many different consequences. So if you install the wrong version, again, their website is kind of a minefield, and it doesn't really explain things in a way that I think is newbie friendly. One of them is that there's many that you can install that are a server. But when I say server, I don't mean like you connect to it and then you edit documents versus running it on your local computer. When I say server, I mean that they literally expect you to make your own client, and then you make your own client that then like shows OnlyOffice within it. But you would have to set up the website and everything else. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I appreciate that they offer it. It's just the site doesn't really make that obvious. And then you got this. If you install the wrong version, you will have this happen. The document could not be saved, and this will happen no matter what instance you use. Please check connection settings or contact your administrator. This guy did a pretty good job on their forum of documenting it. A lot of people have this issue, and this really just comes down to like, just install the right version. Like there's a reason that this is very specific. Like, I don't want to have my guide say, go to website and follow instructions to install. The problem that I have with most instructions is the manual never explains my issue. There are many issues that I have, well, aside from software, but there are many issues that I have when installing software. Every time I refer to the manual doesn't actually answer my question. So hopefully showing you the exact page on their website and the exact script to install is helpful for you. What do you think, Clinty? Tell him. Tell him, Clinty. What do you think of Linux software manuals, boy? Hi. Good kitty. One of the nice things here is that script actually does do almost everything for you. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I take a look at it, that it actually does install Docker for you. Yeah, let's see. If you don't have it. Curl. Yeah, wow. Install curl. Yeah, this thing really assumes that you're in. This is the right script. It really does assume you're a newbie. It's going to download everything for you. Whatever different version you have. Okay, once that's done, we can go to our web browser and go to the IP of the computer. So, wow. So, again, if you forgot, we're 192.168.5.5. Go to our browser. The portal process might take some time. Please wait. Now, this is one of the ways that you'll know if you installed the right version. You go F12, you go console, and you see this. So you fucked up and installed the wrong version. So one of the things that you may notice is that I ran the installation script, but I didn't type anything into it. Remember I ran this? Sudo bash workspace-install.sh and mail server. Now, watch this. So where did I get that command or the idea to use that command? I'll show you. This is from their own documentation. Bash workplace-install.sh md, your domain. And when you do that, it literally doesn't even start. What you have to do is you have to do it with community next to it. So what you actually need to install. I did this to prove a point. When somebody, with regards to Linux, says read the manual, what they're actually saying is gargle my balls. They're just saying it in a different way. They're using different words, but they mean the same thing. The manual in Linux never actually tells you how to do the things that you want to do. And sometimes they tell you how to do the things that you want to do, but they tell you how to do it improperly. Manuals are not written by people that actually try doing or running the commands that they put there. They put the commands that they think or they remember, they kind of imagine are there, but they don't actually work through it themselves to make sure it works for normal people. And that's why Google, Apple, and Microsoft win. What you actually need to do is you need to type this. You have to have a -IT workspace. If you don't do that, it won't work. And it doesn't say over here that that is the case. When you read the documentation, nowhere in this line, you can install all only Office workspace components and modules at once. To do that, run the following commands. Not true. So I'm going to restart and just erase everything and go from scratch. So I have a script to just remove everything that is in Docker on my computer. It's called docker remove. I'll show you. This is helpful when I'm doing any sort of instructional thing. Like I have a nice little thing that just removes everything over here. So yeah. That removes all my crap. So docker remove. I forgot that there's no dash on it. So now we're going to do it again with this command. Select Y to install, recommended. And now we go through the entire process again. Yay. I'm going to go stand on my balcony for a bit. JWT is enabled by default. The random secret is generated automatically. Run the information. Thank you for installing OnlyOffice. You can now configure your portal and add mail server to your installation, in case you skipped it earlier using the control panel. I'm going to clear everything in my browser so I don't confuse it. All cache, all cookies, all site data, everything. I'm going to have a fresh tab. Oh, I'm typing in the find box, damn it. Oh, I forgot. You have to set it up once you're inside of it for HTTPS. It's HTTP by default. So the first thing that you do, when you open it, you'll get welcome to your OnlyOffice portal. Thank you for choosing OnlyOffice. For the security reasons, the password setup procedure must be performed. Remember when I told you that the Office software landscape on Linux is hopelessly fucked? With one of the wrong versions, you get that error. If you install the other wrong version, you'll get that error every time you try to open a document. And the documentation on their website doesn't tell you that if you install it this way, it's not going to work. If you just copy and paste from their own documentation, you can install only Office Workspace components and modules at once. Nowhere does it say here that it's not actually going to work. And the way that you would figure out that here's the other thing. It says this may take a while. So if you're not advanced enough to know to hit F12 in your browser and then go over to console to figure out if it's really loading or not, then it's not actually, you may actually let it sit there for 10 minutes and waste time out of your life wondering why it never loaded, thinking that something's wrong with your computer when something's actually wrong with that software. And that's what we're going to try to do with this entire video. We're like taking all this and we're like fucking beating the Linux out of it. Like we are beating the open source out of this as much as we can. Because if you don't beat the open source, if you don't like, you got to slap Linux around a little bit, If you don't slap Linux, it's kind of like a bully. If you don't hit the bully back, he'll hit you and he'll destroy you. It's a bully. Like this. It's all a club and you're not in it. I don't know how else to say it. If I tell you, go to OnlyOffice's site and install this, I will write the same crappy guide that everybody else writes. Because when I installed this a long time ago, it just worked. I can't assume anything. Open source software can very easily lead you to a closed padded room. Again, it's just like this shit, this kind of stuff, it's going to make you question your sanity. You're literally copying and pasting the commands from the documentation. It's not your fault. And the worst part of all of this is that if you aren't advanced enough to click F12 in your browser and go over to console, you would think it's you. Because when you first start up this program, it doesn't say anything other than please wait, this may take a while. So it's literally gaslighting you into thinking that you should be sitting there waiting for 5 or 10 minutes when you're waiting for nothing because it's never going to load. And if you install the other version improperly from their site, then you'll wind up with that error every time you open a document. The reason that I'm going through every single thing step by step is because I understand Linux. I know that just because it worked for me 20 minutes ago doesn't mean it'll still work today. And like when I installed OnlyOffice on my setup in my virtual machines for the first time, I didn't have this issue. For me to write this guide and do it properly and anticipate every single little thing that's going to cause you to give up and go back to closed source software, I need to go through it myself and ensure that every single thing works. So in my guide, I'm going to tell you to use the proper command. I'm not going to tell you to use the command that's going to fuck with you. Because if I copy and paste from the documentation, you will end up with software that doesn't work and you will want to scream and it's just bad. So once you're in there, we're going to set up everything. You're going to put a password. You're going to agree to the terms of the license. Oh my God, why are you auto-completing all this stuff for me? I don't want to auto-complete. Lewis.demo@rossmangroup.com. I hit continue. And here we go. Are you ready for the open sourceism that I'm about to show you? Are you ready? All right, we're going to go to Documents. Now, it gives you sample documents that you can open. I'll open a sample document. Because I installed the right version, it actually opens. Now, I want to open a document that's on my computer. Where do I go? Shared with me, favorites, recent, private room, common, in projects, invite users to portal. Maybe I go to the settings, right? Yeah, let's go to the settings. Administrator, profile, settings. Here we go, settings up here. Control panel. Storage, here we go. Maybe I can add a local directory. Connect storage for static. Oh, we got local storage, that's beautiful, but the connect button doesn't work. Surely there's something here that allows me to get access to files on my server. So I want to run this as a server and I want to be able to access the documents that are on it. you can't. No, really, you literally can't. It's not a feature. In order to open a document server, you must pass the direct URL to the document. You can't open files in your computer. Now, I actually messed with this because I thought there's no fucking way can I not actually open documents. So I really went down the rabbit hole with this, and I want to show you how far I went down to figure out that this is not something that's doable. So when you go over to Workplace Install, I'm just going to check out the script that I downloaded. This is Workplace Install that we ran. And I wanted to search for what it's doing. So one of the things I noticed is the word Docker really doesn't show up here, but it's doing all this Docker stuff from scratch. It only shows up to ask if I want to install using Docker, which means that it's probably not inside this script. It's probably in a script that's somewhere else. So when you go through the entire thing, you'll see that there is a URL to grab another script. And so when you choose install with Docker, you will eventually get to, here we go. So install script. So when you hit yes, it brings you to this. So let's grab this script over here. So I'm just going to copy and paste. No. Now the first thing that I did the first time I went for this is I went to I went to the directory that this is installed in, and I just kind of explored around a little bit. So let's cd into OnlyOffice. We have document server, control panel, community server, MySQL setup, mail server. Let's go to document server, huh? Okay, what do you have here? We have a data directory. Okay, ls data. Huh? What do we have here? Data, we have fonts, forgotten, logs. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Watch this. So now somebody's going to think, Lewis, okay, you can't do it inside the program. They don't let you do that. But surely you could mount it as a volume. Don't you know how to use Docker, you moron? Okay, well, watch this. I'll just watch this. Programs. I'm going to show you the method that I use for this. So you do this. Now, usually when you're dealing with Docker and volumes, sometimes they say that permissions should be read-write. So I'm going to start searching this with a :rw. And when you do that, you find this, where they're specifying all the Docker volumes. This may look similar to a Docker compose YML file that you're used to. And one of the things that you see here is this is obviously where it's specifying files. This is obviously where it's specifying where data is being stored. That's what this is for. So I tried doing this. I actually added an argument for my directory. I had home, Lewis, documents, and I tried mounting it in almost every single different location. But the problem isn't that the volume is not mounted. The problem is that this was never implemented as a feature in this software because they never thought that a document server would want to be able to access the files on that server. But again, what's the purpose of this video? To fucking beat the Linux out of it. And here's the thing, there's a way to beat the open source out of this. We are not going to let the fucking Linux win. So let me show you what we're going to do. So there's ways to actually get files into this thing. But you got to fight a little bit. It's not going to be easy. You got to fight for your right to use open source software. So when you go back here, we go to settings, connect. Okay, let's just click around like a madman because surely there's a way to do this. Surely there's a way to do this, right? Connected clouds. Oh, can I connect a third-party cloud? Okay, we have Nextcloud. Fuck that. These are all other people's services, and I don't want to install. I don't want to install entirely another platform. WebDAV. And this is. I took a break to have some food. Got some nice pesto sauce. This is a bad time for me to eat because this part of the video is going to actually make me nauseous. I told you that I was going to show you the most Linuxy shit in the world, and this is going to take the cake right here. So this is cloud server software. The whole idea is that I should be able to edit my documents in the cloud. So regardless of the computer that I'm on, I have my files in the cloud, but I can't, my cloud server software cannot read the files from my cloud server computer. And if I decide to mount those directories within the Docker volume, it still won't work because they didn't make the software so that it wasn't even designed to be able to see items in its own document data directory. But this shit actually gets better. So there's a WebDAV server that's a kind of a light WebDAV server. It's not like installing Apache or Nginx and setting some large thing up, because I'm not doing that. That's like buying a forklift to bring my groceries upstairs. It's just ridiculous. I can't bring myself to do that. So there's this nice little Python program called WSGI-DAV. It's a WebDAV server that's very small and works decently. And so there's a couple of funny things about the software though. So let's say that I want to have two different directories. My documents directory and my Android backup directory show up in my, let's say I want to have both of those directories show up in my folder. I can't do that. I can't map Android backup to WebDAV Android backup and then map, let's say, documents to WebDAV documents, the way that you can in a Docker container. That doesn't work, because you can only log into one at a time. I can imagine a Docker volume. Like, let's say you had 5 different directories in one Docker volume. Imagine only being able to use one at a time and having to log in differently each time. But now you may think, well, Louis, that's an easy solution. All you do is you create a new directory and you symlink all the directories you want to look at into that directory. What are you even bitching about? See this over here? And the documentation for the software has an option called follow symlink. It's going to be follow symlinks, and you can set it to true. So we're done, right? No, we're not, because that option doesn't work. That option doesn't work unless you install a different version of the software, because the version that you get on pip doesn't work, which means it will gaslight the fuck out of you into thinking, you will pull your hair out wondering if you set up your symlinks right. Like the same way that it's like you have a follow symlink option. That doesn't work. You have an option to install the document server, and it's not there. It's Linux. Everything is a fucking mirage. It's like what DeFrank said when he's like, true facts about the frog. It's like, that is how a frog do. This is how a Linux do. Or the way Ralph Cramden put it in The Honeymooners when he was talking about his mother-in-law.
She doesn't mean to be mean. She's just born that way.
Linux doesn't mean to be a joke. It was just born that way. So let's set up our clusterfuck. So we're going to be setting up a WebDAV server so that my program running on my local computer can read files off of my local computer. So let's get started. I'm going to be installing Python on my computer so that I can install a WebDAV server, so that I can configure it to work with PAM, so that my local users on my Linux computer can log into my WebDAV server so I'm not using plain text. And then creating symlinks so that I can start a server that reads my files from my other server. All right. It's going to be worth it. You'll see. When you see how fast this loads, it's going to be worth it. Every single little detail is going to be covered so that you can reproduce this yourself, because I don't want you to go through any of this while you're trying to do it. I want you to have the fastest experience as easily as possible. And let's see if we can accomplish that. So first thing I got to do is install Python lib3 dev, libssl dev, and we're also going to install pam gdev, because I am going to be using this WebDAV. I keep saying CalDev. I'm going to be using this WebDAV server with local users. I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to have plain text files for a login. We're not doing that. It's going to be using the system usernames and passwords that are stored for our Linux users, which is going to be way more secure than that other shit. So let's go. After this, we're going to install Chroot 6 and Python PAM. Say Python PAM 3 times really fast. Python PAM. Now the reason I'm doing it as root is because I'm accessing PAM with it, so usually don't install this stuff as root, but PAM, it complains. Okay. We're going to make a directory if I haven't made it already. Okay, let's make our SSL certificate. Because, if we're going to be this smooth brain, yes, why not create an HTTPS connection from my local computer to my local computer? Let's HTTPS it so that we look like That's definitely a priority. On that ARPA. Okay. Let's make a configuration file now. All right, let's make our configuration file. So let's go over what this is going to... Oh, I made it .conf instead of YAML. I can change that later. So this is going to be listening on my main interface. Now I know that I'm connecting from localhost, so I don't really need to do that, but it is in a Docker container, so Docker container seeing localhost is going to be different than actual localhost. I could set this up on a Docker network, but at the point that I go into Docker network configurations to be able to make WebDAV work so I could see files on my own computer, I will jump off my balcony. This absolutely, no, I'm not, this is not supposed to be that complicated. Fuck that. This is going to work on port 8080. We are enabling HTTPS because, again, why not use HTTPS when we're doing a local connection to our local server to be able to serve files to ourselves? We have follow symlinks true, but we're using the version that actually listens to follow symlinks true rather than the version that doesn't listen to follow symlinks true. We have over here, this is going to be using the local users on our computer, and I'm just going to set this up so that WebDAV goes to WebDAV root, which is going to have my symlinks in it for all of the directories that I want. I also have to show you how to properly make a symlink as well, because I don't think I did that. And I also believe that I may not have installed this. So let me just make sure I did that. Did I install WSGDAV? Okay, I did. Let's see. WSGDAV V. Okay, yeah, that is the new version. Okay. So next up, I have to show you how to properly make your symlinks, because this is not going to work if you don't make your symlinks properly. So I'm going to show you two different ways of making symlinks, and one is going to be right and one is going to be wrong. So let's go over making a symlink properly. We're going to make our directory webdav root. Okay. Now, if you make your symlink, I was going to show you. There's two different ways to make your symlink. You can do ln-s. Now, usually you put the thing you want to have a shortcut from, and then you put where you want the shortcut to be. So let's say webdav root, right? Now, if I do that, and you're going to see in webdav root, it's going to show up red. Pay attention to this, because this is going to be important. Now, let's say that I do the entire path rather than be lazy. Let's say that I do home Lewis Android backup to webdav root. You're going to see that one is blue. Now, if I'm just using my shell, it doesn't really, if I'm just using my shell, it doesn't matter. So let's say I go to webdav root, ls documents, it's going to see my files. You're not going to see, if you do that, you're not going to see shit. It's not going to work. You need to make your symlink with the entire path. So ignore this. Don't do this. What you're going to do is this. ln-s home Lewis documents, home Lewis documents, webdav root. Oh, no, home Lewis webdav root. Right? Now you're going to do it again with Android backup. So every folder that you want this to be able to see, you're going to put here. Now when you do that, you can do ls documents and you'll see shit. So don't be lazy when you make your symlink, or else it's not going to do what we need it to do. So we've made, did we make our SSL file? Oh yeah, we did. Next up, we are going to be creating a systemd service so that this starts up every single time we start the computer, because this way we never have to fucking think about this again, because never in a million years would I imagine that I have to start a WebDAV server to see my local files. This way I do not go in, this is what I did on my server so that I would not go into a fucking boot loop every single time I rebooted, torturing myself, because like who the fuck would ever imagine you have to do this? So this is going to set it to run as me, but I don't want to do that because I'm using PAM, so that's probably going to be aggravating, and that's not going to, yeah, I can't be PAM. So enable WSGDAV. After that, okay, let's see if it started. let's see. This is where I see if I fuck something up. Usually I have fuck some. Wait, I did the wrong service. What? I fucked something up. I always. Wait, did I? Yeah, I fucked something up. I was looking at the timestamp. Okay, let's see what I did. So let's just stop the service. There's likely something I did that was really stupid. That's usual. Config act wizgidav. Oh, okay, yeah, I never changed the config file back. I'm a fucking moron. Okay, yeah, so I made it as a .conf rather than a .yaml. Okay, that was stupid. Now I'm going to make sure that my documentation that I'm writing for you guys has the right stuff in it. I am doing all of this stuff as I go because I want to double check that every single thing I'm providing for you actually works. If there is an error in all the documentation that I've written that I'm providing you, then I will see it because I'm doing it all off of my document. So I wrote this thing before doing this video just to make sure that what I was providing you would actually work. So this is kind of like a test run of my own documentation. Okay. Now I'm just going to see if that works. Config act wizgidav.yaml, and it listens. Woo! That's more. Okay. Now we're going to see if this works. I don't mean the software's a piece of shit. I'm just frustrated at the situation. Okay. So cadaver. This is my other computer, so I'm going to try to connect to it from here. HTTPS. /8080 web dav root. Untrusted certificate. That's fine, bro. Okay, I made that certificate. I pulled it out of my ass. So now we're going to see if it works with my system user. Couldn't open collection. Oh, okay, I mounted it to webdev. My bad. Yeah, S. So in the configuration file, I made it webdev. It's in my home folder that it's webdev root. Okay. That's stupid. Now see, I can ls documents, and I can ls Android backup, and I see stuff. I purposely deleted all the stuff that I synced because I'm going to do it again. As you can see, it's all there. Now, it's just all there. Now I'm going to put a file there that's going to be very large. It's going to be that same file that was fucking everything up earlier, that giant pfSense manual document. So I'm going to put it in the main folder, the Android backup folder, and the documents folder as a test. And this is going to be the fun part because you're going to see that this is completely worth all the aggravation. Well, my aggravation, not your aggravation, but wait till this is going to be good. Okay, so we go back to our OnlyOffice setup. Connection URL, HTTPS 192.168.5.5, port 8080/webdav. We're going to put the credentials in for my user. Make shared. We're going to call it, folder is going to be local storage. Save. And now it's connected. So this is pfSense video. You can click access. I can change access stuff for it. Android backup. It's right there. In documents folder. Okay. It's a little open sourcey on the documents folder. But watch what happens when I open this file. So I'm going to put this right next to my Nextcloud instance and my Google instance. Let's get an idea of how these all perform. So I'm going to open up this document in Google. I think that may actually have pasted in wrong, so I'm going to repaste it into Google so we can be fair. I'm going to open this up in Nextcloud, and I'm going to open it up in OnlyOffice so that we can see the difference between all three. So I'm going to convert this, save the file, copy in the original format. There we go. Come on. You can do it. Good little program. We're going to give it access for editing. Okay. Oh, it already has that. So I can type. Okay, so we're going to scroll through this. I'm going to hit page down. Look at this. Page up, page down, page up, page down. And then I'm going to scroll all, like, let me just do this. So see how it scrolls from all the way from the top to all the way to the bottom, and I can slide. And this also has images in it. Oh, and also those are PNG files that are like 2 megabytes each because I'm a moron that didn't actually compress them before putting it in here, even though they're like this small. Now let's go over pfSense. I mean, not pfSense. Let's go over Nextcloud. Now, Nextcloud, if you notice, this actually doesn't have the images in it. And it's like that's 2 seconds to load. Actually, it didn't even load. It loaded a frame. So that's a reference to an image, I think, that doesn't exist. But even though it's loading empty shit, this loads text at 1/4 of the speed that OnlyOffice loads images. Like, okay, this is like 3 seconds right now. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. 6. Oh, that's not fair. That was a blank page. Okay, I was kind of being a dick there. There you go over here. Now it's getting a little bit faster. Let's go back up to page up and down. Let's go to the buttons again. Yeah, there's like a 1 second lag every now and then. Okay, so I go up here. Let's see how find works. We're gonna find in page. The server has been disconnected. Okay, we give up now. And Google. Let's just paste it in there because it's actually not in there. It's going to take a few seconds to paste in there. Here we go. Now, Google scrolling is a little bit smoother, but the speed for me is the same. Like it does look nicer than OnlyOffice, but functionally speaking, I think that they're both about there. Yeah, like see you scroll. I mean, you can drag it back and forth. Now, to be fair to let's see, this doesn't have images in it, so it's going to be faster as a result. Like this one, Google Docs doesn't have any images in this one, but this one, the OnlyOffice one, it's still pretty good. Okay, that's an empty page. Yeah, why the fuck do I have empty pages in this? This needs editing. Badly needs editing. I know. But as you scroll through, it's literally instant. Okay, when it goes like 15 or 20 pages, it stops for about 100 milliseconds. So that is minorly slower than Google, but this is infinitely faster than Nextcloud. And it's free, and it's open source, and it works great. So now you have the ability to open all of your documents, your Excel spreadsheets, your PowerPoint presentations, and you're able to open all of this stuff from a piece of software that doesn't cost any money. I would suggest paying something for it. Maybe they could use the money to fix the fucking file thing. Let's actually see if I can copy in my presentation that I did on board repair. If that's still, this is a really old one. This document is almost completely irrelevant now. I made this like 11 years ago. MacBook board troubleshooting guide for beginners. Can I copy and paste the whole thing? I don't think that's going to be possible. So I'm going to download a copy. Let's make it let's make it a power. Let's make it proprietary. I want to see how good this is. We're gonna mess with it a little bit. Upload files. Make sure you can't see what I have in my computer. People will be able to see that I listen to Sabrina Carpenter. Fuck, too late. Did I say that out loud? Okay. Roster and repair training manual. And we'll go back and forth and compare Google's to this one. Let's compare the two instances once I get them next to each other. Okay, so this is the Google one on screen. And this is OnlyOffice. Wait a second. That's not it. This is it. Okay. I have too much crap open. Instant. It's just instant. Okay, let's do a little comparison. So I uploaded this to Nextcloud. I forgot I can't click on a file. You're not allowed to. Nextcloud doesn't allow you. Edit with Nextcloud Office. Okay, as you can see, we already got this fucking loading shit on the screen over here. It's not horrible, but it does lag. It's usable, but it lags. If we try Google's, of course, is going to be immediate. The moment I click here, I can measure. I mean, I can scroll up and down. There's a nice little scroll bar over here. Actually, can I? Oh, I can't see a scroll bar on Google's. Okay, Nextcloud, let's see how the scroll bar works. I believe there's a scroll bar somewhere here. Huh. Okay, no scroll bar? Yes, no? Okay. Here we go. So the OnlyOffice has a scroll bar. So I can do that. It's not as smooth as Google's, but it is considerably smoother than the Nextcloud's. You see, there's no loading time. Like I can go up. It's load. Okay, the sidebar is not loading them until you take your finger off the key. That's a not implemented thing. It's not a lag thing. But over here, every single one of those cards loads instantly. And I'm going through over 150 slides, and there's no lag. Like the moment I stop on a slide, I can immediately edit it. Here, now this works, there's one feature that I think is very important to go over, which is the difference between having your email done this way versus just using the cloud interface in Mailcow. So in Mailcow, if I have an email like this, and let's say I have this paper here, and why I think Descartes is a hipster that we shouldn't be learning about, if you hit view attachment, when you hit view attachment, it downloads the ODT document file in Firefox. I like Mailcow, and I like the fact that it is an IMAP, a nice little email web interface over here for it. But the problem with it is that I can't open things in the web interface. Mailcow is still, in my opinion, the best way to do mail if you want to do self-managed mail. So because Mailcow gives you the freedom to use whoever you want, we can now use something like OnlyOffice for control of our mail. Now, why am I going to choose OnlyOffice for control of my mail? Wait till you see this. So first thing I need to do is I need to fix the fact that there's no HTTPS on here. I mean, I have HTTPS in the fucking web dev server and not in my actual front end. That's just kind of insane. So when you go to this, you're going to, let me just make sure I didn't click through that too fast so you didn't see what I was doing. All right, so from the home page, you click on the settings at the top. From settings, you go to the left and you go to control panel. After that, at the top left, HTTPS. And this is going to generate you an HTTPS certificate. If you have the machine open to the internet, it will create a properly signed certificate. And if you have the machine closed off like I do, it will create a self-signed certificate. It does that for you automatically, demonstrating that whoever created this particular part of the program was But once this is done, where you're going to go to the home page, here we go. Look at that self-signed beauty right there. I love it. And you can click mail. Don't do this until you have HTTPS set up, or it's going to give you annoying errors. Hit add new account. Don't enter anything. You have to click advanced, and you're going to put in the information. Remember, we're not going to be using the external IP addresses here because this is on the local network. So you're going to put in the details for your mail server as you configured it. At this point, if you're this far in the video, it means that you've watched and set up self-hosted mail. And at that point, if you got through that miserable shit show, you don't need me to show you how to log into your email over here. But you can also use this to log into your email outside of this. So if your email is hosted by somebody else, you can still use this. This is simply going to be a front end to your email. And the reason why I like this so much is because I get to open documents right inside here. So one of the things I said is that I need to show you how to have an experience that's as good, if not better, than what you get with Apple, Google, and everybody else. And what makes this a great experience is that when there's a document over here, I'm going to be able to open that document right inside the window and start editing immediately and have it on a server that I can access from my other computers just like that. So watch. So again, over here, my default habit would be, okay, well, yeah, it's self-hosted and the email works, right? But when I click on this button, I have download or open. And when you hit view attachment, it's not opening up in this nice, beautiful thing like Google Docs is in your web browser. It's going to just download it, which means I'm going to probably have this bad etiquette and habit of editing things locally. And after I edit it locally, I'm probably not going to have it change on the server. And I may have the 3 copies of this document everywhere. There's a reason that all this cloud shit wins. It's because it makes life easy for people that otherwise would be as disorganized as me. So what this does is I can go back and I can open my email right within OnlyOffice. So I click mail. I'm just gonna search for something without having my entire email on the screen. Here we go. So something like this. Click this and watch how fast it is. The email loaded instantly. None of that slow Nextcloud shit. And when I click on this document, it opens immediately. This is an ODT file. You can scroll through everything beautifully, and you can even see my commentary on Descartes being a hipster and my MLA citations for this philosophy paper that included the honeymooners. I don't know. Descartes fucked me up. I don't know what to say. In this case, Descartes finding himself in a situation best expressed in the first episode of The Honeymooners, heads I win, tails you lose. I really went in on him. That whole idea that the mind is separate from the body and all this because like one is a distinct quantity and the other can have multiple. Like, are you serious? Voltage-gated sodium channels and neurons exist in the brain. Regulate our mind's thoughts. Check. If you take Lamictal, you'll have less seizures. Check. Thinking is a function of the mind. Check. If there's a quantity that can be lessened, then it follows that it was at some time a distinct quantity. Check. If there's a distinct quantity, it can be half. Check. And if you can inhibit voltage-gated sodium channels and neurons, then that means that there's a distinct quantity of them. And if there's a distinct quantity of them, they can be halved. I'll take Ben Chindo over Descartes. Descartes is the 17th century archetype of the Williamsburg, Brooklyn hipster that says his live vinyl version of the album is cooler than the version I bought off of eBay because it's older and more obscure. I'm convinced he is making things up to sound cool to impress girls at parties, and we've all been hoodwinked into reading it 400 years later and being told it's insightful. Men did this to get laid yet today, and they likely did it 400 years ago. I can only imagine him at a wine party, walking up to single, young, buzz socialites going, "Hey baby, I think therefore I am," while raising his eyebrows. Tell them that their mind is separate from their body in a cheap attempt to separate their body from their dress. It works for the hipster. Why not for him? God bless this professor for not just immediately failing me. God damn. Anyway, I just couldn't. Like, it fucked me up reading this shit, knowing that he was knowing that all these dudes were doing this just to get fucked, which is fine. Like, by all means, do that to get fucked. Just don't make me do homework. Don't make me do homework on it 400 years later. Anyway, going back to the point of this fucking matter. So let's say I have this document. I opened it up. Now, instead of having to save it to my computer and mess with it and then like have 3 or 10 separate copies of my files, I can do the exact same thing that you can do in Google. In Google, I like having the ability to just click it and it immediately opens in my browser, and I can immediately start editing. If you want to start editing, you go File, Save Copy As, DocX. It'll convert it for you. If we click over here on Common, you'll even see the local storage that we set up with that fucking WebDAV hack, so I can have it show up on all of my computers. So if I can not only have a copy of it in here if I want, I can have a copy that is located within my OnlyOffice instance, or I can have that show up on my Syncthing backup. So then it'll always go to my Android phone. If I have all my computers where I edit documents on over here, then I can have it always go over here. Isn't that cool? Look at that shit. Now I can start editing it. She was a good sport. But like, see, it's instant. Everything just loads immediately. And the reason that this is so important is because you need to have a better experience with the open source solution than you would with the closed source solution. If your experience with this is not equal or better, you will go back to the closed source solution that abuses you. And why wouldn't you? We want good experiences. There's free as in free beer, free as in open source, and then there's free as in free time. And free as in free time is, in my opinion, the most important freedom, which is why when this guide is done, it is going to show you how to do all of this shit properly. This is annoying to set up because you have to set up several different services, but I'm hoping that by putting this all into one cohesive manual that you can directly copy and paste from, that with all the details there for you, that the difference in aggravation from setting up Nextcloud versus setting up this is not really going to matter anymore because it's all there for you. So you have the benefit of the high performance solution without any of the downside or aggravation of having to fuck with all this shit to figure out what works and what doesn't. With that being said, we're going to be moving on from the Office Suite part of this video. I hope this helped you out, and let's move on to the rest of it. Next, I'm going to be setting up a system for notes. I used to use Google Keep, and I like Google Keep. It had what I found to be a pleasant user interface, and because I found it to be a pleasant user interface, I continued using it for a long period of time. It looks like this. So you have notes, but you also have these post-it note looking things, so it's not just that you have a list of, shut the fuck up until I'm done with the video, huh? Like you don't get fucking 3 cans of food every day. There. So you wind up with an interface that looks like, asshole cat. You wind up with an interface that looks like this, which I like. You view all your notes in a list format, or you can see them as post-it notes. So what I'm going to be using for notes is Nextcloud. Yeah, I know. You wanted me to use Joplin or something like that. Is Joplin better programmed? Absolutely. Is Nextcloud a complete piece of shit? Yes, it is. But there is one thing that I trust this thing for. Post-it notes in plain text. Like, that's That's all I trust it for. I like the ability to group notes. I like the way the GUI works. I like the way the Android app works. It's very, very simplistic, which is what I want with a Notes app. I don't want a bunch of different functions and features and settings and everything like that. And for me, it was just easier to figure out how to get this type of configuration and it just looked like this if I wanted it to. Then it was in Joplin. In Joplin, you can install a desktop app, but I want it to work just in my browser when I click a little bookmark. And you can have your notes and you can have your different notebooks. I just want categories and I want to be able to see the stuff like this. So I use it because it's similar to what I'm used to and it works. Does Nextcloud, do I trust it for contacts, calendar, email, office, photos, backup? No. Notes. For post-it notes, I trust it. So we're going to get started on that. So there are 3 ways that you can install this. A, you can install it the Boomer way, where you're going to install every single application, dependency, MariaDB, your version of Redis, your Apache, whatever the hell you want to do, and then keep up with all the dependencies and which version of PHP is not compatible with the other version of PHP. Fuck that. You can install it via Snap. Fuck that. Or we can install it via Docker. We'll install it via Docker. Now, the Docker method is a little bit of a pain in the ass if you want it to work without a fully qualified domain name. There are a lot of instructions on how to install an AIO image where it is going to ask you for a fully qualified domain name. And this is similar to the OnlyOffice documentation where it's really, really easy to follow the instructions and have something that doesn't work. This may surprise you, but that is a thing on Linux. And one of the things that's going to be troublesome here is that when you read the Nextcloud documentation, they're expecting you to have a fully qualified domain name, aka lewis'snextcloud.com kind of thing, which we're not going to have. This is not open to the public. We are contacting this by going to 192.168.5.5 when we are connected to our VPN or on our LAN. So I'm going to show you a setup that has worked for me on my other system back when I actually used Nextcloud, which again, at this point in time is literally post-it notes, and we're going to get started. So first things first, let's bring up the terminal on the screen. I'm going to, wait, what am I using sudo? I have in mind. I'm going to make a directory for Nextcloud. Downloads, programs, Nextcloud. Go into it, and we're going to make a nano compose file. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. We're going to make a Docker compose file. Looks like this. So this is pretty much a template from one of their pieces of documentation. I changed the port. It's not going to listen on 8080 since I think I have something else listening on 8080 on here. I made it 8089. So what this means is that port 80 inside the container is going to be 8089 on the host computer. So this means that if I have a web server that is listening on 0000 rather than 127.0.0.1, that means that I will be able to see it on port 8089 in my web browser, which is what I want here, because I believe 80 is being used by OnlyOffice, which is on the same machine. And when you do this, I'll include this Docker compose file in the guide. And Clinton, no. Okay, so we're going to do Docker compose up-d. The -d is going to be what keeps it running even after I close my window. Usually I would like to see what shows up on screen in case there's an error, but in this case I don't, because whether or not this works or not, as soon as this is done pulling, I'm going to feed my cat. So if it works, great. If it doesn't, then I'm ending the evening next to my kitty cat, watching an episode of Black Mirror and going to sleep. Somebody's teasing the cat. I think somebody likes keeping the cat hungry so that the kitty will show more affection otherwise.
Fed him.
He's saying otherwise. He's saying the fuck you haven't.
I'm in his chair.
Okay, so now this part is done. So let's visit it in a web browser. Why do I have Pocket turned on? I can't stand that shit. Okay. So we're going to go to 8089, I think is what I set it for. Is that the port I set? Actually, oh, here we go. That is the port I set. It just took so long to load that I forgot if that was the port I set because we're using Nextcloud. So create an admin account. We're going to make Lewis. We're going to make admin. Admin. Make that the admin password. Look at that secure password for this disposable install that I'm getting rid of before I publish my guide. Right? You can remind me? Right?
Uh-huh.
This is all getting unplugged and erased. Now, as you can see, this is what I call zipping the modern way. No, really, this is... This is an i7-14700K 64 gigs of RAM, NVMe SSD. Okay, recommended apps. We're not using this. We're not using this. I'm not, literally nothing but Notes. This is the only thing that I trust this for obvious reasons, because it's a steaming piece of shit. But it gets Notes good. It does Notes right. I like the Notes application. I like the Notes app. I have to edit that out. This is not the one using the 1700K. Okay, so we have a dashboard. Now notice there that it was completely dark until I clicked it. Why would it make anything obvious? All right, so once we're in here, you click Notes, and you have Notes. You click New Notes to make a note. I can say, you could search through all your notes. Let's just take a new note, and I'm going to say, hello, how are you? It's going to make the note. Usually the title will change to what I made it. Sometimes it doesn't because it's Nextcloud. Docker compose up-d. I can make categories for them. Change category. Let's make a category. Test notes. And then when you do that, it'll make a category for them. And what I like about this we are going to check mobile app next. Name, Docker node. All right, so on my phone, I would do something like this. I'm going to go over to Notes. When you go to Notes, it's going to ask you to choose an account. But I don't have an account because I'm not logged in. So I go 192.168.5.5. Now it's asking for an HTTPS address, but I don't have an HTTPS address. I have standard HTTP. It's not encrypted right now. Do that. It says malformed server configuration because we're also not using a standard port. I have to tell it to use my weird ass port. Yo, Clint. You fucking asshole. Security warning if you are not trying to set up a new device or app, blah, blah, blah. And I type admin, which obviously you're not going to use admin. You're going to make your own account for yourself. You're currently logged in as admin. Grants this access to your account. And there you go. My notes show up over there. And I can also change the view of it. Let's see, all notes. Are you serious? How about you? So when you go to the three things up there, you go settings. You can switch back and forth between grid view and list view. So this is basic list view, and sometimes I like to use grid view as well. And this app is very, very simple. You just make a note over here. I can say, hello, Mr. Clinton. I fucking hear you. And over there. And then I go over to my computer over here. And if I just hit refresh, actually, I didn't even have to hit refresh. Hello, Mr. Clinton. I can fucking hear you. It's very simple. It's very easy to see all my notes. It's not the best engineered program. It is not even what I would say is a good engineered program, but it works and it's highly simple. And that's what I care about. Again, if you want something that is better engineered than this, that is done with better programmers, use Joplin. It's infinitely better. I use Nextcloud because the interface is one that I am used to, that I like, and again, just because the performance penalty that I get from using Nextcloud and the stupid mistake penalty, I don't need the notes to tell time. I don't need the notes to be fast. I don't need thumbnails for my notes because I have such low requirements for this. I'm willing to accept the fact that the software itself sucks in exchange for the fact that it is what I am used to. I have tried Joplin, and it's just one of those things where I have to get used to it. And because this already works, I use this. But that's how I would do notes, and this gives me the setup that I would have with Google Keep. I would show you a much more detailed setup than this, but that would require going through all of my personal notes, and I just started looking at them to see if there's even like 3 of these that I'd feel good showing on screen, and no. Like out of hundreds and hundreds of notes, I can't even find 3 or 4 that are clumped together that I would feel okay showing on screen. So that's that for this section of the video. Now, if you want this to go over HTTPS, what you could do is you could set up a reverse proxy using Nginx, the exact same, Nginx? How do the kids say it these days? How would you say it?
I don't know. What the hell?
Why
I'm
not?
a kid. I'm closer to boomer than anything else.
I'm already past boomer. If you want reverse proxy so that you're using HTTPS, you could do exactly what I did when I was showing you how to set up Frigate with password authentication. Just cancel out the password authentication section of that portion of the manual, because with that, we were adding HTTPS and SSL certificates to Frigate when we were doing that. I am going to be connecting to this when my VPN is on. So because I'm connecting when my VPN is on, I don't care. I'm not forwarding ports for this thing anyway, and no port on my browser is ever getting forwarded for this, so I'm okay using it without HTTPS. If you are not, then by all means, use Nginx to set up the reverse proxy. And again, I'm not telling you to look up some other weird documentation. I'm telling you to utilize the documentation that is in this manual that you already followed at this point, so that Frigate, your camera software, would have HTTPS SSL certificates. All you have to do is get rid of the part with username and password authentication, because Nextcloud already has username and password authentication. Hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next section.